This is the story of a boy named Davin. And the day he was born, his father exclaims a disgusting thing has been born by looking at him. His misfortune was being born on the same day and time as Kajin, a child blessed with the sword god Keshak, born with a blessed body and talent. Davin's mother wishes he would be Kajin, and soon after, he finds out why his mother and father were so disappointed in him because he didn't have a right arm. Every night, his mother whispered to him and asked him to die, but he didn't want to die. He remembers what his father said when he was in her stomach, that their child was their hope because he would beat his uncle and be better than his cousin. His father hoped for him to beat Kajin, but he was born one-handed and without God's blessing, a disgrace that stomped on his parents' hopes just by being born. The time passed, and Kajin started walking while his mother wondered why her child was so slow. After that, when he barely managed to get up and take a step, Kajin already held a blade, and his mother wasn't happy either. When he first held a blade, she told him that Kajin had already experienced mana and had started training in the Samian swordsmanship. At some point, Kajin became a subject of adoration and envy to him, and when he was 7, he was sent to be one of Kajin's attendants. Externally, he was known as someone who was sent as a helping friend to support and help Kajin as a cousin. But the truth was that his parents had sold him for 3,000 luden. But Kajin was like a monster, and he tied him to a tree to beat him up. He didn't like him from the start, and he became the one who would take his anger out on him. He had to hold back his tears, not because he was hurt, but because it was hard to endure the fact that the many adults who passed his turned a blind eye to this situation. His uncle was known as an incredible man, but he left the family a long time ago and never returned. Because of that, there was no one to control Kajin, so he grew like a headsman, and his superior talent and the blessing of the sword god became like poison to him. As time passes, Davin gets jealous of his strength and talent and wants to be strong like him. He tries to fight him, but he is too weak for this, and Kajin humiliates him, saying he is a loser with no arm. He asks him to go ahead and try to beat him up, and Davin is desperate to win against him, but his dreams are not achievable with just hard work. Kajin got lazy in his training as he grew up, indulging in alcohol, girls, and drugs. But Davil still couldn't beat him. He was a lazy genius, and Davin was a hard-working idiot, and he thought that their position wouldn't remain the same forever. Finally, the day arrives when he is finally able to defeat Kajin, and everyone is shocked to see that one-handed Davin beats Storm Sword Kajin. Until now, his official record with Kajin was 21 matches and 21 losses, but at 29 years old, he finally beat Kajin. In unofficial matches, he lost countless times, and people told him to give up every time he lost. They made fun of him for being a talentless idiot, wasting his time, but he still won, and Kajin is furious, seeing that he lost to a loser like him. Davin says he wouldn't live like him if he was him and wouldn't have wasted his life with alcohol, girls, and drugs. He would have lived a more meaningful life instead of stepping on the weak, and he is about to leave the training ground happily. But Kajin rushes toward him and stabs his sword in his chest, and it looks like he won't be able to live now. The famous sword sun, which only the direct line of the Samian family uses, also contains the mana of the Samian family. Anti-demon mana. Unless the miracle Saint Raylia appears, he has no way to live. He says to Kajin that he will be remembered as a loser and becomes unconscious, and when he wakes up, he finds himself in prison. A guard appears before him and informs him that the miracle Saint Rayla was present at the arena, and she healed the filthy man like him. He finds out that is the way he lives, but he feels his entire body is broken, and all he can do is breathe. The guard asks him if he has signed a contract with the devil, since the only way for a loser like him to beat Kajin is by signing a contract with the devil. His parents admitted to it, too, so there is no use in denying it, and he also accused him of sacrificing bottles with his blood for the contract, which has been found at his family's house as well. He calls him a devil who sacrificed 300 innocent children to get stronger, and the young Master Kajin stabbed him to protect the honor of the Samian family, and Davin realizes that his family chose Kajin over him. Davin has stained the family's honor, so he will have all his mana sealed and will serve a life sentence and suffer for eternity. After that, the tendons in his arms and legs were cut, and his mana was sealed through mana layers of chains and thrown in prison. A few days later, Kajin comes to see him and tells him that he has become a sword emperor, and people praise him for being a hardworking genius. After Kajin humiliated him and left, the amount of food that was supplied to him lowered by a lot, and he faced starvation in prison. He always wanted to die with honor and thinks he should have died at the arena. He reaches his deathbed and thinks if he weren't one-armed, he wouldn't have lived a miserable life. If he had been from the direct line and had the blessing of the sword god Keshak, his life would have been different. He doesn't want to die, but there is no hope left for him, and after spending a miserable life, he finally dies. He wakes up when a man is shouting at him and asks him how he dares to ignore the family's adult and calls him Vincent. He grabs him by his right arm, and Davin is shocked at how he can feel pain in his right side. And first, he thinks this is a dream. This person is an adult from one of the branch families, but he wonders how he knows this man. He remembers he just called him Vincent, Adinkaga's 7th son, but still, this dream isn't all that bad. The air feels fresh, and it doesn't feel as gross and musky as in the underground prison. And this is a dream where he has a right arm. He wonders if this gift is given to him right before he dies. Meanwhile, the man again shouts at him and asks how long he plans on ignoring him and is trying to inflict pain on him with Mama. He knows the method to block this kind of attack simply to separate himself from his opponent physically. He pushes him back, and he falls to the ground at a certain distance, and he unintentionally apologizes for his act. The man shouts at him, saying his son will crush him mercilessly, and this will be the first time the branch family will crush the main family. Davin thinks this person is the same as his father since he has always wanted to win over his eldest brother. The moment he realized that dream was impossible, he began to project it onto him, his son, resulting in him being Ab's unfilial child. However, the man leaves, saying he will not forget his arrogance and rudeness, and asks him to wait for the day of the assembly of true swords. When he leaves, he sits on a chair to relax and thinks if this is a dream, he should have woken up by now. Some other memories are starting to come back to him now that his mother passed away after giving birth to him. His father didn't care for him, and all the other children treated him as a scapegoat. Of the 8 children of the famous sword family of Adinka, he, Vincent, is the 7th. He was such a coward that he would shrivel up and cry in his room after being slapped by the youngest in the family, Loa. He was an ugly duckling, abandoned by the others in the main family of Adinka. He is someone to be preyed on by the branch families that want to surpass the main family. The one-armed Davin of the Samian family has become the useless Vincent of the Adinka family, and he discovers he is being reincarnated. He finds Vincent's diary filled with disappointment, and he writes that all of his kin from the branch families are searching for every opportunity to stomp over him. His maids and attendants all ignore him, and Davin observes that the diary is full of him just belittling himself, and it seems like his self-esteem fell as low as it could get and he had given up on everything. He thinks it looks like God has answered their prayers because he always wanted to live in his last moment, and Vincent always wanted to die. Suddenly, he hears a voice in the room, and it asks him if he is going to believe something that absurd. He wonders if the demon is trying to deceive him because his reincarnation was never meant to happen. The voice tells him that he is the original owner of that body, and he has willingly given over his body to him and asks him to call him Julian. Davin is shocked to see him and asks him if he hasn't died. He replies that this happens because of revelation, since he has heard that people blessed from birth can sometimes hear revelations, and Davin is shocked because he is a god. However, he is a minor god and originally intended to call forth a spirit god, but he crawled in instead. If he wants to become a true god rather than a minor god, then he will need to attain numerous achievements, and they call that a calling, and if he completes his calling, he will be able to become a true god. Davin exclaims he understands his circumstances, but he has no interest in his achievements, and if everything is as he has said, then he has gained a new life. He will be busy living, so he won't have the leisure to listen to some ghost's wishes. Vincent says his spiritual energy is deficient, and if disappears entirely, then his body will die, and Davin asks him if he is threatening him. He states this body is way too healthy for an early death, but Vincent uses some kind of magic and makes him fall to the ground. He exclaims he will now show him his real memories from now on, and Davin feels something inserted in his body. He remembers people kicking him badly and beating him, saying he hadn't fallen in despair while playing the part of a coward. He was laying out the groundwork for his revenge, and Davin is shocked that these are the thoughts of a 13-year-old. Vincent revealing that he had to escape his family's surveillance because the subjects he wanted to study were considered apostle level. He asks Davin to listen to him because this wouldn't be so disadvantageous to him either. Davin is shocked when he asks whether he knows about the archdemon Davin and the hero, King Kajin. He hurriedly gets up and shouts at him since he called him archdemon and calls Kajin a hero king. He tells him that happened 500 years ago. A one-armed swordsman, Davin, escaped from Samian's prison. While using a contract with a demon, he devoured thousands of lives to become stronger. It is said that he's killed more than 10,000 people. That's why he is recorded in history as a great demon. Davin is shocked and wonders if he has come 500 years into the future, but how people can learn about Davin and Kajin. He is certain he died 500 years ago in prison, so how can he say that he escaped the prison? The Samian family abandoned the one-armed man and chose the Storm Sword, and he died alone in prison. The Sword Storm then became the Sword Emperor, but to fabricate history and talk about the great demon and hero king, they made up some terrible stories. Vincent tells him that the hero king, Kajin, was a friend who really loved the great demon, Davin, but he shouts at him and asks him to shut up. Vincent is surprised and asks why he is angry about this discussion, and he tells him that the history is all fabricated. Vincent asks him if he is someone from that era and starts teasing him, calling him an old man from 500 years ago. In any case, history is just a combination of stories left behind by the victors, and Davin wonders what the world has become for a 13-year-old to speak like that. However, he asks him to continue the story, and Vincent reveals that the hero king swallowed his tears and worked with the greatest hero of that time, his best friend, the Sun Sword Emperor, to defeat the great demon, Davin. He asks him about the Sun Sword Emperor because he has never heard of him before, and Vincent tells him that he is the ancestor of the Adinka family. Davin remembers about him and wonders how he can become the first patriarch of the Adinka family. In the past, he came to him and introduced himself as Arslan and said he liked him a lot and wanted to be like him when he grew up. Even though it was when Arslan was young, he was a friend and disciple he taught, and he also visited him a few times when he was imprisoned. He trusted him that he never committed any crimes, but the authority would never win against the truth, and he promised him that he would recover his honor for him. After Arslan said that, he never came by to visit again, and Vincent told him that he was the first patriarch of the Adinka family and left with them, and his first achievement was to surpass the Samian family. Davin wonders if this is a coincidence since Arslan said he would uncover the truth, and he was someone who knew about how he was wronged. He abandoned the Falker family and created the Adinka family for the sake of facing the truth. Advance is a new family created for the sake of recovering Davin's honor, and this is probably his fate that he was born into this family. He asks Vincent if his calling is to fulfill Arslan's mission, and if that happens, he can become the true owner of this body. It's a deal that benefits both of them, and Davin thinks he will inherit the mission that Arslan has left behind. He will surpass and climb over the family that betrayed him by becoming a part of this family. After some time, he gets out of the room, and Vincent calls him an old man and asks where he is going while he asks him to stop calling him an old man. Vincent exclaims if he is from 500 years ago, then he is definitely an old man. Suddenly, they hear an announcement regarding the starting of a spar, and Davin wonders what kind of martial arts people of this era use. Moreover, he wants to know how much stronger Kajin's descendants have gotten, but he feels his body so much heavier that he collapses. Vincent's body is totally trash for him, and it collapses quickly. It is in such a terrible state that if he doesn't use mana to control it, it won't be able to live an everyday life. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks Vincent hurriedly, and when he comes, he asks him why he never learned any kind of swordsmanship. He reveals that he has a disability that didn't allow him to learn it, but Davin tells him that he is an exoskeleton, which means he can store mana everywhere in his body, and more accurately, he can store mana in his bones. Vincent doesn't explain anything that he just said, and he tells him that a martial artist needs to use mana to possess transcendent strength beyond an average human's. It is said that the mana that causes miracles is usually stored in the human's heart, but having the heavenly exoskeleton means that on top of his heart, he can also store it in his bones. Vincent is surprised to learn that he has incredible power, and Davin reveals that Kajin, the person they call the Hero King, also possesses the heavenly exoskeleton. Davin has been reincarnated with the countenance of Kajin, someone he has been envious of his entire life. But the world 500 years later is a stranger place than he had anticipated. Vincent tells him about imagery, an imaginary storage for their mana, and Davin is shocked to know that he doesn't store mana in the heart. He asks him how he meditates and tells him that the first Adinka had an excellent meditation method for storing mana in the heart. In his period, they stored mana in the imagery and called each one a star, and the number of the stars utilized represents the strength of the martial artist. Vincent states it has been a long time since they did away with the method of solid mana in the physical body, and there are also no records of this. Davin observes that an adult in the family creates at least one imagery link in imagery for the first time, and feeling mana is the requirement of a 1 star. Moreover, imagery was created to avoid the risks of storing mana within the heart. In the past, more than half of martial artists died storing mana in their hearts because it burst, which means it was a dangerous method. Vincent calls him from behind and asks if he is storing mana in his heart right now, and Davin exclaims he will have to risk this much if he wants to be known as a proper martial artist. Vincent says his order for collection mana is wrong and asks him if he doesn't know about the circuit formula, and Davin is surprised to know that there is a formula to mana's flow. Vincent states no one lets their mana flow everywhere like that, and there is indeed a formula to use mana efficiently. Davin tells him that they just did it by feeling back in his day, which means there must have been people who failed. Davin reveals that the magic power circuits of the people twisted and burst for about half, which means about half of the people lived at that time. Vincent forbids him to be so rash because it's not his body and asks him to treat his body like it's precious. And Davin asks him why he did this to his precious body. This body has a great countenance, and its heart and magic power circuit are strong, and he wouldn't have been successful if he had grown up with proper training in the Samian family. He tells Vincent that physiognomy is the structure needed to hold mana, but it also needs the mana, and his body is starving for it. If this goes on, Vincent's body will die, not having reached adulthood, and he starts training because there might be about 10 years left for this body. It's enough time for Storm Sword to become Sword Emperor, and for one-armed Davin to be forgotten by the world. After some time, someone knocks at his door and asks him what he is doing in there and also asks him to come outside, and he wonders who can be at this hour. A boy enters the room and asks him why he has created such a mess, while Davin asks him if he is his servant. He states that he is his servant and his name is Wilson, and Vincent told him about that he would slit the throat of 3 years later. He asks him to bring him some fresh clothes, and Wilson wonders why he looks stronger than usual. He asks him what he has done to create such a mess in the room or if he has done some weird experiment or something. He asks him multiple questions if he has gone insane from being ignored all the time and staying in his room, which means he must be learning some kind of black magic. Davin exclaims it's rare to see someone talk so formally while spouting the most impertinent stuff, and it's amusing that he keeps insisting on what his master has denied. He talks to him rudely and asks him to do what his master ordered him to do, but Wilson shouts at him instead and says he already told him that he hates doing things he doesn't feel like doing. Davin snatches his clothes and says if he doesn't want to do this, then he doesn't need it, and he is going to the Grand Chamberlain he spoke of to ask him to give him his clothes. He will also tell them that he comes there by himself because his servant, Wilson, doesn't want to work, and he agrees to take his clothes for washing and will do the cleaning, too. He thinks how cowardly and sensitive Vincent may be. A servant can't be so impudent and arrogant, and the family must have put him in that position on purpose. Davin says to Vincent that they probably want him to solve the issue of a defiant and rude servant, and show what Aninka's 7th young lord should be like. Vincent tells him about Wilson and that he used to be a gang member and killed countless people, too. But Davin says he is lying because he hasn't felt any energy from him. His eyes are too innocent, and he feels like he's a coward too, and Vincent asks him how he knows things like that so well. Davin replies he used to live such a life, and Vincent gets scared and wonders if he summons something scarier than a spirit king. The next day, Wilson brings the washed clothes he gave him yesterday, and asks him if he liked how he cleared his room. He requests him not to turn his room into a battlefield next time, and Davin can feel pride in his eyes that he wants him to crush him. Davin calls him and asks him to bring him a wooden sword that's around 1 meter long, and it will be good if its weight is around 500 grams, and it should be made of black scented wood. There should be tons of it in the family's storeroom, and Wilson asks him if he refuses to do it, and Davin replies if he doesn't do this, then he will have to go get it himself then. He asks him how he should answer the storeroom gatekeeper when he asks him why he is there in person. Wilson gets blackmailed and asks him to hold up and grabs him by his shoulder, but Davin turns back and makes him fall to the ground. He then apologizes to him, saying he has got some bad memories of being attacked from behind, and it will be great for him to keep this in his mind from now on. He is smiling, but in reality, his body's screaming in pain just from doing that much. Wilson is watching him furiously while he turns back and asks him if he has something to say. He then leaves him, saying he will bring a sword for him, and closes the door loudly, but then comes back and says the door closed loudly because of the wind, and he didn't do that on purpose. He is going back and thinks he mustn't lose to him anymore, and he will definitely show him why he is Wilson. He brings a sword for him, and Davin asks him if he knows that among the people he knows, there is a man who doesn't have a right arm. He states that the man didn't have his right arm, so he led a tough life, and his life faced a very terrible ending. However, Wilson offers him the sword and says he will take his leave. When he is left, Davin thinks he needs some proper training now and comes out of the room to train himself with the sword. He observes this heavenly exoskeleton boy is extremely weak, But to think he would be so tired after swinging the wooden sword just a few times, it feels like he still has a long way to go. However, the sensation is good, and it looks like he was born to be a martial artist. Suddenly, a boy appears there and cuts his training statue into 2 parts, and says the mana energy was so weak there that he didn't think anyone was using it. Davin asks him about who he is, and he tells his name, Ravan Adinka, and asks him if he is that useless Vinchin. He is a very collateral descendant, and Vinchin appears there to tell him that he is also one of the candidates who's predicted to win the Assembly of True Swords this time around. He also met his father previously, and Vinchin asks him to be careful since he is the rising star from collateral descendants who's the most skilled among the 13 years old in the Adinka family. Ravan figured if he won in the Assembly of True Swords, he would have to fight with him, so he came looking for him, and Davin was shocked to hear about the assembly. It's a competition that gathers numerous children of martial families that are connected to the Adinka family to fight with real swords. While there is no official age restriction, people usually participate in the assembly of authentic swords at the age of 14, and the winner is given the chance to fight with Adinka's family's direct descendant, who is around the same age. Davin thinks the direct descendant that would be fighting the Assembly of Actual Swords winner would be him, the useless Vinchin that's determined to be the weakest among the direct descendants. Ravan asks him if he will hide from him because he is too scared, while Davin exclaims how a martial artist can be sacred of swords. He asks him to speak to him politely because even provocations ought to have some level of dignity and class. He thinks one-armed Davin was respected both on the training ground and the sparring stage. Even Kajin respected him, and he asks Ravon if he should be embarrassed for not knowing his place. He talks about his father that he hadn't taught him manners, and Ravan gets angry about this and asks how he dares to insult his father. He has decided not to forgive him from the moment he decided to disrespect his father, and Vinchin calls him from behind and says Ravan is at the level of 2 stars, and he also possesses the attributes of a steelman. He needs to be careful because he's way stronger than he is, and Davin also knows that he will lose if they fight right now. It's obvious that he reeks of the sense of inferiority that he was raised with because they are collateral descendants, and Raven is using mana despite knowing that he is unable to control mana. His father doesn't act like an adult, and his son doesn't know the etiquette of being of a martial artist. He feels the mind of a martial artist has regressed comparable to that of 500 years ago. He comes forward and keeps his sword on his neck, saying he still has a good sense of distance and someone like him would have gotten beaten up by the elders of a family. Raven is shocked at his confidence and thinks he doesn't have mana and is not even able to perform imagery, so how can he be so confident? He knows it for sure since he is facing his sword, and he has no way of winning him, but he is confused with the vibe he is getting from him. Davin exclaims he is stopping this because Raven has got scared just because of some wooden sword. He also threatens him, saying in the Assembly of True Swords, things won't end with just wooden swords. But Raven gets furious about this and jumps upon him to attack. Viknan appears there and asks him to dodge the attack. But a knight appears there and asks Ravan to stop since he can't fight young Lord there. If he wound him there, Vinchin would have an excuse to dodge a fight, and he must fight him at the Assembly of True Swords. Raven challenges him to meet at the Assembly of True Swords. After that, Vinchin asks him why he taunted Ravan earlier, and if his escort didn't stop him, he would have been in trouble, while he replies he just taught a lesson to a disrespectful child. Vinchin is getting angry because he is planning to summon a powerful spirit king, and this is the reason he is learning this period of knowledge from him. He asks him to finish image theory and asks him to go to blessings and traits, and tells him that traits are artificially made from the power analyzed from blessings, and Davin surprisingly asks him if he can make a blessing. According to him, it's disrespecting the gods, and he will get divinely punished, but Vinchin says he has already disrespected him. He then tells him about the trait Steelman. The Dwarf King's blessings include many things, but this trait focuses on strengthening the body, and the more he hones his trait, the more paths with stronger traits will open, which is called the Tech True. Steelman is a medium-level trait, and its defense and destructive power is its specialty, and Davin says martial education would be skewed toward one side. He thinks what Vinchin just said is true, and the scarecrow that the wooden sword used by Ravan sliced earlier shows the level of his power. He must familiarize himself with these skills to compete against people like this. After that, he is training on the ground, and the others are talking about him, saying that he is swinging with his left hand, which means he cannot use imagery. They also make him fun, saying he starts panting after 2 or 3 swings when Vice Captain Merlin appears there and asks them to stop making fun. He asks them what's so funny about the young master of the Aden's family training in martial arts, and they run away, apologizing to him. He also thinks Vincent is ashamed of the Adanka family just by looking at him, since he is swinging his sword around aimlessly without any mana or trait. Vincent comes to him and says they all are whispering, and asks him if they can do this in a forest somewhere. And Devan asks him if he has the time and stamina to go there. He is used to getting looked down upon, since no one expected the one-armed Davin to beat the storm sword. But he converted their criticism into praise and overcame it all. Merlin comes to him and offers him an advanced recovery potion, and it will be easier for him to train with it. He introduces himself as the vice captain of the White Sword Unit, Merlin, and Devan asks him why he is not laughing at him. He tells him that he laughed at first, but his eyes seem to be desperately seeking something. He says anyone who laughs at a martial artist like that should be laughed at, and Davin says he will remember his name in the list of good people. Merlin observes something has changed in him and hopes that he may have good luck in the future. After that, he trained hard and also learned the theory books, while Vincent also asked him to balance with his right foot on the ground and increase the rotation of his hip. After that, he can also feel the mana in his heart, and he starts to see one-armed Davin's path to beat Kajin. He learns a sword that layers with dots and lines to manifest his abilities, and finally, the day comes when he cuts the scarecrow into 2 parts in just 1 blow. Conversely, Wilson is getting tired and angry because Devan demands food at 5 in the morning and compels him to do his tasks. His training is only making him work, and he serves him with the breakfast. But he has already stolen some of his food, and Davin says if he wants to steal some for himself, he shouldn't have made it obvious. Davin gets angry and hopes that he will never try to cross his line in the future, and he tries to threaten him, saying he was a street gangster before and killed many people. He hears Vincent's voice saying controlling through fear is quite easy, but he won't be able to gain his trust. Wilson is shocked to hear the voice and asks him if he has learned telepathy, but Devan exclaims the most crucial thing is that he is using mana right now. He asks him to swallow his pride and join him by his side, and soon enough, he will not be embarrassed by the fact that Vincent Adanka is the master he serves. He asks him to choose when the time comes whether he wants to be ruled by fear or pledge loyalty, but Wilson replies there is no way that loyalty can be performed. The same day, Merlin goes to the training ground but doesn't find Davin there, and he is surprised to see a scarecrow there and wonders if he has done this with an actual blade. He is shocked at how much growth is possible in just a few days that he is using the real blade, and he wonders what kind of martial art he is practicing nowadays. He then wears his clothes, and Wilson arranges them when Vincent whispers in his ear, saying he has become polite. He then calls him and says his clothes are made of Levadine cotton, which is very cost-effective, but it ruins the soil, so this is not good enough to be used by a noble. On top of that, the food's quality is low compared to the family's budget, which means someone is stealing money and must be embezzling it. He thinks it can't be Wilson and must be someone in higher authorities who has been cheating the whole time. On the other side, Raven is practicing and is thinking about Vincent, who humiliated him and furiously promised himself that he would kill him. Meanwhile, his father enters the room, appreciates him for his training, and tells him that there isn't much time until the assembly of authentic swords. If they wish to escape their poverty and the sorrow of the branch families, they must defeat Vincent, and he must become the one branch family member to topple the main family. Raven thinks he seems to be getting more irritable as the assembly draws closer, and the days go by, and he just needs to defeat Vincent for the sake of his family and father. At the same time, Vincent provides Davin the information about the people participating in the assembly of true swords, and he is surprised to see that it is not just their personal information but the techniques they use and their habits. He feels Vincent to be really terrified for collecting this much data, and says he planned to make a flashy debut at the assembly of true swords by borrowing the Spirit King's strength. Vincent also tells him about the mana crystal given to the champion, and if they ingest it, their body and mana will grow stronger instantaneously. He guesses from the information he has gathered and his expressions that he desperately wants to win. It will be a disgrace as a martial artist if he were to still lose with all this at his disposal, and he promises Vincent that he will give him a far more valuable victory. He calls Wilson to his room and asks him to do something for him. After a while, Wilson enters Grand Chamberlain Rails's office and tells her that young Master Vincent wants to say something to the head of the family. He requested the Patriarch to attend and observe the assembly of true swords personally, and said he would prove his worth as a member of the main Adanka family. Railsa states that the Patriarch has never observed the assembly of authentic swords and has neither the time nor the reason, and it will be the cost of embezzling the budget to make it possible that is not. Railsa is shocked to hear this, and Wilson exclaims he didn't say anything, but these are the words of the young master, and she asks him to leave. When he is left, she thinks Vincent could have come himself, and it would have been more effective to threaten her, but he sent Wilson on purpose to show his authority. After some time, she goes to the Patriarch's room and states that young Master Vincent has invited him to the Assembly of True Swords. He replies that she is getting old since she is saying pointless things, but Railsa says Vincent promised to prove his worth as a member of the main Adanka family. He asks Railsa if she thinks Vincent is skilled enough to speak of the worth of his lineage, and she replies this is why he has promised to show his worth this time. She humbly requests him to attend the assembly, and if Vincent doesn't prove himself, she will put her life on the line. The Patriarch doesn't understand why she is doing this, and she replies that the young master has taken advantage of her weakness. The Patriarch asks her if it is related to embezzling of the budget, and it must be something she did on purpose for Vincent's sake and intended to use that money for his future. He says he has no reason to interfere, and she is that woman's servant, not his. The Patriarch thinks Vincent's mother used this kind of method, and expressing his intent without losing an ounce of his dignity. He wonders if he is Sarvana's child. He gets up and announces that he will attend the Assembly of Swords. A few days later, the day of the Assembly of True Swords has come, and Raven enters the court with the determination that he will beat Vincent. He is also shocked to see the Patriarch and thinks he is there to see him, the rising star of collateral descendants. This can be his chance, and he will defeat him in a relaxed manner in front of the Patriarch. Soon, the Assembly of Authentic Swords starts, and Raven is fighting with another boy first, saying he should give up already. The boy dodges his attack and attacks him back, and Raven is shocked at how he can do something like this. He rushes toward him again, saying his attacks won't work against his Steelman attribute, and Ravan's father is also encouraging him from behind. Everyone cheers for him, saying he is the rising star of the collateral descendants and is already 2 stars, while Devan thinks they are all geniuses in their attributes, but they have close to no depth in their martial arts. Their strength mainly comes from their own attributes, and he can't see any fighting experience from their movements, and it is as if they are puppets dancing on top of an answer sheet. He thinks that's probably why Raven could use his attribute and attack so recklessly. Before fighting, Raven bows before him and gives him credit for not running away, and Vincent asks him to climb up quickly since he won't be running anywhere. When they start the fight, he first throws a boy away on the ground, and everyone shouts Raven is the winner, and the match has ended. Raven exclaims he has won against all his competitors, and is dictated by the laws that all of their elders have set. He will be fighting with his close friend, Vincent Adanka, as the last fight of the Assembly of True Swords. Vincent exclaims he accepts his challenge, and a man named Ziron, the referee from the White Sword unit. Vincent says he has a condition before the match and calls Wilson from his side, and exclaims he will only use a specific wooden sword and his left hand to fight with his distant relative, and also let him have 3 attacks first. Until the first 3 attacks are completed, he won't move a single step from where he is now while Raven shouts at him, asking what he is doing. The people in the audience get uncomfortable and wonder if Vincent doesn't know about martial arts, and Raven's father shouts that Vincent is just doing this to make up excuses when he loses. But the Patriarch allows what he is doing from his place and asks him to prove his words with his actions. However, the fight starts, and Vincent again asks him to come to him first with 3 attacks. Raven rushes toward him, and earlier, when they were discussing it, they thought the first attack would be a short stab. He easily dodges the attack and thinks his movements are so evident that he can see them without Vincent's information. Since his attributes help him not take damage, he's not even keeping to the basics. He deflects his sword and says this is not for stabbing, and Raven is shocked to see it because to see where his sword is going would require him to be several levels stronger than he is. Davin exclaims he has allowed him to have 2 attacks first, and Raven again attacks him furiously. Davin hits him with his leg, makes him fall to the ground, and takes out his sword, saying he will keep his promise to Vincent and the promise with father, and now it's his turn to attack. Everyone in the audience is shocked to see that, and Raven's father shouts from his place and asks him to get up and fight back. He asks why he is struggling against a guy who can't even use mana, and Vincent appears there and asks him what is going on there since he can't see clearly. Davin thinks standing dumbfoundedly because he has no blade in hand is not the way of a martial artist, and there are many ways to suppress an opponent without a weapon. Then Raven laughs at him, saying he has obtained a trait in that short period. It has to be a small minor god that he is too embarrassed to reveal publicly. He attacks him again, and Vincent asks him to dodge it because it can be dangerous, and he just doesn't dodge it but also attacks him with his wooden sword. However, Raven doesn't feel any pain, and his father tells him that a practiced sword can never break the defenses of a steelman. Davan thinks he has a rotten sacrum and an untrained body, and he can't use any strong powers yet. And if he gains confidence, he will attack with the same method again. He uses the force of his strike, attacks him with his full power, and makes him fall to a distance. Now, he only has a chance, and if he uses this skill once, his body will collapse, so he has to end it while he is knocked up in the air. He can see the dot Ravan made, the one he made, and the sword path connecting the two. He uses swordsmanship, which states he cuts into space, twisting the flow of mana, and uses it to sever everything, including the enemy's skill. He attacks Raven and cuts his arm, and Davan asks the referee to announce him as the winner or if he has to cut off his left to be crowned. He announces Vincent as the leader, and Raven's father rushes toward him. Vincent asks him how he is so calm since his body is at its limit and he needs to rest soon, while Davan thinks it's not the time to collapse yet. He tells Vincent that he kept his promise, and the Patriarch announces that the winner of the Assembly of True Swords is declared. Once again, as Vincent Aninka, he asks everyone to come inside because they will start the awarding ceremony soon. He exclaims that the one who overcomes adversity will be rewarded with a miracle stone. But before he hands this over to Vincent, Raven's father rushes to the room and says this is not making sense. He says it has to be a trick played with his son, and Vincent must have borrowed the power of an apostle lord. Meanwhile, a priest appears there and informs him that a small problem has occurred, and it seems that young Lord Ravan's arm cannot be reattached. His father asks if his son will forever have just one arm, and grabs the priest angrily and asks him to treat his son at any cost. The priest states he hasn't seen this kind of injury before because not only has he never seen it before, but it seems like it's been severed by something his divine powers can't handle. Ravan's father shouts at the Patriarch and asks him to see that his son has an injury that even a third-grade priest can't fix, and Davan asks them if he can respond to these allegations. He exclaims that the Assembly of True Swords was carried out in the Patriarch's presence. Therefore, all of the proceedings are considered to be approved by the Patriarch's authority, and he has declared him as the final victor. In that case, his words are directly denying his authority, and in a place where all the special guests have gathered as well. And he asks him if he thinks that his insight is superior to that of the Patriarch. He calls Jaren and asks him to arrest that man because he questions the Patriarch's authority in a public setting. Jaren ties him up while he is shouting for help, and the Patriarch calls him and asks if he doesn't realize that he is indebted to Vincent. Adina's law doesn't try twice for the same crime, and as a fellow father, he will let him go, but he can't open his mouth again. He appreciates Vincent and exclaims he did great, and the soul Vincent is feeling a valuable experience he never had. The priest says Ravan's right arm will be forever gone, while Vincent whispers something in Davan's ear, and says this can be an opportunity in their favor. He asks the priests if his right arm can be fixed with a miracle stone, and he is shocked at why he is telling him to use his reward on him. He exclaims he is the one who cut off Raven's right arm, and he wants to end this situation. The Patriarch leaves the decision to him, and Davan says Ravan mocked and laughed at him in the place of martial artists. His father apologizes to him, saying he didn't teach him well. He then takes out a sword, cuts his ropes, and asks him to show reflection worthy of martial artists. Then, he will use the miracle stone to heal Ravan. Davan says an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and for the right arm, he needs someone's right arm. Charles gets up and says he will sacrifice his right arm for his son, and Vincent exclaims that he really loves his son. He is about to cut his arm when Jaren comes forward and stops him while Davan asks him to use his courage for a better cause next time. After some time, he bows before the Patriarch and tells him that everything has been resolved, and he gives him the miracle stone. They use the miracle stone on Ravan, and his arm is reattached and heals instantly. Later, when they reach his room, Wilson comes to him and obediently says he will begin preparing his dinner soon. And Davan asks Vincent if this is what he wanted always. After a moment, someone knocks at the door, and they think it's Vincent, but it's the priest who has come there to inquire about his health. He introduces himself as Dullan, a pontifex of Gaia, and Davan asks him why he has come there. He states that he came to express his gratitude for the previous matter and gives him a miracle stone. Davan asks him why he is giving this to him, and he replies that the reason he became a pontifex is to relieve the people from their pain and be happy. However, upon seeing his today, he ended up at a loss and weighing the value of the miracle stone and a human life. He gives him the stone and thanks him because they were able to reflect upon themselves, and Davan exclaims he didn't do anything and he just realized on his own. He also gives him a card, saying he needs to show it whenever he needs the temple's help, and he also has become a second-class pontifex. Devan asks Victon if the second class is good, and he tells him that he can get unlimited treatment and free use of the temple. Pontifex again thanks him and takes his leave, and Devan thanks him for his gratitude. When he has left, Vincent says they have got something way better than Wilson now, and Devan wonders if it's because Vincent has been looked down on his entire life. He is too weak to praise. Vincent reveals that the patriarch usually eats alone, but there was once a time when he invited one of their family members to have dinner with him after the assembly of true swords. The second child, Dea Nunam, has an incredibly overwhelming victory in an assembly of true swords, and she is the last child having dinner with the father. Vincent thinks there is a possibility that might happen tonight, too, and he feels like his body is stiffing, but he can't really rest now. Devan gets up and starts preparing for the dinner, while Vincent says they haven't received an invitation yet, but he says it would be best to prepare even if the possibility is 1 in 100. After a while, Wilson rushes into his room, and before he says something, Devan asks him if the family had invited him over to dinner. When he passes through the corridor, his mother appears there and says she heard he has accomplished an incredible feat at the assembly of true swords. Devan bows before him and thinks Vincent's mother has passed away after giving birth to him, and the woman in front of his eyes is his stepmother. Her name is Versa Hylame, and before her retirement, she was such a fierce martial artist that they gave her the cognomen of Giant. She is currently in charge of everything about the Adanka household. She takes him to the hall, where his father awaits him. When he enters there, Devan feels so much pressure from him that it's hard to breathe, which is straining his lungs. He didn't feel this way during the day, which means this must be a test for him, and he must be asking him whether he thought his form this morning was true. He exclaims there's no need to exert pressure on his son in a private meeting purposefully. The patriarch asks him why he feels like that, and he says his mother called him father rather than family head. The patriarch says he has called him for 2 reasons, and the first is to congratulate him for his victory today, and the second is to see how valid Charles Adanka's concerns were. His mother also pressures him to check and tells the patriarch that there doesn't seem to be any apostle with him, and it's not as though he's gained a supporter. Devan thinks he is feeling an awful feeling, and it must be mother's specialty, and she possesses eyes that can see through the truth. The patriarch asks her what kind of martial arts he used today, since Vincent hasn't yet been able to link an image to the heart. How can he cut off a 2-star martial artist's arm? She tells him that his sword technique is similar to the Hero King's swordsmanship, as was recorded, which means she is talking about Kajin, who swings his sword in strange ways, and it is said that it would devour his wicked ability. It was also said that his sword could subdue the archdemon Davin, and Davin thinks, once again, that this fabricated history leaves him at a loss. His mother grabs him from his shoulder and asks him how he was able to learn that swordplay, which resembles the hero of Samian. Davin thought his father called for him, but that wasn't the case, and his mother led the conversation. He is being interrogated for the origins of his martial arts, and Vincent appears there and stops him from saying anything. He reveals that the mother can discern the truth from lies with her eyes, and if he comes up with some sloppy excuses despite having insufficient knowledge about this era, she will definitely suspect it. Devan wonders what he should do now, or if he should tell her that he is not her so, but actually an old man from 500 years ago. She again asks him the same question while Devan asks Vincent to think something hurriedly, and he says he was so scared of her that she caught on to him acting like a good-for-nothing. However, he exclaims it takes only 1 step to overcome his fears, and he just needs to take 1 step forward, and the rest will come naturally. He reveals that he received a revelation, and she is shocked at how he can receive it without any blessing. Moreover, one can't receive revelations without blessing unless they are evil, and Devan thinks Vincent didn't tell him about that. She threatens him, saying he is acting suspiciously, and asks if he wants to go through the sacred court trial. While Vincent asks him to follow what he says, he exclaims if she finds him suspicious, then she can check him with the temple, and if he is evil, then how a priest gave him a miracle stone. She recognizes the stone and says she gave this to Dulin, and Devan tells her that he gave it to him as a gift, and she observes that he is not lying at all. She again asks him if he learned swordsmanship through revelation, and Devan replies he has learned much through revelation, but he didn't learn swordsmanship from there. He has been able to read mysterious sword movements for a while now, and he has contemplated for these past days on whether he should learn it. However, he wanted to change the situation even if it might incur suspicion from numerous people. He felt it would be cowardly to do nothing. He exclaims he felt like he had to show something, and only then can he surpass the Samian family and fulfill the long-time mission of the Adanka family. Moreover, he wanted to show he has gotten stronger with the numerous relatives they have and also with his father. He thought that the father would be able to make the right judgment, and the temple had already approved. The father's decision was left. Versa observed the patriarch rubbing his chin, which means he doesn't know this himself, but that's what he does when he is satisfied with something. And after a while, the patriarch asks him to continue to train in his martial arts. Versa warns him, saying if he uses the Hero King's swordsmanship, the Samian family will make a fuss and say that they stole it from them. But they would have nothing to say if it's the Great Demon King's swordsmanship. She asks him if his decision was made with consideration of all this, and he replies that he has already taken into consideration what needs to be considered. She then calls Vincent and says since the patriarch has given his approval, he will be taking responsibility for all of this. Therefore, he must do his best to improve and not cause any inconvenience to him. Devan thinks this is not just a simple warning, but she is confirming the patriarch's decision and also giving him her approval. Later, the patriarch starts the conversation and says he has shown great results at the Assembly of True Swords, and he has also proven the class of being an Adanka family's direct descendant. He will grant him something he desires and asks him what he wants, and Devan replies that he wants to become stronger. The patriarch asks him to say something he can do for him, and Vincent whispers in his ears that he must ask him to go into the library. When he asks for the library, the patriarch states only 3-star martial artists can enter the library, and asks him if he is able to link imagery to his heart. Devan replies he has not been able to do so, and that's why he would like to make use of this opportunity to behave like a spoiled child. The patriarch agrees and permits his entry into the lowest rank library that 3 martial artists may enter. He orders Versa to bestow the Crimson Lotus upon Vincent, and says this is the reward for keeping the promise with him. The Crimson Lotus is the sword the patriarch used when he was young, and he used it as he began to make a name in the world. Davin thinks this is an incredible sword, and it's been around for so long but it's still so sharp. Vincent is happily flying in the air, and Davin says it would be no good if he becomes this happy at only this level. He promises him that he will be accomplishing so much more in the future, and Vincent says he was disappointed because he wasn't the Spirit King, but he wonders if he would have been able to accomplish this much if he had summoned the Spirit King as he had planned. Even though he is a little reckless and old-fashioned, he feels like he can entrust his body to him, and he is about to leave when Versa calls him from behind. She exclaims that she is really proud of him since he is putting a lot of effort into planning and training, and he ought to enter the Crimson Fortress according to customs. She asks him if he has thought about how he will subdue the Crimson Demon, which is one of the few training institutes that the Adanka family possesses, and only those who complete the fortress training will be recognized as full-fledged martial artists. The requirements to enter it would be to win the Assembly of True Swords and the subjugation of the low-rank demon, Crimson Demon. He asks Vincent how he should answer this question, and he asks him to say he doesn't know about that. She then asks him if he feels pain in his body due to the strange sword movement he used earlier, and she reveals that it's not possible to take down the Crimson Demon in a single track, and he will die if he fights it in his current state. She says the Crimson Demon can't be taken down in a single strike, and Vincent wonders why she is giving advice to him. Davin says she may have taken a liking to him and asks him if he forgets his story that his enemies threw him in prison and forged history. With the lie-piercing eye and the new appointment of the Lord, she could have framed him as much as she wanted to, but she didn't. She may not like them, but at the very least she isn't hostile to them. However, he bows before her and thanks her for advice, saying he won't let her down, while she thinks that she tried to explain the trait of the Crimson Demon, but he left without asking. She smiles and thinks about his mother Sarvana, that she would be happy to see that his son took a big step forward as a martial artist. The next morning, Wilson is drying his clothes and thinks he will support the young lord to the best of his ability today. But someone hits him from behind and asks what he is doing this time. She is also a servant and asks him what he is planning to mess with the young lord, and Wilson angrily asks if she can't see him doing the laundry. He exclaims the young lord has changed, so he, the direct servant, should change as well. And when she inquires about him, he reveals that he is within the library, accessible only to the martial artists of the family. Davin is looking for something for a long time and finally shouts loudly, asking why there are no records of 500 years ago. Vincent thinks only that time period is missing, like it's been taken out intentionally, and if there was, there would be folktales about the Great Demon and the Hero King. Davin is also sure that someone either erased or changed it, and he thinks he has to increase the level of his skill swordsmanship to beat the Crimson Devil. He needs a training method before imagery theory since he can't reach imagery right now. Vincent states that the one who called Father Arslan a child, and Vincent, who uses the swordsmanship of the framed hero king, and he asks him who he is. Davin thinks if he reveals that he is the great demon Davin, he will obviously be shocked, and it would be disrespectful to Vincent, the previous owner of this body who shared the same fate. He asks him to listen to him and forbids him to get flustered, and tells him his name, but when he calls it, Vincent feels so much pain in his ears. He asks him to repeat his name, but when he does it, he again feels the blaring pain in his ears which is unbearable. Davin gets up and asks him what happened to him, and Vincent asks him not to tell his name again. Suddenly, he finds a book named First Love with a Watermill, and he wonders why a book like this is between mana training ones. Davin asks Vincent what are the chances of a romance book being mixed up here since this is a library managed by the family. But he gets shocked when he opens the book because someone kept a secret record of history in a different form, the truth of the past. Davin thinks a different approach such as this can make the enemy unsuspecting. He tells Vincent that the main character of this novel has no imagery, but they have the power of love as a trait, which means it's not a normal novel. It is said that the traits are not to be used to induce the flow of mana, but their manifestation is to be brought about by the flow. To achieve this, someone needs to throw away all imager theory, and without it, the freedom of mana makes all of these things possible. Davin exclaims the character of the novel is a person who stacked mana without imagery, and lived, and with this, they can manifest traits as well. Vincent tells him that learning a trait is dangerous, even with the help of imagery, and traders are tantamount to a martial artist's wealth, so they won't easily teach the flow to others. Davin is sure that they have found a clue about getting stronger and says they should test it immediately. When he gets out of the library, his servant is there and she asks him if this is true that he took down Ravan Adinka and awarded Crimson. Vincent tells him that she is a maid named Sari, and she left for a bit because of an emergency at her family house. Davin sees his memories and finds out that she is one of those people who gave blind affection to a loser Vincent, and she is happy for him now. She thought that he would get further neglected after the assembly, while Davin asked Vincent if he knew how to comfort a woman. However, he also bends and apologizes to her for keeping his powers as a secret, and says he is working hard to become an owner she would not be embarrassed of. Meanwhile, Ravan approaches them and says he has something to tell Vincent. They reach a room and Ravan doesn't speak for a long time, so Sari asks him if he wants to take a sandwich. But he angrily takes out his sword and says he has come there to repay him for the assembly of true swords. Davin hurriedly gets up to dodge him, but he never expected that he would attack him like this. Ravan knows skill swordsmanship now, so his last trick won't work on him, but suddenly he gets shocked when he puts down his sword. He exclaims he owes him so much because he forgave his rudeness and gave him his miracle stone, and he got his arm back, and his father became peaceful again. He has regained everything, but he is unable to give back anything, so he puts down his sword and bows before him, saying this is the best he can give him at the moment. He swears his loyalty to Vincent, and Davin thinks he wasn't a hopeless case after all. Vincent asks him if he is going to believe him since he is Ravan Adink and can't be trusted, while Davin thinks he placed his sword towards him, which is an act of giving his life to someone as a martial artist. However, Davin puts his sword on his neck and says he accepts his oath, and he will stand by his side until the moment he betrays him. Ravan recognizes his sword that it's Crimson Lotus and wonders if he has already been appointed by the Patriarch, which means he won't regret swearing his loyalty in this case. Sari is happy to see all this and thinks he has really changed, and the times when he was called a loser Vincent feels like a faraway dream. Meanwhile, Vincent appears and asks him if he should try to gain the Dwarf King's blessing traits from Ravan. On the other side, Versa tells the Patriarch that it seems that Vincent is planning to join the Crimson Fortress in the upcoming year. He asks her about the Crimson Demon Conquest, and she states that she is going to inform him about the specific features of the Crimson Demon. But he doesn't ask. It is said that the Crimson Demons can attack only with 3rd star mana or higher as they have no physical form. And the reason why the conquest is a rite of passage is to see the way in which one faces a demon and to see proof that they have above the 3rd star mana. She also informs him that Ravan Adinka has begun residing at Vincent's building for the past few days. He is training him to produce his mana in an experienced way because he asked him to teach his Dwarf King's blessing traits. He promises him to help him if the book isn't lying, and Ravan says he will have to guide the flow, and Vincent will have to mediate right beside him. Vincent says he is ready to trust him since he swore his loyalty to him, and Ravan wonders if he will be able to trust Vincent with his life if he were in that position. Once again, he felt pathetic, and it was the first time a loss had felt so good. However, to use the mana without imagery seems impossible, and who would have thought there was someone using such insane methods in the direct lineage? Meanwhile, Vincent asks Devan not to do whatever he wants and asks him to go a bit lower, while he asks him to stop lecturing him because he was the one that came up with the plan to use Ravan to earn the trait. Vincent exclaims how he can lecture him when he has kept doing whatever he wants, while Raven also asks him not to rush things since he is too spontaneous. Devan thinks this is the way he lived because he couldn't earn anything without risking his life. At times, he needs to be able to risk danger and move forward, while Vincent is trying to stop him by saying he is going to die at this rate. He is trying very hard and thinks the flow will be complete if he just connects this, while Raven shouts at him and asks him to stop since it's still too early. But he doesn't listen to them and connects the mana branches and is happy that he has done it. But suddenly something explodes there and they all fall to the ground. On the other side, the Patriarch asks Versa if there is still about half a year left until the next Crimson Fortress entry, and it should be a simple gateway for Vincent since he has already defeated martial artists of the second star. At the same time, Raven rushes toward Vincent and asks him if he is alright, and asks him why he is trying to do too much when he took a half year to do this. The Patriarch orders Versa to inform Vincent that he has to defeat the Crimson Demon within 1 month. Devan is in a bad condition, and he thought he was going to end up reincarnating all over again. After some time, Grand Chamberlain is going to inform Vincent about the message from the Lord of the House that he must finish the rite of passage within 1 month. She thinks the young lord doesn't have much time, and he needs to hurry. She opens the door of his room but is shocked to see the internal situation. Vincent and Ravan are both injured, and she furiously asks them what happened there. Vincent asks her not to worry because he is just meditating, and Seri asks him not to lie. Seri says she doesn't know about mana, but people don't end up like this after meditating. And Raelsa exclaims she can't ask further since he says not to worry. She informs him that the Lord of the House has sent him a message that he must finish the rite of passage within 1 month. Vincent tells him that Father has never placed a time limit before, which means he has expectations from him now. Riesla exclaims until a month from this day has passed, she will personally accompany him as a protector and requests that he must defeat it. Ravan thinks Vincent will take at least 2 months to get the blessing of the Dwarf King, and it will be so difficult to do the same thing in 1 month. Seri asks him not to overdo himself ever, and Devan feels she has quite a large amount of mana at this level. When she is left, Ravan tells him that 1 month is not enough and he will have to find a different way. And Devan shows him a mana circuit and asks him if this is right. They are shocked to see that he completed the flow, and he states that he forced the completion of the flow, and with its help, he will be able to quickly get to manifestation. He exclaims they won't need to wait a month, and asks them to go and surpass Father's expectations. 2 weeks later, they go to a forest where Devan starts the manifestation of traits, and he asks Ravan to step back since there might be an explosion like last time. But he refuses by saying he has to see it for himself, and they both are now getting sure of his loyalty. He starts to circulate his mana, while Vincent gets an ominous feeling. A huge man appears there and Vincent asks him if he is the Dwarf King, and laughs by saying a god like him can see him. The king bestows their blessings on him. Ravan says the first of the defense trait, body strengthening, has been achieved, and this is the step before Steelman. Devan thinks with the help of this, he can overcome the servant of the skilled swordsman, and now he has laid the foundation for the subjugation of the Crimson Demon. He thanks Ravan because all this happened because of him, and states there is another favor he wants to ask to him. 2 days later, it's time to head out for the lair of the Crimson Demon, and he apologizes to Riesla for the sudden request. She is confused because he didn't fully use the Lord's time limit, and wonders if he will be okay 2 weeks early from the time. She reveals that she has protected those taking part in this rite of passage 3 times, for the Lord, his brothers as well as the others in the history of the Adanka line. There have been none who failed to pass this trial, and Sarvana's son cannot be the first to fail the trial. Vincent asks her not to worry and promises her that nothing will happen that he needs to worry over. They start their journey and Davin thinks this is useless to see a guardian on a mission like this, and Vincent tells him that the Crimson Demon will drop loot, and she is also there to keep an eye on him. After a while, Riesla asks him if he has studied the Crimson Demon, and if he knows about the first step to subjugate the Crimson Demon. In her eyes, he hasn't reached 3 stars, and Vincent also remembers that Davin hasn't asked once about the Crimson Demon. Davin asks him not to worry and says the Crimson Demon is the very first monster he subjugated, and it's not a monster that he needs to study for. Riesla advises him not to let his guard down even with that stranger's swordsmanship. He asks her why she is trying so hard to help him, and she replies that she is the guardian and proctor of this trial. He asks her if she really tried to hide budget embezzlement, or if she gave him a weakness to grab onto on purpose. He says if she doesn't want to talk, then she can't since she didn't ask about his training. After some time, they arrive at their destination, a place called the Lair of the Crimson Demon, and there is no exact name, but it's called the Old Temple. Riesla states that the first Patriarch Arslan's memorial after taking down one of the remnants of the archdemon Davin. Davin thinks this can't be a coincidence that he is hearing about Arslan again. Raelsa takes out her sword and asks him to get ready to face the demon, and swings it into the air. She creates a mana barrier in the sky, and he thinks it's at a level that only allows one monster to pass through. Suddenly, the demon appears there, and Davin takes out his sword asking Riesla to watch his movements carefully, and report exactly what she sees. The demon is rushing towards him to attack, and Vincent asks him to use the sword path of skill swordsmanship, but he thinks he needs to increase the distance between them is advantageous for the one with a larger weapon. He rushes toward him also, blocks his sword with his sword, and pushes him back. Raelsa thinks going in close is good against a big weapon, but in his first real fight at 14 years old, she wonders how many people will be able to use this perfectly, and she thinks he is like someone who subjugated the Crimson Demon many times before. Divan thinks the trait of the Dwarf King, and it's definitely incredible, and he can move this much with an untamed body. But all of this is the foundation to find the sword path for skill swordsmanship, and when he finds a good time to increase the distance between them. The Crimson Demon is very aggressive, and Divan thinks it must have been stressed out by having to constantly defend. So, its next attack will definitely be big and will have a lot of openings. The Crimson Demon rushes to attack him, and Divan thinks it is easier to find a sword path against an opponent with a lot of openings, and he will reduce the record of skill swordsmanship with his trait. He uses the skill of sword strengthening, attacks him, and defeats him in just one attack. He then asks Riesla if she has seen his fighting, and she shockingly sees him, thinking if he really doesn't know that the Crimson Demon can't be defeated with a single attack. The reason is that the demon has 2 lives, and he again gets up to attack him from behind. She shouts from her place and asks him to dodge the attack, and Divan bends immediately to dodge the attack. He thinks this is the same as 500 years ago, and he observes that his appearance has also changed with the second life. Raelsa thinks he is a revived Crimson Demon, and its speed and strength increase more than before. Divan is just trying to defend himself since it seems dangerous. The retreat route through the wall is blocked, and the demon is attacking him at his full speed. Vincent appears there and says this is not going well, so they have to change their plans, and Divan says they have to make him let his guard down. It's thinking the same thing and is trying to corner him for an ultimate attack, and when it's fully prepared for the ultimate attack, he will carry out the plan. Riesla is watching all this and thinks she is a supervisor for the rite of passage, and her interruption will mean the young lord's failure. She doesn't want to end Lady Sarvana's son's future by helping him, and remembers the time when she helped her and took him with her. She offered her to join their group since they were on an adventure to become martial artists, and that's why she survived by stealing at the country border. It was shocking enough to come across such a monster, but she asked her to join her, and Riesla thought she was an insane woman. She introduced herself as Sarvana, and she asked Khan and Versa if they didn't have a problem joining her with them. Riesla thought she may have also lost her mind from an injury to the head during the fight, or maybe she was tired of that life of plunder, or maybe she was influenced by her boldness. However, she ended up joining them on their adventure to become Adinkal legend, and they defeated many monsters together. Sarvana always called her the best. She was strong and beautiful and had the power to make people smile in her hopeless life, and she was a ray of light for her. The day when she gave birth to Vincent and died, Riesla thought that wasn't the time to be sad, and she promised her that she would protect the child she left behind. She wanted to protect the child from the rough life of being a child of Adinka's direct lineage until he became a respectable martial artist. But she couldn't make her promise when Vincent's siblings bullied him, and his sister called him useless and asked him to speak to her formally. Riesla watched all this from behind, and she contemplated countless times for 14 years. Finally, she starts to see hope, and she wants him not to give up since he cannot stop there. After that, the Crimson Demon is about to land his final attack on him, and Divan thinks this is the time to execute his plan. Suddenly, Ravan approaches there and passes by Riesla speedily, and dodges the attack landed by the Crimson Demon. Riesla is shocked to see him there and wonders how he plans to help the young lord against the Crimson Demon. Divan exclaims he is counting on him, while Ravan asks him to stop this before he falls, and he sits down on the ground to mediate. Raelsa is shocked to see his behavior and thinks he is out of his mind that he is mediating in this situation. If Ravan gets pushed and even a little impact hits the young lord, then he will certainly die. The demon is looking at Devan while Ravan calls him and asks him to look at him since he is the one blocking him right now. He activates his trait Steelman and defends against the demon and exclaims it is weaker than he thought. But suddenly, the demon attacks him multiple times and Ravan thinks a sword can't get the Steelman's effect, and his sword starts cracking and aiming at his blade. Soon, his sword breaks and Ravan thinks he can't defend Vincent without a sword, and the demon is about to attack him when he calls Vincent for help. Suddenly, Vincent gets up and attacks him with his trait, swordsmanship, and pushes him back. He thanks Ravan for his help, and he exclaims he almost feels bad for the Crimson Demon. Raelsa comes to him and asks if this was his plan, congratulates him for winning, and says she is not sure the Lord will be okay with him getting help. Devan smiles and exclaims she is so impetuous because she created this mana barrier in such a way that only one monster could enter at a time. Since the first one died, the other one will be coming in after them, and the subjugation she just saw was for Ravan to prove his resolution. He chews the miracle stone, saying he will now prove himself and thinks even with body strengthening, he can only use skill swordsmanship twice. The reason he has to meditate is because he can't assess the miracle stone's performance. It is said that the core of the Crimson Demon opens up when it is regenerating from damage. With an opponent who has that many openings, he can find a sword path that is much easier. He swings his sword and cuts the core in just one attack while Riesla is still in a state of shock to see all this. She thinks it turns out now she has nothing to worry about and exclaims Vincent was so amazing. After that, Vincent comes to him and asks what the swordsmanship is, since his body is in a terrible state after using it a few times. Devan used trait, meditation, and miracle stone all together. Without even one of these, it wouldn't have been possible. Vincent asks him to lie down, and Riesla will take care of him. But Devan says it's like the assembly of true swords, and the real winner is the one who stands until the end. He gets up, saying he will never fall when suddenly a summoning circle appears there. Riesla is shocked because there is no record of something like this in the Rite of Passage, and a big monster named Relic Guardian appears there. The fact that a guardian this big hasn't been discovered until now means, and it's highly likely, that it was created along with the temple. She states that she is the servant of the present Adanka, Riesla Baladian, and asks him to reveal his mission to the Adanka direct lineage and show respect. But the relic is not functioning correctly because of his old age, and Riesla orders Ravan to take Vincent and back away. Ravan takes him with him, and Raelsa uses Baladian swordsmanship, 7th chapter, and defeats the relic in just one blow. They are shocked to see the level of a 7-star, but Vincent says it is not over yet. He slashes the sword in the sky, and Raelsa wonders why he did this, but soon she realizes that it is a gesture to tell her something. He tries to inform her about a guardian who is flying near them, and she finds out that the young lords are in danger. She uses the Milky Way Wanderer's blessing trait and flies through the air to attack the guardian. She cuts it into 2 parts, and they both shockingly fall to the ground. She wonders how she missed the presence of the guardian's true form, and it's probably because of how old the structure is. Moreover, how Vincent found it and warned her while he showed her the thing the guardian was protecting. They find a dragon skeleton bone in the box, and it seems like this is a relic left by the first patriarch Arslan. Vincent tells him that a dragon's bone is a super rare magic ingredient, and a priceless treasure, and Devan thinks it seems this is why Arslan made the Rite of Passage. Riesla bows before him and asks him to offer the bone, saying out of all the Adankas who have come there, he is the one to find it. Devan exclaims this king of spoil would be bestowed to the daily through the church, and she would be in trouble if someone found out, but she replies that's a matter for her to deal with. He then gets up, cuts the bone with his sword, and says he will now be an accomplice. He thanks Riesla, saying he wouldn't have been able to obtain this without her, and gives her the half portion. Later, when the patriarch is standing in the graveyard of swords, Riesla comes to him and informs him that she has come back from young Lord Vincent's completed Rite of Passage. He asks her to report this to church, but she exclaims what he saw was greater than that, so she has come there. First, she tells him about Ravan Adanka, that the young lord has influenced him and even risked his life to withstand the Crimson Demona attack, and beyond that, the young lord has succeeded in the subjugation. The Patriarch says this was too much for him alone. That's why Yus used tricks, but he gets shocked when she tells him that he has defeated another Crimson Demon after that. Moreover, he discovers a dragon's bone left by the first Patriarch Arslan and shows him that half portion Vincent shared with her. The Patriarch asks if he has done with his own, and she replies that the young lord severed it himself with his sword. He orders her to break the bone immediately, and she breaks the sword, apologizing to Adanka's ancestors, using the Northern Wind trait. But the bone doesn't break at all, and the patriarch states that she would have to be a top-class blacksmith to break a dragon's bone. But Vincent was able to do this means he has special power, and he orders Riesla to take special care of him. On the other side, Wilson goes to Vincent's room crying, but Sari asks him to leave, saying the young lord needs to rest after the subjugation. Wilson again asks him if he really has to go to the Crimson Fortress, and Sari replies he has to go since he can't let him alone. But he is scared because the Crimson Fortress is full of scary monsters and even scarier martial artists. And Sari makes his fun of saying how a backstreet gangster can be scared of monsters. Devan observes them and asks Vincent if he hasn't caught on yet the mana flowing from Sari's body. But he replies he can't feel it even though he has lived with Sari much longer than him, while Devan thinks he saw a similar flow 500 years ago. He calls Sari and asks about his last name, and she tells him that she is from the reunited Hisley family. Devan now confirms that she has a magic body, while Vincent says this is his first time hearing about this. It is revealed that the Hisley family studied mana and the body, also they were the ones who found out about the heavenly exoskeleton. The Hisleys have a skill called Magic Body, similar to Heavenly Exoskeleton, and it allows infusing one's body with mana. He tells Vincent that if the Magic Body skill remains, it can prevent the Heavenly Exoskeleton from dying out, and he asks Sari if she knows anything about the Hisley family, whether there is an elder. Sari tells him that her grandmother has passed away, and she was the only one when Hisley knew. Vincent asks him why a family with magic skills gets ruined, and Devan thinks it could be the doing of the Samian family. It would make sense if they tried to hide the existence of the heavenly exoskeleton since they have to shut the mouths of its discovered, the Hisley family. Sari remembers there was one other person, but she passed away already and reveals that the young lord's mother, Lady Sarvana, was also a Hisley. Vincent never heard about this, and she says this is probably because it is forbidden to mention Lady Sarvana since the lord always looked sad when he heard her name. Lady Sarvana hired people without discrimination, even from ruined families, and they are here because of Lady Sarvana. Moreover, the Grand Chamberlain was at rock bottom until Lady Sarvana personally brought her into the Adenka household. Devan now gets that Riesla looks after him because of his mother. At the same time, Raisels knocks at his door and enters the room, and informs him that Lord Ravan is leaving. He comes outside and asks him why he is leaving, and he states they got the Crimson Demon, and he can't stay here forever. Vincent asks him to do a favor for him and asks him to look into the Hisley family's history from 100 years ago, and says it seems to have been manipulated by someone. But maybe the collateral lines weren't touched. They shake their hands, and Ravan says he will be stronger next time because he doesn't want to embarrass him and pays him goodbye. After that, he asks Riesla if her kindness toward him is a way to repay her debt to his mother, and he has a favor to ask not as Sarvana's son but as Vincent Adenka. He asks her to train him until he goes to the Crimson Fortress, and he asks this not as his mother's son but as a martial artist. Riesla thinks that her loyalty towards Lady Sarvana can be dedicated to young Lord Vincent now, and she agrees by saying she will not be soft on him. The next morning, they both reach the training ground, and Riesla tells him that he can learn a trait without imagery. But for that, he needs a mana circuit with a trait. Vincent asks her if she is not going to use the blade from the rite of passage, and she replies that he will face the blade moon when he gets worthy of it. He has 5 months until going to the Crimson Fortress, and if he wounds her even once, she will give out the trait. He asks him to try and cut her with his strange sword paths, but he tries to stop her, asking if she hasn't seen Raven and what a permanent injury can cause. But Riesla comes forward and asks him if she looks like Ravan to him, and he tries to attack her, but she dodges him instantly. She exclaims she knows the power of that sword path well, and that is why she is planning not to give him a chance to use it. Devan observes that fighting her can be extremely dangerous, and she says he is a friend of Priest Dullen so they will get his help in case of any injury. 1 week later, they are still practicing, and Raelsa tells him that his preparation is too slow, but he tries to use 2 swordsmanship attacks but collapses. Riesla says using this would be overdoing himself, so they will stop there, while this was also rough for him. She exclaims he is getting a lot better and she will call Sari and Wilson for his help, and she observes her sword is about to break again. She has changed many swords in the past few days and thinks she should complain to the blacksmith about this. After that, she goes to him and says it looks like the title of the master is not the only thing he has lost since they last met, and it would be a tragedy if he supplies trash to the Adenka family. She shows him the blades she used in the past week, and she only used them to spar, and they can't have him supplying flimsy blades like these. The blacksmith is surprised and asks if she has fought against a monster with sharp teeth or a 9-star or above martial artist. He again asks her if she has clashed the blade against a great sword, and Raelsa says she hasn't done any of this, and she doesn't know if he considers it a great sword, but she sparred with young Lord Vincent's Crimson Lotus. The blacksmith is shocked to hear this and asks why Vincent has the Crimson Lotus. After some time, Riesla calls Vincent late at night and apologizes to him for the late hour call because the blacksmith was being stubborn in wanting to see the Crimson Lotus. Devan gets shocked to hear that he was the one who made the sword, and Vincent tells him that his name is Blacksmith Hansen. He exclaims he is a dwarf who can even con if he so desires, and Vincent also tells him that he is a famous blacksmith, and father's longtime friend, and a former master associated with the Adinka family. Davin asks him if former master means he is not anymore, and he reveals that decades ago, he stopped making great swords and focused on good quality inventions. He was looked down upon by the forges for being obsessed with money and lost his honor and place in Adinka as a result. Davin greets him respectfully, and Hasten gets happy about this and says this boy truly knows how to clown people. Moreover, he made the correct decision in his path, and Hansen was shocked because the Patriarch once told the same lines. The Patriarch met him at that time and said he would ridiculed by many, but still, he believed that his decision was correct. He thinks this thing runs in the family and exclaims that he always thought he was the ugly Vincent, but he guesses those were false rumors about him, and he takes them as a compliment. Hansen asks him to show the Crimson Lotus, and he has to check its condition and observe him thoroughly. He asks him if he took down the Crimson Demon and spared with Sarvana's Klinger using this, but he is shocked because the blade is not damaged at all. It looks like he cut with his own strength instead of the blades, and he asks Vincent to show the type of swordsmanship he uses. Vincent comes forward and asks Davin not to show him since he has already used both charges of skill swordsmanship today. And Hansen also asks him why he is hesitating and asks him to show his skill. Davin thinks he can't get to meet a master every day, but Sari appears there and shouts at him, asking why he is making a ruckus at bedtime. Davin asks Riesla if they know each other, and she reveals that Hansen donated to kids living in poverty, and Sari was among them. The two are basically father and daughter, and she is getting angry at him because he has come and caused a scene at her job. Hansen asks her if it is okay for him to come tomorrow, and Davin assures him that he will visit the forges tomorrow with Sari. After that, he leaves by promising to bring Sari along with him, and Davin thinks this man is the place where Sari's warm heart comes from. The next morning, they go to his shop, and Devan shows him his swordsmanship skill. Hansen thinks he has a strange technique, and it looks like the Hero King and the Great Demon passed down in legends. Moreover, he observes the Patriarch hasn't given him the Crimson Lotus for nothing, and Davin asks him if this is enough for him. Hansen exclaims he got some of his interest, almost enough for him to want to make him a sword. But there is one thing missing, and he states that there is one sword he has envisioned for a long time, but it needs a rare ingredient. It's something precious that no one can't buy, no matter how much money they have, and is called a mastodon horn. The next day, Devan brings the skeleton bone to him and asks if he can make the sword with this, and Hansen is shocked to see the mastodon horn. Vincent asks him to be quiet since it's an item only father and Riesla know about, and Hansen thinks he is destined to meet them. Devan asks him if it is possible to add the horn to the Crimson Lotus instead of making a completely new sword. He exclaims the blade symbolizes the beginning of his father's career, and the Crimson Lotus is already incredible, and he likes it very much. Hansen agrees and asks him to return in 3 weeks, and he will add the horn to the Crimson Lotus. 3 weeks later, when they came to take the sword, they were shocked to see Hansen's workshop was on fire. He thinks the fact the Sari is so shocked means something highly unusual has happened at the blacksmith, and says they must rescue Master Hansen. Vincent forbids him not to jump into the fire because his precious body will get hurt. He thinks his blade's attack will slice through anything, and he will slice through the door and fire and get inside quickly. Soon, he jumps into the workshop, and Vincent shows him the way to Hansen, who is unconscious. Devan goes to him and asks him to get a hold of himself, but Vincent says they are too late, and he is entirely unconscious. Suddenly, they observe mana flooding out of a sword, and Devan observes that it is Crimson Lotus. Devan thinks the dragon skeleton was probably much stronger than Hansen expected, but Hansen should be their first priority to take him out. He gives him support and gets out of the workshop, but he is shocked to see exit has been blocked. If they don't do anything, they will be engulfed by the flames, and Vincent asks him if he knows any defensive technique. Vincent knows it's the dragon skeleton, but it won't be able to maintain these flames forever, and Devan says he knows a blade technique solely intended for defense. He recalls that he is Vincent Adinka as well as Davin Samian, and uses the skill of Samian swordsmanship chapter 1. The soft blade breaks the steel, and his mana quality depends on his will and strikes the flow of the flames approaching him. Vincent is shocked to see his Samian swordsmanship and wonders who this old man really is, and soon the fire goes on, and they survive. After some time, Hansen gets into consciousness, and he first asks him how he can use the Samian swordsmanship. But Devan changed the topic and asked him to take a rest, and he was not using Samian swordsmanship, and Hansen thinks he must be dreaming since this is impossible. However, the sword is complete, and Hansen tells him that he has never hammered a dragon skeleton before. That's why he didn't know that the mana would flood out of nowhere and spit out flames. Devan grabs the sword, and it's as if the blade is resonating with him, and he thanks Hansen for his incredible doing. Vincent thinks something must be off because if this was all assigned by Patriarch Arslan, he should have known that the dragon skeleton would behave like this, and if he were Arslan, he would have left a warning with it. He asks Hansen if he can forge a sword, and he is surprised that he demands a new sword already and asks him if he doesn't like this sword. Devan exclaims he has done one already, so he is confident that the next one will be even better. He replies it will take some time, and he must clean up this whole mess. Moreover, he is entirely out of dragon skeletons, and he will not be alive the next time he sees that many dragon skeletons. The next morning, Riesla comes with the remaining part of the skeleton and asks him to make a sword for Vincent, and he is really shocked to see another one. She also asks him to be quiet since the family head knows about this item. He appreciates her loyalty to Sarvana that she is ready to offer a dragon skeleton, and she says this is solely for the young master. He is not sure how long it will take, but he will forge the most perfect dragon skeleton sword. On her way back, Riesla thinks she has given up halfway, but she is really impressed to see how mature Vincent has become. Meanwhile, Vincent comes to her and apologizes to her for taking back the skeleton bone, and she says she already received complete payment for the dragon skeleton 14 years ago. He was born and is now proving his excellence as a martial artist, and there is no greater reward than this for her. Devan takes out his sword and says he will defeat her today since he thought this on the day he defeated Crimson Demon. Riesla exclaims she told him time and time again that she wouldn't go easy on him. After some time, Devan is losing to her, and she attacks him again and again and asks how he is going to defeat her when he is still not anywhere close to winning. She attacks him, but he dodges her with his sword, and she is shocked at how he blocks it when she uses the mana equivalent of 4 stars. Meanwhile, Devan thinks both of his sword and the young master's sword are undamaged, but usually, using this much mana would break the blade. It's completely different from the flow and force he has been using so far, and she wonders what power the Crimson Lotus possesses now. This sword will not break, thanks to the Dwarf King's trait, the Crimson Lotus absorbs all shock. And this is the new trait of this sword to absorb the traits of its users. Riesla also exclaims that the Crimson Lotus has been strengthened, so she will try to be more enough in her next attack. Suddenly, she disappears in front of him and appears from behind. Her speed is so fast that Devan is unable to catch her. He then closes his eyes and tries to sense the mana she has been using to mobilize. After a while, when she comes to attack him, Vincent grabs his sword in his hand, and she is shocked at how he can drip it with his bare hands and is able to detect his movement within a month. After that, he used the technique of double sword strike, chapter 1, and attacked her with his full might. Riesla thinks he used all of his strikes, but this is unexpected that she lost her sword. Devan throws her sword towards him and says he doesn't want to win through a cheap victory from someone who has lost their sword. Riesla says it was quite an act of arrogance because not all martial artists and monsters will go easy on him as she has. Opponents who are stronger than him will completely disregard his condition and bear no sympathy toward him, and she uses another trait to attack him. She instructs him to counter this and jumps upon him to attack, but Riesla feels dizzy and is about to fall when Vincent supports her. He exclaims that he has wounded her, and there are about 4 months left before going into the Crimson Fortress, and he could slice through the mana around her. Riesla is shocked to see that he sliced through the mana to block her trait and exclaims he always surpasses her expectations. Devan asks her if he can receive what he was promised, and she will tell him about her blessing, the flow of mana from the galaxy wandered. 2 days later, Devan is able to learn her trait and says when he lets the mana flow through that path, it will start to manifest. Meanwhile, Vincent hopes that it won't pierce through the roof with that size of mana, and after a while, he can see a soul near him. On the other side, at the Crimson Fortress, Vargan, the Dean, asks the headmaster, Herka Quebel, why she hasn't touched any of the documents or if she has spaced out again. She doesn't want to do this because she is a martial artist, and it is a waste of talent for him to hold a pen like this. Vargan asks her to stop the nonsense and check the next set of entrants coming in, and she is surprised to see the name Vincent Adenka and asks him if he is from the main family. She exclaims someone bothersome is coming in again and calls him the loser's seventh son, Vincent. And Vargan thinks if he is a loser like the rumors say he is, and will be soiling the Crimson Fortress's name. Before he can enroll, they must nip the bud before it sprouts. On the other step, the wanderer who appears near Vincent gives her blessing to Devan, and they cannot see anything. It is said that the Galactic Wanderer's blessing trade only consists of one step, and it feels so much cold. After some time, she has gone, and Riesla says he will not leave a trace, even upon the frosty snow called Frost Walk. Later, Vincent informs him that the Crimson Fortress is more of a fortress than a training academy, and is located in the mountains on the border of Samian. In the past, when followers of the Archdemon invaded Samian, Arslan, as well as other Herpes of this era, fended them off. That's when they look at the role of leading the training academy, and Devan is sure that they will find the will of Arslan there. Vincent says there is a legend of another treasure called the Heavenly Fruit. It is said to be more powerful than any medicine in the world, and there are rumors that it could revive the dead. There's the Heavenly Fruit Tree, which bears fruit, and there is even nonsense going around about the Crimson Fortress being a pot to hold the Heavenly Fruit Tree. He wouldn't have believed any legends like this in the past, and they wonder if their next objective will be the Heavenly Fruit. Once they enroll, they will only have 9 years left, and Devan says they have been overdoing themselves so that it can be even less. Vincent says they will discover the secrets of the Heavenly Fruit and get it in their hands. According to Devan's information, they have to fend for themselves without the financial support of their family at the Crimson Fortress. Vincent thinks it's to prevent any unlawfulness with money since other families and their collateral descendants will be gathering as well. Devan asks him where they will get the money, and Vincent reveals that he has invested in a place called the Sixth Magic Tower. If the Adanka and Samian families are renowned for their swordsmanship, then the Sixth Magic Tower is renowned for its elite magic courses, and he can sponsor the mage's research and get his contribution back in money. He tells Devan that the mage he has invested in is Varnelli, and she has just become the co-owner of the tower. The only problem is that their investment will turn into a piece of trash when the co-owner dies. On the other side, Varnelli refuses to work with someone, and he kills her on the spot. The next morning, they see her death news in the newspaper, and Vincent is shocked because his investment has been ruined. He is crying over his money, while Devan says they should be paying his respects to the dead first. But he is not in a place to pay his respects, and they are going to be starving in the fortress. Devan also reads about her will, which states she will leave all her possessions and research to her only younger sibling, Vargan Pagoda. On the other side, he is thinking about Varnelli that they were both born in the Pagoda family, but he never even reached the tip of her genius potential. Meanwhile, Devan says they should look into this Vargan person first. The remaining time is 4 months. They must gather as much information and strengthen themselves as much as possible until then. 4 months later, on the mountains of the Crimson Fortress, they are on their way toward it, and Raelsa tells him that he must walk from there due to security reasons. She asks him to follow a path, and then the headmaster of the Crimson Fortress will come out to guide him. Devan pays his gratitude to her and thanks her for everything, and he is sure that his mother would think the same. On the other side, Vargan informs the headmaster and tells her that young Lord Vincent will arrive soon, but she is getting annoying, and it's not her style to be formal and guide people. Suddenly, the headmaster speaks through the stone and says it's her duty, and recently, there have been monsters invading the local residences in the surrounding area. She gets up and says it is her duty as the headmaster to defend the residents in the fortress. But the stone asks her to send some reinforcement there since it's a weak monster, but she leaves, asking Vargan to bring the direct descendant of Adanka to him. A guard asks him what they should do about young Master Vincent, and he states he will go instead of that dunce. He sees him through the telescope and is surprised to see the Grand Chamberlain with him. He thinks Vincent is so useless to the point that he needs someone so powerful to guard him, and he asks the guard about the examination. They will proceed like last year, and he will be personally testing him and thinks he will be going to weed him out before he has a chance to enroll. The first exam, Subjugation of the Illusory Monster, will now begin. At the same time, they are walking through the snow mountains, and Wilson shows them the building of the Crimson Fortress. Suddenly, they hear a voice approaching them, and Devan thinks the examination has already started. He thinks this is the time to see the results of his training with Riesla these past 4 months. The monster appears there, and it is said to be the strongest predator in the snowy mountain region, the Blue Eyes White Tiger. Wilson and Siri are scared to see it, and he asks them to run as hard as they can toward the Crimson Fortress without looking back when he is out of sight. He runs toward the other side, asks the monster to come toward him, and thinks if it's the Blue Eyes White Tiger that he knows of, it will reach the faster moving object. Soon, he gets attention, and the monster rushes toward him, but something doesn't feel quite right. Although it looks like a blue-eyes white tiger, it doesn't seem like one, and it doesn't feel like a monster that's alive. However, it won't change the fact that he will defeat it, and there is another monster rushes toward him, and he uses his trait, body strengthening, to dodge their attack. Vincent asks him to see toward a hill where a large number of monsters are looking toward him. There are 18 in total, and it will be impossible to defeat them all with only 2 strikes of absolute sword slash. Devan thinks there is something strange about this since blue-eyes white tigers don't travel in packs, and they are the strongest predators, so there is no need for them to do so, and although they are carnivores, they bear no scent of blood. Vincent also thinks they can be illusions formed with magic, and Vargan, who is watching him, is surprised to see how he can observe them since this is a high-rank illusory monster summoning magic. There is barely a difference between the actual tigers and these illusions, and they are even more intelligent since a human controls them. At the same time, Devan says they can wait there, and if they are using precise magic of this rank, then they will run out of mana soon. But Vincent says they are probably using an assembly element. It's a method for using multiple spells of the same type at once. Instead of using numerous spells, they designate one as its assembly element, and they branch out of the spell by copying and pasting. It's a lot more effective and reduces additional mana usage. Devan says if he finds the designated one, everything else will disappear, and he can find it because a human controls it. In such instances, a real monster would be on the front lines, and if it is a human, it will try and protect the assembly element. Soon, he finds out that the assembly element is the one that's on top of the cliff and doesn't move. He uses Galactic Wander's blessing trait and jumps up on the real tiger to kill him on the spot. Vargan wonders if he is using the Frost Walk, Rails's trait, and is shocked at him how he can use this. He arrived at the assembly element within an instant, and he was sure that he was the real tiger. Vargan shouts from his place that he won't be dumbfounded, gives him an opening, and commands other tigers to attack him. His Crimson Lotus, which has been strengthened with the dragon skeleton, absorbs his mana's properties and absolute sword slash with the Galactic Wanderer's blessing trait. He sliced through the illusion tigers and reached the assembly element quickly. Vargan is shocked that he didn't strike down the illusion, but he disconnected the actual mana circuit, forming the magic. He observes Vincent deeply understands magic, and wonders what kind of person this kid is. Meanwhile, Devan wonders if the examiners at the Crimson Fortress are satisfied with him, and a guard asks Vargan how they should process the results of this examination. He asks him if he hasn't seen for himself that his magic was completely obliterated and orders him to open the gates, and they will greet the young master. The fortress is usually a central gathering place for martial artists, and it is common to find a mage of this level. However, when he reaches at the gate, Wilson and Sari are waiting for him on the gate, and Vernella's younger brother and the mage who takes care of all the essential business at the fortress, Vargan, welcomes him warmly. He permits his entrance to the Crimson Fortress, and Davin asks him if he is Vargan and exchanges some courtesy words with him. Vincent exclaims they cannot bring the family's funds into the fortress, but there is a sponsorship system, and a talented cadet may get a sponsor within the fortress. Now, they will be going to score as many points as this person and get back all the money they invested in the Magic Tower. 26. There are quite a few people, their instructors, teachers, disciple military, and children from various families living there. If they include their servants, the numbers are even larger, and Vargan tells him that he will be sharing a dormitory with others and it may not be comfortable for him. When he begins living there, he will become a cadet in the fortress and lose any other status he has. Vincent thinks he will only be treated like a young master for this carriage ride, and Sari is also excited to see the students wearing uniforms. She exclaims he will also wear that uniform and will look so cool, and Vargan informs him that his uniform will be given to him tomorrow. Vincent asks him which rank he is in currently, and he reveals that all cadets start out at rank 9 and take the advancement examinations semi-annually. The ranks are from 9 to 1, but if he manages to pass the advancement examination after rank 1, he will be considered a breakthrough martial artist and graduate from the fortress with the acknowledgement that he has become a true martial artist. Vincent thinks it will take 4.5 years at the shortest to graduate, and he must find the heavenly fruit before that to prevent dying. And Vargan asks him if he targeted the blue-eyes white tiger that was the center of his magic. When Vincent clarifies him that, he is surprised and asks him how he knows about magic when he comes from a family of martial artists. Julian, the real Vincent, says when he was awful at martial arts, he dabbled in everything else possible, and Vincent tells him that knowledge is power and he doesn't believe there is a point in differentiating things like that. Vargan is surprised at his confidence and talent and wonders how such a child got nicknamed a good for nothing, and he sure is intriguing. Suddenly, Vincent asks him how he can get the heavenly fruit, and Vargan is shocked at his sudden question. He thinks a child will always be a child because he believes in such a legend, and he tells him that no one knows about it because it is said that the heavenly fruit will pick its owner. Julian observes that the dean also considers it a mere legend, and gaining information seems difficult for them. However, soon they reach the dormitory building, and Vargan tells him that it is the dormitory for rank 9. His servants will reside on the first floor, and he will be residing on the 3rd floor in Residence Hall 5. He gives him a sun badge that indicates that he is a rank 9 cadet, and also tells him about the greeting of the Crimson Fortress. He has to say humble respect to absolute glory whenever he sees someone, and Vincent warmly greets him. After a while, he reaches Residence Hall 5, and there are many cadets also present there and are staring at him. He wonders and asks Julian if he has done something wrong, and a cadet appears there and asks him if he is good for nothing Vincent. He is a rank 9 cadet and representative direct descendant of Aden's 6th son, Malone Adenka, and Julian tells him that he is his elder brother. Moreover, he is one of those who bullied him the most and even forced him to eat garbage. Vincent sees a memory and thinks it isn't just his imagination, but it is real, and Malone bullies the weak with his strength on a daily basis. His action seems to be continuing there as well, and he is soiling the honor of Adenka, so it will be okay if he scolds him a bit. Vincent grabs his hand and says he is so happy to see him since he never thought he would be able to see his brother, and Malone pulls his hand and says they are not close enough to talk like this. He makes fun, saying it's been a long time since he left the direct house, but he is still at rank 9, and Malone angrily calls a cadet named Sizen. When he comes forward, he slaps his face forcefully and asks him how he is educating the newbies and how he can behave like this toward his representative. He asks him to beat Vincent the next time he tries to climb up, and Vincent thinks he is worse than he expected. Vincent can feel the reflection of Kajin in him and turns toward him and punches him with full might. Everyone is shocked to see his action, and Malone furiously rushes toward him to attack. And Vincent thinks there is something he learned in this era that they don't deem martial art dispositions to be necessary. He dodges his attack, punches him back, and makes him fall to the ground. He then calls everyone and says the only fear they are allowed as martial artists is respect, so they have to overcome their fears, and this is the only way they will step foot as martial artists. Meanwhile, Malone gets up angrily and tries to attack him from behind, saying he dares to challenge him in this residence hall. But Vincent moves swiftly and dodges his attack while Julian comes to him and says if they are lucky, then they can turn it into an opportunity. On the other side, at a village near the Fortress Ila, the villagers thank the headmaster because they can rest easy at night because of her. An old man offers her a drink today, but she refuses by saying she is not supposed to drink on duty. But it would be rude to refuse his courtesy, and she gets shocked when Vargan reaches there and says he also wants a drink because his superior keeps stressing him out. After some time, he tells her the whole story about Vincent, that he only struck down the assembly element. He asks her if she has no idea what he is talking about, and she says that she doesn't know this because she is not a mage. He exclaims that Vincent knew about and demolished something even a 7-star martial artist like he hasn't heard of and asks her to realize how incredible he is. She asks him if other direct descendants demolish the snowy mountain and think Vargan is excited to find someone as cowardly as him. After a while, the stone appears there, and it asks them if they can return to the fortress because rank 9 Malone and Vincent have requested a mediator's presence during their spar. After some time, he returns to the fortress, and a teacher informs him that it was a spar between 2 direct descendants. She obliged Cadet Vincent's request. She is rank 9 dormitory instructor Brond, and he asks her to report everything related to Cadet Vincent. He then turns toward them and says they have caused a disturbance in the residence hall and should be subject to discipline, and they will overlook it since they have received a report from Cadet Vincent. With his authority as dean, he permits the spar between these 2 cadets, and Malone is shocked to see the Crimson Lotus with Vincent. He asks him if he will imitate his father with a replica, and he can bet his right wrist that the sword is fake. Vincent smiles and says he should honor those words later, and Malone promises him that he will make him surrender soon. He uses the Daughter of Fear's blessing trait, and it's a trait that fills their opponent with fear. But Vincent is fine because of his spirit since a swordsman must not fear another. Julian is surprised to see his reaction and asks him if it is possible to ignore a trait with his soul, while Vincent exclaims this is a matter of his mental state and resolve. Milone is shocked at why he is unaffected, and other cadets start whispering about his power, and he angrily exclaims that he must have played some trick. He takes out his sword and says he will crush him with his sword and mana, but Vincent disappears before him. He then appears from behind, kicks him, and makes him fall to a distance. He then swifts his blade, harnessing Frost Walk and force increasing using body strengthening. Milone has been defeated badly, and everyone knows he is trash. And despite all that, the reason he can keep his position as the cadet representative is due to his overwhelming power compared to the other rank 9. However, Vincent is threatening his position right now, and a cadet named Selbera appears there and asks why everyone is there. She is shocked to see Milone on the ground and that the dean is also there. Saizen tells her that Vincent, who just enrolled, is really incredible, and he said the only fear they are allowed as a martial artist is respect. She wonders if she can become like him, but Selbera says the fight is not over yet because Milone's coercion is a trait he obtained separately, but his blessing is separate. At the same time, Julian appreciates him and asks him to pummel him completely, while Vincent thinks this is strange. He made his drop his sword, but the dean hadn't announced the victor yet, and Milone got up as one of the greatest gods that has the power to control electricity, the blessing of the cerebral giant. Vincent is shocked to see him since he doesn't know about his blessing and is trying to dodge his attack. His arm burns away in order to dodge his attack, and Milone laughs and asks him if he likes his trait. Julian is also shocked because his only trait was the daughter of fear's coercion, and he was bullied since he was little for all those years, so there is no way he wouldn't know about this. Milone exclaims this is something he doesn't know, although he was born with it, and he only masters it after coming to the fortress. Vincent asks him how many times he has hidden it, and he exclaims it is not like he tries to hide it or anything, but it is just annoying for him. Even with his coercion trait, kids of his age could not defeat him, and he doesn't believe it's necessary to go through the painful and hard training. Once he comes of age, the fortress will have no choice but to let him graduate as he is a direct descendant. Unlike other people, he doesn't feel the need to work like some dog, but Vincent shouts at him and asks him to stop saying stupid things. He exclaims that his precious powers of his something one world their entire life towards and never achieves, and not only, he disregards the responsibility that comes with that power, but he is also disregarding others' efforts and trampling on them. He asks him if he knows everything about the reputation of the name of Adanka family, but Milone makes fun and says he is chatty when his right arm is completely charred, and he should be saying all of this crap if he beats him. He then attacks Vincent and rushes toward him, and asks him to remember that he has bet his wrist that the Crimson Lotus is fake, and he will take his right wrist just as he has said. While he thinks out of the 2 strikes, he already used one on the illusory monster, and he will finish this with the Dwarf King's absolute sword slash. Milone exclaims he will not let this happen, and he emits out of his mana and is out of his control. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, and many stones rush towards Sari, who stands on a side. But before they can hit her, Brogan reaches there and creates a mana barrier to save her. He asks her if she is alright, and he orders Braun to evacuate all cadets. He tells Sari that he will teleport her with his magic to somewhere safe, but he also gets surprised to see her body is full of mana. Meanwhile, Milone laughs loudly and asks him to come to him, calling him a coward. Vincent thinks it's a powerful trait, but it has a lot of openings, and he needs to find an opening and get to the center right away with Frost's Walk. He tries to follow the trait but falls on the ground because it's too much for him to maintain it for as long as Railsa, and one large leap will be his limit. Brogan thinks this is his mistake since they are immature, but they are direct descendants of the Adanka, and he should have done this from the start, and he creates a mana barrier around them. Vincent thinks there is much less space for him to escape his attacks, and Milone exclaims the dead is also on his side. Vincent thinks it's difficult to use absolute sword slash right now, and he has already burst through his body strengthening, and he is already at his limit with Frost's Walk. Suddenly, Julian appears there and says they can slash something else with an absolute sword slash, and Milone rushes toward him to attack. However, Vincent trusts Julian's strategy and jumps simultaneously when Milone lands an attack on him. With that leap, his Frost Walk has been completely spent, and Milone gathers some energy saying he will dig his grave there, which is perfectly suitable for a pest like him. Meanwhile, Vincent thinks he fell for his prey and cuts through the barrier. Suddenly, a huge amount of mana gathers and falls upon him, seriously injuring him. Vincent stands on his chest and says the vow of a martial artist is heavier than anything else, and with the sword bestowed on him by their father, he will defend his honor. Moreover, a little brother cannot turn his older brother into a liar, so he swings his sword in the air and cuts his right arm. Meanwhile, Vorgan is shocked because the mana barrier he created was of a completely different class than something an ordinary martial artist could create. It was created through layers of countless spells and was an enclosed space completely sealed off from the outside world. But with only one slash of his sword, he cuts through his arm. He then asks them to stop and announces Vincent as the victor, and he asks him why he didn't stop him. Vorgan exclaims he said it himself during the spar, so it couldn't be helped. In the meantime, Wilson brings a priest from the Crimson Fortress dispatch 5th class, Shevin using his badge, and asks him who carries around a 2nd class priest token. He is then shocked to see Malone on the ground and asks Vincent if he has defeated him. But before that, he has to answer about how he is in possession of something as precious as this. Vincent says he heard it was a token that allowed him to receive the same treatment as its original owner. And Shevin realizes that a lowly 5th class priest like himself cannot be asking such questions. He then asks him to treat Malone's wound, and he shouts from his place that it was all his plan, including treating his wound as well. Vincent laughs and says he bet his right hand in an official spar, so he fixed that hand of his, and it will be enough to destroy his honor. Malone is furious because he wants him to choose between his honor and his right hand, while Julian is very happy to see all this. Soon, the instructor and other cadets appear there, and they are also shocked to see that Vincent has won. Vincent asks him to make his choice and says if there's a godly miracle, they will not be able to reattach an arm once it's dried up. Soon, he puts his honor aside and asks him to fix his arm, and Julian asks Vincent to ask him to say it loud enough so that other cadets can hear him. Malone shouts and asks him not to pretend he doesn't hear him and to fix his arm since he has no honor. Vincent requests the priest to treat his brother, and he asks him not to overdo it and avoid any strenuous exercise since this treatment isn't all might. Caesar is also surprised to see him defeated, and she asks Vincent if she can become like him. Vincent says if she can overcome her fear, he is sure she can achieve much more than her current potential, while Malone asks him not to get so high and mighty just because he won once. He is sure that the king of this place is him, and he picks up a rock, thinking he can incorporate cerebral energy into it, and slams his head. But Vorgan appears there and says the only reason he is ignoring his training is just that his hand must be fully recovered and be able to hold a sword on that day in a month's time. He already has his hands full thanks to a superior who doesn't fulfill her duties and warns Malane not to dare to trouble him anymore. 1 week later, Julian is instructing him to keep his one hand on the sword and the opposite hand on his chest. This is the way to convey his condolences in this era. He then goes to Vorgan's room for the condolence of his sister, and he says he is about 4 months late, which is uncomfortable for him. Moreover, he will return to being the direct descendant's 7th son. But he is just a dean who used to be a lowly mercenary, so their relationship is quite awkward. He also asks him if he investigated him before coming there and knew about him and his sister and approached him intentionally. He rudely asks him what his objective is, and Vincent tells him the truth that he invested in his sister, Varnelli Pagoda. Vorgan asks him if he wants him, the inheritor, to pay him back for the investment, and Vincent says he wants money at the start. But after he also invested in him and heard the full story, that made him re-examine himself. A talentless child who was suppressed by his background, and when he heard that story, he just wanted to speak with him. Vorgan says he also knows about his situation, but he doesn't think he will hear what he wants from him. Vorgan reveals he ran away from his family and the magic tower belonging to the Samian family that deserted him and made him live as a mercenary. After a long time being a mercenary, he now works there on the front lines of Adinka, and unlike him, he has no lingering attachments to his sister or his family. Vincent asks him why he hasn't forsaken the pagoda name, and this question surprises him. On the other side, Malone is in his room, and unlike before, the students are not afraid of him, which makes him furious. He promises himself that he will kill Vincent one day, and a black soul appears in front of him and asks if he needs its help to kill him. At the same time, Vorgan thinks the pagodas are a renowned family that has been leading the magic tower for generations, and if he lived as a mercenary, that type of background would have gotten in his way. But Vorgan gets angry at him and says he is just a student who doesn't even have any stars and asks him why he talks like he knows anything. He doesn't know what he had to endure or how he felt leaving the magic tower. He shouts if Samian and Adinka's families were to go to war, he would destroy the magic tower that ruined his life first. Vincent exclaims he already knows about this and he was the same, but what he wished for in the end was not revenge, but acceptance and love. The reason he hasn't forsaken the name Pagoda is that he still has lingering attachments to his family. Vorgan sits sadly and tells him that his sister is talented and bright, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he endured all of the bullying out of pure respect and admiration for her. But at the same time, her brightness caused him even more misery, and he couldn't stand the pressure and the abuse, so he ran away, forsaking his family. He thought he saw right through Vincent, but it was really the other way around. And Vincent advises him to be honest since human emotions are not always so simple. Vargan never thought he would get advice from him and gets up, saying it was great condolence. And though his sister is dead, he can finally be honest with himself. Moreover, if he invested in the magic tower, he is sure it wouldn't chump change, and Vincent is happy that he can become his sponsor, and he won't have to worry about his living expenses at the fortress. When he comes back, Julian exclaims he really have a way with words because Ravan, Riesla, Master Hansen, and now Dean Vargan, they all fell for it. Vincent asks him why he is treating him like a con man, because what he told them was completely genuine and heartfelt. Meanwhile, Sizen and Selbera appear there and say he is incredible to have scored a sponsorship from the Dean. Selbera introduces herself as the rank 9 secondary cadet representative, and since the girls used the second floor, so they never had the opportunity to meet. Vincent shakes hands with her and says this is the first time he hears about a secondary cadet representative, and she asks him if he thinks his brother fulfilled his duties properly because she is responsible for reporting to the instructors. Vincent feels the same sensation as his mother trait from her, and her trait is discernment, and she can check the opponent's power and hidden potential. She wants to see how he took down Malone, and she is surprised to see that he doesn't have imagery, and his crimson color means that it isn't possible to evaluate his hidden potential. Vincent pulls his hand and says he doesn't appreciate her way of greeting him with her trait, and she is surprised at how he knows since it's the first time. Even the instructors can't sense it. However, they ask him what he is doing there since it's forbidden for a cadet to roam around alone at night because it will be dangerous for him to get lost in the cold. Selbera tries to scare him, saying he can run into Davin's evil spirit, and he hurriedly asks her to tell him everything about Davin in detail. They are surprised by his reaction, and Sizen asks him if he knows about the Archdemon from 500 years ago. She reveals that after Archdemon Davin lost to the Hero King, his spirit was scattered worldwide. However, remnants remain left over that form contracts with martial artists and give them enormous strength. They give them enough strength to accomplish their objectives using their lives as collateral. Vincent is surprised to hear that Archdemon Davin actually existed, and that it was all a legend to frame him for everything. Selbera states from time to time that there are contractors that are reported, but she doesn't really believe in that stuff, and Vincent also thinks there is no way such a thing exists in the world. On the other side, Malone faces an evil spirit, and it asks him to form a contract with him, and then it will let him accomplish whatever he wants. Malone asks him if it is the evil spirit of Davin, but the spirit asks him if it is really important for him right now. The important thing is that he can help him accomplish his objective and also call him the king of the place, and it can help him to reclaim his throne. At the same time, Vincent and Sizen enter the dormitory, and everyone is sleeping, and Sizen takes her leave, saying she is on night watch duty, so she will be leaving right away. Soon, he observes that Malone is not present on his bed while Sizen is doing her duty outside the dormitory, and the night seems very scary. After a while, she feels someone's presence there and asks loudly about who there is, and the evil spirit appears there and says he tried to aim for her throat, but he missed. Sizen is shocked to see that the spirit is actually Malone, and he furiously asks him about Vincent where he is. Sizen guesses from his appearance that he formed a contract with an evil spirit and takes out her sword to aim at him while he is just laughing at her. Sizen shouts that she is no longer scared of him, but he grabs her neck and says if she aims his sword at the king, then she will be executed. He is about to stab his sword into her when Instructor Brond appears there and saves her by pushing Malone behind. She exclaims he has forsaken his pride as a martial artist, and Malone says it will be more fun slashing her than Sizen. She hurriedly asks Sizen to sound the alarm, while on the other side, Vincent is still waiting for him and wonders why he hasn't come back. Julian exclaims he doesn't care if he freezes to death or not, when suddenly they hear the alarm sound, and all the students wake up. A student says something must have happened to the night watch, and they all run outside to see. He sees Selbera in the corridor and asks her about the situation, but she also doesn't know about this and just comes out as soon as she hears the alarm. Suddenly, he smells the scent of blood and asks Selbera to notify the dean of this with her crystal, and tell him that it's an emergency. Things aren't looking good, so they need to call someone higher up, and Vincent asks everyone to follow him outside. They are running toward outside, and suddenly the alarm sound stops, and the flow of mana also stops, and they wonder if the battle has already finished. Vincent talks with Salbria through telepathy and asks her not to react, and asks if there is a defensive seal they can put up, and states that the initial battle is over, and the fact that they weren't contacted means the opponent has won. Salbria tells him that there is a seal she learned earlier, one of the 7 basic seals of Adenka, the triangular defensive seal. At the vertex of the triangle, there needs to be a 5-star martial artist or higher rank to center the seal, and if this condition is not met, the seal will lose its balance and collapse. She states that if they can find Instructor Brond, they can manifest it. In the meantime, they come outside the building and are shocked to see so much blood there, and Instructor Brond is on the ground in a severe condition. Meanwhile, Malone appears there and calls Vincent from behind while he asks him about who he is. Malone shows his face and says everyone who opposed him has gathered there, and now he will kill each of them. Vincent asks him what he has done, and Salbria tells him that it's the same characteristic as those martial artists possessed by Davin's evil spirit. Vincent is shocked and thinks this can't be possible because he is right there and wonders if he is fighting against himself. Malone laughs and says he will show him who is the real king and uses his trait, which is more stronger than before. Vincent calls everyone and asks them not to be shaken because they are martial artists, so they should not fear and draw their swords. He is surprised that the 5-star martial artist Brond was easily defeated and wonders if he is going to be able to handle Malone at this stage. It will be too much by himself, and they need the reinforcements Salbria has requested. Until they get there, he needs to stall for time with these inexperienced rank 9 cadets. He asks Salbria if she is able to use the seal perfectly she mentioned earlier, and asks her to let everyone know that they will manifest the triangular defensive seal together. Salbria calls him and says they need a 5-star martial artist or higher to center the seal, and Vincent replies he will center the seal, but she tries to tell him that it is possible because he is not a 5-star and also doesn't have imagery, and he will collapse as soon as they manage to manifest the seal. Vincent exclaims she is the cadet representative right now, so she has to make a decision that can save everyone. She agrees and asks everyone to form the triangular defensive seal and use Vincent as the center, and Malone exclaims he would rather kill himself than die at his hands. Vincent smiles and says if he is blocked by their seal even after forming a contract with an evil spirit, that would be absolutely humiliating for him. Suddenly, Julian appears there and tells him that won't work and asks him to run away by himself using the frost walk. But Vincent says if he runs away, everyone behind him will die. After a while, all rank 9 cadet gets the formation and manifests the triangular defensive seal, and Vincent feels like his mana is exploding, but he needs to endure it. Malone makes his fun and asks him if he is collapsing already and attacks the formation to attack. But it doesn't affect the seal, and they stay safe, and he is shocked at how he is able to endure the weight of the seal. Vincent asks him if this is all his power, and this time he attacks him with a greater force. Vincent thinks he has an incredible force, and due to the evil spirit, the cerebral giant's lightning has also become stronger. Malone laughs and asks him if he is trembling with fear, and the students get scared to see his evil face and are sure that he is Archdemon Davin. Vincent again asks them not to be feared because the only fear they are allowed as martial artists is respect. Salbria is surprised to see that he is trying to boost everyone's morale and manage the seal's weight simultaneously, and wonders if he is really 14 years old. She also wants to do something for him, so she asks the cadets to load their mana on her signal, and they push Malone behind them. Vincent asks him to give up because the martial artists will be there soon, and time is on their side. He can avoid the worst case scenario if he gives up now and reflects on his actions. But the evil spirit comes to him and asks if he forget his promise that he has to kill them all, and he again yells at them, saying he wants to see them die while trembling in fear. If he can achieve that, he is willing to give up his life, and Vincent is shocked to see that his mana has become tougher and is preparing to unleash a big attack. He then jumps upon them with a huge force, and the ground starts shaking. Salbria asks everyone to watch out for rocks that shoot up from the ground. Suddenly, a rock hits one of the students in his neck and makes him fall, which causes their defensive seal to break. Malone jumps upon them, calling Vincent that is the end for them, but Sizen appears there on time and manages the empty space, and rearranges the seal. Malone is shocked at how she can still be alive because she was defeated along with Instructor Brond, and she exclaims that she has already told him that she is not afraid of him anymore. Malone shouts at the cadets and asks them to stop glaring at him as if they can dare to defeat him. Meanwhile, Vincent asks them to hold their ground because they just need to hold on for a little longer. The seal is at its limit, and Sizen won't be able to last much longer, but suddenly, he gets shocked to see a sword path even though he didn't slash it. He can see a black sword path through Malone's right hand but thinks waiting for reinforcements is his first priority, but the defensive seal is almost at its limit. He is confused about whether he should slash or not, but he no longer has a choice, and he asks Selbera to brace herself for the impact because the seal is about to break. He uses the skill Absolute Sword Slash in alternative form, and Malone is happy to see that he is ready to fight him. But he can't slash him following the sword path and needs to slash him again, and Malone makes fun by asking if this is all he has. He then rushes toward him to attack, saying he is going to grill him until he is crispy and his left hand is struck in the attack, and now he is unable to hold the sword properly. However, he can't fall back now, and he again rushes to attack him, thinking he will slash him properly this time. But Malone comes forward and grabs his hand, and asks him if he really thinks he is going to be struck down like an idiot. He burns away his left arm, and Vincent thinks if this was his previous life, he wouldn't have this opportunity, and he grabs the sword in his right hand and uses the skill of the Absolute Sword Slash. There is a sudden explosion there, and Vincent cannot see anything and wonders if he has defeated him. But Malone stays unharmed and shouts at him how he dares to cut his arm, and Vincent is shocked to see that the aura of the evil spirit is gone. He now gets that the unknown black sword path was a path to cut the connection between Malone and the evil spirit. He furiously gathers his powers again and says he will never forgive him, tear his shreds, and feed him to the blue-eyed white tigers. Vincent thinks this is not over yet, and if he wants to stop him completely, he needs to slash him once more. However, his body gets frozen, and he cannot move while Malone is throwing his attack towards him. He thinks everyone has gathered their strength for him, and he cannot stop there. In the meantime, Vargan reaches there and uses the trait of paralyzing to freeze him there and tie him with the ropes all around. Malone finds himself struck by a barrier and asks him to stop it, but he asks him to give up because once they get a successful start, they cannot escape. The headmaster is also along with him and says this is the sealing magic that completely binds him along with his imagery, the crystal prison. The only flaw is that it takes a long time to set up, but any martial artist possessing mana cannot escape. Malone shouts out loudly and calls Vincent, saying it is not over yet, and he will come back one day to kill him. The headmaster turns toward Vincent and excitedly asks him if he is the rumored guy Sir Vargan praised so much. But his injury is so severe that he can't even speak, and she praises him, saying he saved a lot of people there today. She asks him to rest because she and Sir Vargan can take it from there, and the other students also rush toward him, concerned about his health. Suddenly, he finds himself in an empty space with a lot of mirrors, and he wonders about where he is. Julian appears there and asks him what he is doing by overexerting his body like this, while he is shocked to see Julian there. A few days later, the headmaster, Herka, greets the patriarch, and he asks her for no formalities and speaks to him comfortably. He asks her what happened, and afraid tells him that won't be so fun to listen to. She reveals that there are 15 injured among the rank 9 cadets, although there are no deaths among them, but there is one death among the instructors. Moreover, Cadet Sizen managed to survive the enduring battle with Malone. The patriarch exclaims they will pay their utmost respects to the deceased instructor, Brond, and her family, and the same for all the injured. He asks her not to hesitate to sponsor them generously until they are fully recovered. Herka says it is her fault because if she had been able to handle it sooner, then this wouldn't have happened. And the patriarch states that there are always numerous variables associated with the contractors of evil spirits. Moreover, her decision to stop him in one shot after a lengthy preparation is not wrong. But he wonders how Malone is still alive after becoming a contractor. From what he understands, contractors are provided enormous strength in exchange for their lives. Once their power is depleted, they die. Herka states the dispatched mages from the fortress have analyzed it, but there was no particular reason. According to the cadets who participated in the battle, Malone was freed from his possession after being slashed by Vincent. Moreover, his arm, which was slashed off, didn't reattach, and the patriarch wonders if this is because of the strange swordsmanship he used during the assembly of true swords. However, he asks her to take disciplinary action against Malone since he crosses the boundaries of a martial artist by forming a contract with an evil spirit. He will be confined to the guest house for the rest of his life. Moreover, his imagery will be completely sealed off, and the tendons in each of his limbs will be cut off so he can never wield a sword again. Next, he needs to reward Vincent and ask her where he is right now, and she replies that they moved him to the main house after treating him. However, he hasn't opened his eyes for the past few days. Conversely, Vincent is stuck somewhere, and Julian also doesn't know about this. He was sent there after he lost consciousness, but after looking around, he realized that they were inside Malone's memories. Julian thinks this is something to do with the random swordsmanship he used, and Vincent is shocked because this never happened in his previous life to enter the memory of the opponent he slashed. He wonders how the contract and the absolute sword slash and Malone are connected. He sees one of his memories when Malone is refusing Vargan that he doesn't want to train to control the cerebral giant because he is already strongest among all. Julian exclaims it seems he is speaking with Dean Vargan, and this must have been before they got there. And he tells him that he is one of the respectable sons of the Adenka. Vargan says if he doesn't want to end his life on stage, then he has to bring the cerebral giant immediately. And Vincent thinks this is the reason the Dean is letting Malone off the hook. They are shocked to see when Malone forms the flow of the cerebral giant, and soon everything turns dark around him, and Julian disappears. His mother appears in front of him and asks him to die, and everyone from his past life, Master Nedia, Falcon, and Arslan, appears in front of him. They are going to a side, and he tries to stop them, asking what happened after his death 500 years ago. Suddenly, someone stabs him from behind, and he is surprised to see Kajin there. Later, he is present in the Samian jail. His life inside this wall, and Arslan appears there saying he believes him that he didn't do anything wrong. Though it may take a long time, he promises to fight for his honor. He is surprised to see Arslan there and thinks the last time he saw him was when he visited him in jail. He has never seen Arslan fully grown like this before, and he reveals that Arslan is Julian, but Vincent cannot hear him correctly. He asks him to repeat what he just said, and he disappears, saying they will meet again in 500 years. Vincent calls his name and tries to stop him, but he finds himself in his room and wonders what Arslan did to him. Julian appears there and asks him about his health, and he gets scared because he suddenly disappears. Vincent feels his body has healed, too, but he is still shocked at the memory he just saw. He wonders if the adult Arslan came by to see him before his death. Meanwhile, Sari and Wilson enter the room and are shocked to see him awake, and they hug him warmly while crying. Wilson is crying and says he never thought he would get up again, and he thanks them for worrying about him. Herka appears there and asks if she is interrupting a touching moment, and Vincent asks if she is the headmaster. He pays his respects to the headmaster, and she exclaims the term headmaster is so stiff that she can just call him sister instead. He asks her what she is doing there because she should be at the fortress, and she replies that she has come there to report the incident to his father. Vargan is far better than her at taking care of the fortress anyway, and she is better off stepping aside when it comes to working with the pen. She plans to take care of some business in the central area and return in about 3 days with him. She exclaims that his sister has a small favor to ask of him and asks him if he wants to duel with the young master of the Samian family. Vincent is shocked to hear about her request, and she replies that she would like him to compete in the friendly exchange meeting. It's an occasion where the members of the Samian and Adenka families who have been introduced to martial arts compete against one another. It's a grand event both patriarchs will also attend, and this friendly exchange meeting this year will be held at the Crimson Fortress. This means that the young master and the patriarch of the Samian family will appear at the fortress. Vincent asks her why she is telling this to him, and she reveals that Malone was the one who was scheduled to attend. But since things have turned out this way, the only direct descendant close enough in age and skill level is Vincent. Vincent remembers the memory he saw. The stage Dean Vargan mentioned was the friendly exchange meeting. His opponent is the 6th son of the Samian family, and he is a genius who already has a prospect of becoming the next patriarch. Everyone, including Malone, didn't think to win in the first place. She reveals that aside from the second, Dea, nobody has won at the friendly exchange meeting before, so he doesn't need to feel pressure and consider it a good experience. Vincent states if he joins the duel with the intent of losing to the Samian family, it will go against the will of Adenka. Herka likes his way of thinking that he wants to try and win, while the patriarch appears there and asks if he will take responsibility for those words. Vincent exclaims he believes that he has already shown him how he takes responsibility during the assembly of true swords, but the patriarch tells him that pressure will be incomparable compared to that. Vincent promises him that he will come back as victorious, and the patriarch leaves him, asking him to take rest since his wounds are severe. On their way back, he exclaims that he hasn't rewarded Vincent yet, and he reveals that he will accompany them when they return to the fortress, and they will engrave his name on the Crimson Monument. Herka is shocked to hear this because there is a grand monument engraved at the fortress with the names of the heroes of Adenka. Those with great achievements get to have their names engraved on this monument. She surprisingly asks him why he is doing this because nobody has gotten their name engraved when they were in rank 9 except Dea. But he leaves her, saying he will see her in 9 days, while Vincent thinks about the friendly exchange meeting lying on his bed. He thinks the Adenka family's will is to surpass the Samian family, and there will come a day when they must surpass the Samian family with their swords. Moreover, this is an excellent opportunity to find the current level of the Samian family. He calls Julian and asks him if he knows anything about the 6th son of Samian, and he replies he is not sure since he never thought Malone would become like that. He asks him what the chances are that he will defeat the 6th son of Samian, given that they are around the same level. He replies that it is not impossible because they have the element of surprise with absolute sword slash, but there is still a low probability. Replacing the imagery theory, he will reach 3 stars at best, but his opponent, whom Samian's elite standards have educated, would be at least 3 and above. The difference in strengths will be vast, and he gets up, saying he needs to move his body. Julian tries to stop him because he has a severe internal injury to his mana, but Vincent reveals that his body has already healed. He just needs to refrain from using mana while Julian asks him to use his body carefully. After that, he trains very hard to meet this era's Samian, and he has a strange feeling towards this match. Suddenly, Ravan appears there and exclaims this reminds him of old times and says it was there that they rallied with their swords the first time. He has come to see him after hearing about his severe injury, but now he is relieved that Vincent looks fine, and they are now having tea. Ravan has found something about what he asked of him, and Vincent excitedly asks him if he really discovered something about what happened 500 years ago. Ravan exclaims he found something he is unsure of and says he was curious about their family. Aside from him, there was no one else in his family who was especially gifted in martial arts. Moreover, their estate size and their finances, everything is average compared to the rest of the collateral descendants. He asks him if it is not strange that his father, who is not extraordinarily gifted in martial arts or especially wealthy, was able to participate in the assembly of true swords as a regular spectator all these years. After he persistently asked, his father finally gave him an answer because he would be his successor one day. He took him to a secret library and said even the Patriarch of Adenka couldn't enter without his permission. The place is the Hidden Archives, the history of the Adenka that is unknown to the world. He revealed that all records of the first Adenka and its light and dark history were recorded there, and their family has obtained its high states by maintaining the archive for generations. However, after 500 years, even if the archive were to be revealed now, their family would be the only one to suffer a loss, as they have maintained it as a family business. Over there, Ravan finds the records of the Hisley family, and Vincent gets happy to know that, hoping there could also be records to prove his innocence. But Ravan says he has to succeed his father before he can show him any of them, so it's going to be a long time from now. And Vincent asks him if he is alright with this because this is highly classified information about their family business. Ravan replies he has already bet his life on his, and this is nothing compared to this. He also shows him a magic crystal and says he went to go repair his broken sword and he told him to give this to Vincent. Hansen appears from the crystal and says he doesn't know if it works properly since he hasn't used it in years, and Vincent gets happy to see him. Ravan tells him that it's a recorded message and asks him if he doesn't know that a communication crystal is astronomically expensive. Hansen states he is leaving a video message there since he said he doesn't know what will happen and asks him to keep this magic crystal. It has the basic functions of light and simple video recording, and he will now reveal what he found out about the dragon skeleton. It is revealed that he cannot reforge a perfect dragon skeleton sword and asks him to recall the fire at the workshop. He discovered the cause when he started hammering the Crimson Lotus after he transplanted the dragon skeleton. A flame that could not be contained was sparked. The dragon skeleton absorbs the mana temperament of its user, and he has a blessing called the Unwavering Flame from a great god. The Crimson Lotus must have absorbed that power and caused an explosion. In the end, it's practically impossible to forge something of this nature safely and intricately. However, he doesn't believe he can forge a sword greater than the Crimson Lotus right now. He states that it is possible to create a hammer out of the dragon skeleton he gave him. After experimenting on a small piece of the dragon skeleton, he found out the power absorbed by the dragon skeleton doesn't affect other parts of it. But if this were to happen, they would not have anything remaining to use as material for his sword, and he is simply telling him this for his information. He then takes his leave, instructing him to take care of Sari. Vincent says he could obtain the perfect dragon skeleton sword if he had more of the dragon skeleton. Raven gets up and says he is returning to the workshop because he has left his sword there, and asks him to let him know if he has any message for Hansen. Vincent asks him to inform Hansen to forge a hammer out of the dragon skeleton, and he will try to obtain the additional dragon skeleton to forge the sword. Ravan shakes his hand and asks him not to come back unconscious on a stretcher again, and Vincent promises him to be careful next time. After that, Julian exclaims Hansen and Ravan gave them useless information. But Vincent says all possibilities are open, and all that's left is for them to become stronger and find a way. The start of all that will be winning against the sixth son of Samian, and asks Julian to think of any way to win. He exclaims this is impossible because they couldn't even defeat Malone, who wasn't possessed, and asks him how he can expect them to win against someone stronger. Vincent also remembers Malone's trait was so difficult to handle, and it was a wide attack range and a force powerful enough to pierce his body, strengthening. If they were to obtain the blessing of the cerebral giant, maybe they could win, and this is impossible because they have already seen the mana flow in Malone's memories. Vincent exclaims they can't trigger a trait just with a memory, but if it is a god's memory, then it may be possible to get the blessing. Julian reveals that he has memorized all the cerebral giant's mana flow, and Vincent excitedly asks him why he is standing there, and they should get the blessing as soon as possible. But Julian says they can't get any blessing with this weak body. Cerebral type mana is the most destructive out of all the elements, and the cerebral giant is the strongest out of all the gods. If they attempt it now, his body is going to be destroyed without any blessing, so until they get back to the fortress, they are going to recover as much of his mana as possible. He gives him a bundle of instructions and asks him not to try the strange methods from 500 years ago, and if he breaks any of these rules, he won't teach him the mana flow of the cerebral giant. 3 days later, they finally arrive at the Crimson Fortress, and Vincent asks Herka if they don't have to walk to the entrance due to security reasons. She reveals that it is all a lie to keep this fortress hidden, and it's only a measure of their welcome rituals. Vincent observes there are more carriages than theirs, and Herka reveals that he is getting the engraving ceremony. Soon, they reach the event where the ceremony was going to be held, and first of all, Rank 1 Cadet Representative Hannah Adinka lined up with 4 others. Similarly, Rank 2, 3, and 4 cadets gather in their line, and Rank 5 Cadet Representative Abel Adinka and 15 others line up. He is the direct descendant, 4th son, and Rank 8 Cadet Representative. The 5th son, Damien Adinka, gathers with his line cadets. Vincent thinks, aside from Malone, this is the first time he is seeing the other direct descendants, and they all are incredible, especially that child Hannah, who is the Rank 1 representative and is so sharp that it's giving him goosebumps. In the end, Rank 9 Cadet Representative Salbura lines up with the 19 cadets, and Vincent thinks everything is alright, but he wonders who will do the engraving, and soon everyone is shocked to see the Patriarch there. He calls Vincent Adinka and asks him to come forward, and he humbly pays his respects to him. The Patriarch asks for his sword and announces that he will engrave it with Vincent's sword, and as soon as he unleashes the sword, a huge wave of mana spreads there. Everyone is surprised to see the power of level of Khan's Adinka, and he engraved his name. He asks him not to forget that his name is Vincent Adinka, and he promises never to forget this. Later, students are discussing about the event in their dormitories, and they are happy to see Vincent in a healthy state. Meanwhile, Salbura appears there and asks if they have seen Vincent, and Sizen says he has gone to see her on the 2nd floor. She wanted to throw him a congratulatory party, but she couldn't find him anywhere. On the other side, Vincent is meditating in the training hall, and Julian is giving him the instructions. They need to sense 3 points, and starting from his chest, he needs to stiffen. Suddenly, he remembers about Gravery and gets happy that he received it when they all called him a good-for-nothing, and Father also acknowledged him as his son. But Vincent says they have much more to achieve, so they can't cry or laugh about these trivial matters. Moreover, they need the blessing of the cerebral giant if they want to meet this father's expectations, and Julian determines that he will work hard. He asks Vincent to focus on forming the perfect triangle, and a few days later, they finally succeed in calling the cerebral giant God. Julian is happy that they received another blessing, but he is shocked to see Vincent's condition. The mana is flowing through his body, and it looks like it will explode any time while Vincent is crying in pain. He tells Julian that the lightning energy is flooding out of his body, and the cerebral giant calls him a human who acquired divinity on his own. He exclaims that Vincent has summoned him by triggering the blessing, and he has granted him the blessing as he has wished. Julian shouts that there is no way a human would turn this way just from that, and they have completely restored the body before. The giant exclaims his physical body absorbed the mana as if it were a cotton ball and receives much more power than normal. Julian asks him what they should do because Vincent will die at this rate, and Giant asks him to stop the flow of mana. Then the lightning will stop. But if he stops it now, he will not bestow another blessing again. Someone can die or live and receive the blessing. He has to choose one of the two options, and Julian wonders what he should do now. The giant exclaims that they triggered the blessing and summoned him alone, so it doesn't make sense that he took more power than he should have. Moreover, Vincent isn't letting go of his mana flow because he knows that he will not receive the blessing if he stops now. He asks him to control the cerebral energy and hold it within his body, and he must do that first to receive his blessing completely. Meanwhile, Julian thinks he can't just sit by idly when his brother is holding on for his life. Though his divine energy may be weak, he can try to protect him, and he successfully enveloped his heart with his divine energy. But it soon gets destroyed because this is not at a level that he can handle, and the lightning energy is overflowing from the heart. He is trying to console him, saying he needs to stay a little longer, and if his heart explodes, it's over for the both of them. Soon, he disappears because he has used too much of his divine energy, but he doesn't want to die. He desperately calls someone for help while Vincent's heart is about to explode. Suddenly, a priest appears there, and Julian recognizes him as he is the one who healed Malone. He is shocked to see the situation there, and Julian thinks his voice can reach those with holy powers. However, Vincent hasn't still given up, and Julian thinks he won't give up either and will overcome the good-for-nothing Vincent. He asks the priest if he can hear his voice, and he asks him who he is, and Julian replies that he is Vincent's acquaintance god, and he needs to be healed right away. But priest cannot approach him because of the lightning, and Julian thinks he just needs to block the lightning. If the priest is to come into contact with him and heal him, then Julian must need to block the lightning energy surrounding his entire body. He thinks he needs to endure it, even if he disappears, and asks the priest to heal him. He uses the Gala's light and tries to heal him. On the other side, Vargan calls Sari to his office and asks her if she is ready for something. She requests him to teach her sorcery, and he asks her if she can recall the spar between Vincent and Malone. When he saved her from the falling rocks, he sensed incredibly strong mana within her body. The mana she contains is outside their understanding of the current study of magic. He tells her that it won't be easy to learn magic and that he has never taught anyone kindly before. She replies that she still wants to learn this because the young master Vincent is growing and keeps going further down a path where she can't help him. All she can do is to take care of him when he comes back with injuries, but now she wants to help him, even a little bit. Vargan comments that Vincent has a good person as his servant, and she needs to receive Vincent's permission prior to training. Suddenly, they hear a loud sound, and Vargan shouts from his place, asking what has been happening there. They reach the training ground, where Vincent is in bad condition. Vargan calls the priest and asks him what the meaning of all this is, and he reveals that young Master Vincent seems to have received an opportunity and gained the cerebral trait. After that, Sari asks him permission to learn magic, and Julian says that a servant whom the dean is teaching is an outstanding sorcerer. He asks Julian why he looks so faded, and he replies he will return to normal after some rest. He asks Sari if she will be alright because it won't be easy, but she replies she wants to assist him however she can. Vincent gives her permission and requests Vargan to take good care of her. Vargan thinks he can tell since he has been monitoring Malone's growth that what Vincent has come to possess right now is the lightning giant. He looked away for a moment, and Vincent had gotten even stronger than before. He asks Sari to make their lesson plans since they are sure that Vincent is safe, and he now thinks he doesn't have a teacher even though Sari has one. He hasn't been able to learn any of the swordsmanship that Arslan has left for the Atticus. He calls the dean and says the friendly exchange meeting is fast approaching, and he needs to put his everything into training for it. He asks him about the teacher who will be taking on the role of training him at the fortress, and Vargan reveals he needs to find his own teacher. Vincent is shocked and asks him why he needs to do this when the fortress is a specialized training institution for the Atticus, and he replies that it is about their facility and the environment. The elder from each family sponsors the child to be the potential successor with a teacher, and a martial artist may also volunteer. For the collateral descendants, the family elders come directly. Vargan asks him if he hasn't found an elder to sponsor him at that age, and Julian asks him not to expect anything because they have no elders. He asks him who would volunteer to become a sponsor of the good-for-nothing Vincent, and this is something he really can't do anything about. Only one person can help them, and he sends a letter to Riesla through Wilson. He reveals that it is a letter addressed to the Patriarch from young Master Vincent, and he brought it over directly means it must be something important. She asks him why he didn't pass it directly to the Patriarch and why he brought it to her, but he is afraid to stand alone in front of the Patriarch. Later, she goes to him and passes the letter, and when he reads it, she asks him if he wants to share the letter's contents with him. He tells her that Vincent requires a teacher, and Riesla thinks she should have looked into this earlier. She was so distracted with enrolling him at the fortress that she completely forgot about it. Moreover, the patriarch reveals that he has acquired Malone's lightning giant. He asks her if she understands why he sent this letter to him, and Riesla says a son asking his father for help since this is the only place he can ask for help right now. The patriarch asks her if she wants to go since he heard she instructed Vincent before, but she refuses by saying she can't do it. She uses the swordsmanship of a ruined family, not the Adinkas, and if she taught him for too long, he will only pick up bad habits. He asks her what he can do to help Vincent then, and she reveals that there is someone appropriate, someone he knows very well, a powerful person who uses the swordsmanship of the Adinkas, Professor of the Lightning Giant, formerly referred to as the Thunder Giant. With his authority as the patriarch, if he can provide him with a position so he can enter the fortress, he can become young Master Vincent's teacher. The patriarch states that he must desire this for himself, and she states she can convince him since he is also her friend. The vice captain of the White Sword Unit, Merlin, is the required person. On the other side, Merlin is in the training ground, watching a scarecrow, thinking about Vincent. It has been many months, and he wonders what the young master is doing now. Meanwhile, Riesla approaches him and asks if he is going for another walk, and she takes him to his room. Merlin says since she is so busy, so he is sure he has not come here just to ask him how he is doing. And she replies that she wants to offer him a new position. She offers him a position at a training institution within the Yellow Dragon unit, and he immediately refuses the offer. Raelsa exclaims there is someone she would really like for him to teach, and he gets shocked when she takes the name of Vincent. Moreover, the elders won't look at him, and he is young, and the possibility for him to become the potential patriarch is quite low, and there won't be any other sponsors. But Merlin thanks her for making excuses for him. But he still can't do this, but he is shocked when Riesla tells him that Vincent has acquired the blessing of the lightning giant. Merlin says he is interested, but there are far too many reasons for him not to teach him, and he is being pushed around to so many places because the elders don't like him. Raelsa asks him to make a bet with him, and young Master Vincent is set to have a duel with young Master Samian soon. If he wins, he will have to become his teacher. A few days later, Vincent is practicing harder, and he thinks he needs to make the lightning giant's power completely his. He tries to wrap the lightning around his blade, but it doesn't seem enough, and he needs to distribute it into a ray like Malone. He tries to increase the output, but it burns away everything, and Julian sighs that he is not able to control it at all. Vincent can feel the lightning filling his body, but that makes it much harder to control, and he wonders how Malone kept using so much of this. Julian says at this rate, it shouldn't be considered at the level of a microcurrent boost. The performance level is subpar compared to the amount of effort they put in, and Vincent says even though Julian worked so hard to obtain it with his tears and all, he gets shocked and asks him if he listened to all that and asks him to forget about this already. He asks him to remember the reply they received from Raelsa, and she wrote to him that judging by the current situation, it seems they will not be able to acquire a teacher before the friendly exchange meeting. The first reason is the person's refusal, and the second is the elders' influence. The elders don't want him to interfere in the structure of the descendants they have formed. The elders are an association that exists to keep the patriarch's forces at bay. Not even the patriarch will be able to enforce this matter. She would like to assist him somehow, but she cannot forsake her duties as the Grand Chamberlain for a prolonged period of time. In this year's friendly exchange meeting, they will be won solely with his not strength Sloan utilizing absolute sword slash as well as other traits as much as possible. Julian says there is another method they can use, and he hurriedly asks him about this method. He asks him to use the Samian swordsmanship since he used to be a Samian before, and he used this technique at Hansen's workshop. Vincent says he can use it, but how can they handle the aftermath? If they use the Samian swordsmanship in public with expertise, they are going to get dragged back to his mother. It's unfortunate that he is unable to use the swordsmanship from his previous life, and he wonders if he can use Kajin's skills in his current state. On the other side, a tiger has been tied up at the Samian Archduchy at the main castle of the family, and is trying to untie himself. A boy exclaims in front of him that he is the Blue Eyes White Tiger, the beast from the Frosted Mountain the Adinkas must slay when they enter the Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, an old man appears there and informs him that his opponent for the friendly exchange meeting has been selected again. He is Julian Samian, an elder of the family, and he tells him that his opponent is the seventh son, who used to be called good-for-nothing Vincent Adinka. He is a direct descendant who has been displaying strange accomplishments and rising fast amongst the ranks. He tells him that for the Samians, the friendly exchange meeting is an event that does them more harm than good. And if he is victorious, nothing will change. But if he loses, they will suffer humiliation beyond all measure. People want to see a touching moment when the underdog rises and wins. Suddenly, the tiger unties itself and jumps upon him to attack from behind. And he tears the tiger in just one swing of his sword and says he needs to overpower him no matter what. He will let the world know that such a touching story doesn't exist, and he is the Samian's sixth direct descendant, Kajon Samian. On the other side, Salbara brings a gift for Vincent and hopes that he will appreciate this gift, and opens the door of the training room excitedly. But she gets shocked to see a huge amount of mana there, and Vincent stands in the middle of the room with a large sword. She is shocked to see his skill because she has never seen such skill before, and it looks like he is wielding a sword that isn't the Crimson Lotus. After a while, he asks her about her health since they are meeting after a long time, and she shows him the gift she brought for him. He asks her if it is an enchanted crystal, and she reveals that the sixth son of Samian, Kajon Spar, is inside this crystal. Vincent gets happy to hear this and thanks her, and she advises him to watch out for the last bit because it's a bit cruel. After a while, he uses the crystal to watch out for the spar, and he exclaims no matter how many times he sees it. The technology of this era is still fascinating. Suddenly, he was so shocked to see Kagon's movements that he will put his left foot forward there and attack the lower body. But his attack is fake, and with a swift strike, he will have the opponent take a defensive position. With a decisive strike hidden between his constant hits, he will destroy the opponent's sword and accept his defeat. However, even when the opponent is defeated, he doesn't stop, and he cuts his head, saying it is not over when he says he lost. He exclaims this is the price he pays for challenging a Samian to duel. Vincent thinks he is exactly like Kajon from the beginning to the end, and wonders if looking similar in appearance can be a coincidence. However, his main techniques, down to the smallest habits, remind him of Kajon. He needs to meet Kagon Samian as soon as possible. A few days later, Mage Captain Alberto welcomes the mages gathered for the proceedings of the friendly exchange meeting and states that the meeting is held in 3 stages. The treasure hunt to find the treasure chest from the enchanted dungeon and the subjugation to face off against the monster that has been captured. Finally, the spar, which could be called the blossom of the exchange meeting. The mages are responsible for the first stage, the treasure hunt, and they will decide the type of beast they will create with their magic. After a while, Vargan asks permission to speak first and states that at their fortress, considering the abilities of the 2 young masters, they were thinking about level 8 reptiles or demons. These types should be difficult enough for 3-star martial artists to subjugate, and it should be enough for the first stage. One of the mages exclaims, associates of the 6th magic tower, they propose level 8 giant beast Fractor. But Vargan is shocked to hear the name of Fractor and asks the 6th magic tower if they are out of their mind. Those giants are at a difficult fit for 4 or 5-star martial artists, but they say it's the first exchange meeting in tens of thousands of years. There should be some changes to execute the crowds, and the obligation falls to both parties. Vargan shouts at them, saying how this is the same obligation when they already have Keshak, and if they use the giants, it will only make the 6th young master look good. The mage exclaims if he keeps making excuses like that, then he should give up right now. And Vargan angrily says the Samian have acquired a loyal dog. The mage also gets angry and asks how he can utter such nonsense to the magic tower when he holds the name Pagoda, and the fight is about to serious when Alberto shouts and asks them to stop, and says the ones who will be sparring are the young masters, not them. He asks them to settle this with a vote and asks them to raise their hands if they agree on the giants. Everyone raises their hands except Vargan, and Vargan thinks all of them are on Samian's side. Alberto exclaims with the majority votes, and they will prepare the giant illusory beast, Fractor. Friendly exchange meeting day 1. Herka asks Vargan about the guest list for the Samians, and she is exhausted by the workload and says she shouldn't have become the headmaster. Vargan asks her to stop and says he is helping her with every task, and she asks him about the preparations for the first stage. She thinks he will prepare the illusions, and he reveals that all of the mages that don't come across the fortress, including the captain, were all bought out by the Samians. The 6th magic tower is located on their territory, so he couldn't do anything about this, and as long as Vincent wins the other stages, it will be fine. She asks him if he really thinks that Vincent will be able to win, and he changes the topic, saying it is better for them if the Adankas win. Herka exclaims the probability that the young master of the Adankas will win is less than 10%. And she remembers he said these words back when Abel was the candidate. She thinks he is just so fascinated with Vincent now, and that is why he offers to sponsor him and all. He angrily pushes her away and asks her to complete her work first if she wants to fool around like that, and leaves the room. Finally, the day of the friendly exchange meeting has come, and everyone thinks Vincent is just filling in for Malone Adenka since he can't attend. The Adenkas were at a disadvantage in the first place, but now they are even worse off than before. Vincent is thinking about Kajon Samian, whose behavior is similar to Kajon's, and he wonders if this is just deja vu. After a while, Kajon also reaches there, and he exclaims that he is very pleased to meet the Crimson Fortress's people and greets Vincent. Vincent also introduces himself and greets him, and shakes hands with him. Everyone whispers that they are looking good with each other, and Kajon exclaims it's always nice to make a friend of the same age. Vincent observes him and thinks there is nothing strange about him, but he wonders why his smile is so unpleasant. They hope that they can prove themselves with their strength, and Herka thinks this is a greeting with the assumption that the Adenkas are inferior to them. Vincent smiles and says he hopes that Kajon will prove himself, and Vargan is getting scared because he is provoking him. The audience thinks the friendly exchange meeting has already started, even though they aren't on the stage yet. After a while, Herka proclaims that the friendly exchange meeting has officially commenced. The first stage is the treasure hunt, and the two participants will enter an enchanted space and retrieve a chest that looks like this one. However, inside the space, they will find a monster made using sorcery, and a giant fractor will guard the chest. People are surprised to hear about giant and say the difficulty must be higher this year. The participants will each select 2 rank 9 cadets to accompany them during this stage. The last friendly exchange meeting's loser, the Adenkas, will get the first selection of the cadets, and she tells him to select Salbara. But Vincent doesn't listen to her and chooses Saizen and Harmon to accompany him, and Herka is shocked by his action. Everyone is shocked because those two have the lowest grades among the rank 9 cadets. They both look scared and confused, and everyone also comments on them that they will not be able to help him. Herka again asks him if he is sure about those two and hopes he is not thinking of using those two as his excuse for defeat. Vichan exclaims the first reason he selected those two is that he doesn't want to give any excuse to young Master Kagan, and the second reason is those two are pretty distant, but they have the blood of the Adenka family. They may be from the maternal and collateral families, but it's important to defeat the Samians with the blood of Patriarch Arslan. Earlier, Salbara was sad because she thought he would select him, and Vincent states he trusts and respects her completely, and he was also able to defeat Malone due to her leadership. He also asks her to do her best at the friendly exchange meeting, and he is doing this to provoke Kagan. He must turn his provocation into a vital flaw and utterly defeat him. At present, Kajon chooses representative and vice representative and says he will teach of the result of his arrogance. Vincent appreciates him for his great selection and thinks the stage has already been set for the Samians, and he wonders what he is trying to show them. Vargan thinks he just needs to trust him and proceed, and the mage is also disturbed when Vincent doesn't choose Salbara. Vargan calls him and asks him if he is ready to proceed with the first stage. The mages created the space, and Herka announced the commencement of the first stage of the friendly exchange meeting, the treasure hunt. They enter the space, and it is very dark inside. Saizen asks him if they can use the luminous crystal, and they turn on the light to help themselves. Conversely, Salabara asks Kajon if he needs light, but he smiles and asks them if they can walk a bit further behind him. Salbara wonders if he is telling him to back off because he thinks he can handle everything independently, and disregards them. Meanwhile, the audience is getting bored because they are still searching for the treasure, and think it will start getting more exciting when the giant comes out. Herka claims their approach is completely different, and Vargan claims Vincent didn't consider them to be his sidekicks. Harmon asks Vincent if he thinks they can help him, and he exclaims they are great martial artists who have overcome their personal fears. Suddenly, a giant monster appears and attacks them and makes them fall to the ground. Saizen Harmon gets afraid to see the giant and wonders if everything will go according to the plan. They can't find Vincent there and wonder if he has been crushed under the giant. Suddenly, he jumps from the ground and calls both of them to stay behind. He uses a vast amount of mana and takes down the giant in just one attack. He then calls Saizen and Harmon to execute the plan, and they ask him to leave this on them and find the chest. The Fractor are giants with poor eyesight, and they will automatically react to the loud noise of the drums and follow the noise behind them. Saizen asks Harmon to lead him back to where they came from, and Vincent is happy they are brave enough to help him. Now, he needs to find the treasure hunt, while Vargan and Herka are shocked because he is doing wrong. The important element is to showcase his martial arts abilities during the process, and the mage happily exclaims that he completely misunderstood the real meaning behind this stage. Soon, he finds the chest, but before that, the giant reaches him and pushes him back to the ground. He is shocked to see that another giant is guarding the chest there, and he is unaware of this. This giant is way more powerful than the other and lands an attack on him, but he flies away to dodge the attack. Vincent thinks in order for the plan to succeed, he needs to save at least one strike of absolute sword slash, so having two giants makes things more difficult. This giant is faster than the one he encountered earlier, and its reaction to the speed of Frost Walk is also incredible. On the other side, Vargan shouts and asks why there is another fracture there, and Mage laughs and exclaims they made a mistake when they were starting out. Vargan furiously grabs him by his collar and asks how he dares to bear the name of the 6th magic tower and commit such dirty tricks. Herka asks him to stop because there are too many eyes and they will be at a loss if they cause a ruckus right now. The mage appreciates Herka for her calmness and says it's certainly fitting for the person in charge of the Crimson Fortress. Herka furiously asks him to stay behind once it is over because she will not let him live. On the other side, Kagan takes out one of the giants easily, and Salbara is shocked to see his traits and skills. He asks the giants if this is all he can show, because he had high hopes because they said it was a giant. But this is too easy. Salbara shouts from her place and informs him that there are two giants and she has no idea what is happening there. He uses Samian swordsmanship, Chapter 1, Gentle Steel, and attacks the giants with his full might. Its body parts are torn away, and exclaims he will see how long he can last. Salbara is watching all this and admits that he is so strong even it angers her to say so. Even if anyone else were there, it wouldn't have changed Kagan's results. He asks the giants to stop overreacting and get up because he still has many techniques to show him. At the same time, Vincent is still defending himself against the giant. And Julian is also worried because nothing is going according to the plan. Vincent asks him to get a hold of himself, and they need to come up with a plan. Julian states absolute sword slash is an extremely powerful skill, and asks him if he can't just herd them into one spot and slash them both at once. Vincent likes his idea, but he doesn't think it will be that easy because they are too big. If he targets one, he can't see the next sword path, and they start arguing about the level of his skills, and Vincent exclaims this is extremely powerful. He needs to defeat both of them in one slash, and if he has a target, and by the name of the target, he remembers Harmon and Sizen who are stuck with another giant. They have nowhere else to go, and can't see Vincent also, and if he doesn't reach them, they will be in big trouble. Suddenly, Vincent appears there and also brings their chest with him, and he tells them that they have changed their plans and the giants will be arriving soon. Meanwhile, two giants appear there together, and Harmon and Sizen are shocked to see another fracture. They get so scared and start crying for help, and Vincent calls Julian to get ready for the attack. He asks him if he really has to do it this way because he doesn't want to become their target. The giants are about to attack them, and Vincent thinks because of their size, he can't find a sword path for the absolute sword slash to strike down both of them. In that case, he just needs to find something that comes across both of them, so he connects the other half of his soul to Julian's soul to create a sword path. He asks him if this is safe, because he doesn't want to get hurt, and Vincent uses absolute sword slash, an alternative form to attack both of them at the same time. At the same time, he uses Chapter 1 of the Dwarf King, trade on the second giant, and there is a huge explosion. While Julian is also shouting for help, everyone outside is shocked to see that he struck down two giants with one strike, and Vargan proudly tells Herka that is Vincent's lethal move. Vincent thinks this is happening according to his expectations that even with an absolute sword slash, he can't strike down a god, and Julian shouts at him asking if he isn't certain about his survival. Vincent tells him that it's impossible in the first place to strike down a god, but he is shocked that he was only thinking about it in his head, then how Julian hurt him. Sizen and Harmon are watching him shockingly and ask him if he is talking to someone, but he changes the topic and asks them to leave. The last thing to strike down with his absolute sword slash is this entire space that was forged with magic. The mages are shocked to see that he destroyed the whole magic dungeon with his sword, and he asks other mages to double check the spell because there seems to have been an error. Vargan comes forward and says there is no need for this because Vincent's sword can cut through magic, but he is also surprised that he cut through the entire dungeon. More than the swordsmanship, he is more impressed by his creative solution. The mage Alberto also comes forward and exclaims it is impossible to destroy a stage of the examination itself, and they must disqualify young Master Vincent. Herka comes forward and replies that there is no rule that states it is forbidden, and no one has attempted it before Vincent. She provokes him, saying for a mage captain of the Mage Association, which is a neutral party, he sure seems upset, as if it's his own business. Meanwhile, Harem and Sizen show her the chest Vincent has won, and the mage exclaims the first stage is where they showcase their strength, and it doesn't matter who finishes first. It's great that he has a sword that can cut through magic, but young Master Kagan's turn hasn't ended yet within the remaining. If he keeps displaying his martial arts, victory will belong to the Samians. Vincent comes forward and says Kagan will be completing this stage shortly. He calls Vargan and tells him that the dungeon that he entered was created by the assembly element. He replied both of the candidates must provide equally, and the assembly element was concealed, and he entered one of the 2 replicated dungeons. Vincent asks him if he has destroyed his replica, then where is the mana which was forming his dungeon? For example, if water were to split into 2 streams and then forcibly block off one end, then it would overflow into the other stream. This means the mana is flowing in the remaining fracture, and Kagan is shocked at how the giant can be so powerful instantly. The giant is about to attack him, and Kagan thinks though it seems to have gotten stronger, but its intelligence level must still be the same. The giant is about to attack with its hand, and Kagan exclaims he is just going to lose his hand with this simple attack. He activates the skill of Gentle Steel and tries to attack him, but the giant has become so strong that it doesn't affect him. It attacks him and makes him fall to the ground, while he thinks something must have happened outside. Otherwise, how a dying monster can be so strong? In the meantime, the giant is about to attack him, and Kagan doesn't have time to adjust his form. But before that, Salbara rings the bell and asks the other cadet to find the box because the giant will now look toward them. Now, it turns toward her, and Salbara starts running in the opposite direction. She thinks if Vincent hadn't told her to do her best, she would never help such an arrogant boy. However, the giants reach her soon and attack on the ground to make her fall, and Salbara is shocked to see that the first giants are also alive yet. Now, she is the target of both of them, but Kagan attacks one of them from behind and exclaims how they can dare to ruin his performance. He uses the trait, Bloody Full Moon, and makes a big hole in one of the giant's chests, and takes down the other one too. Salbara is shocked to see that he struck both with one strike. Kagan was extraordinary from the beginning, and he intentionally left the giant alive to continue his performance. On their way back, he thinks he may have displayed indecent behavior and successfully finished the stage, and also found the chest and even left a memorable impression in the end. He thinks even if he did badly, but his performance should be better than Vincent's, but he is shocked to see him already present outside. Vincent says he is late, and judging by his facial expression, he thinks he enjoyed his gift. Kagan asks him what he meant by the gift, and Vincent states he has a friend who is quite gifted in sorcery, and thanks to them, he was able to have his dungeon's mana overflow. Kagan gets furious to know that he planned to have the giants outraged, and he has been making a fool of him since the beginning of this stage. However, he smiles and exclaims it is his mistake that he judged him too rashly, but things will be different from now since he has started looking at him as a true friend. Soon, they announce the victor, and it is Cadet Vincent Adenka, and the next stage will be held in 3 days. Later, Salbara is happy about Vincent's victory when Kagan comes to her and thanks her for saving him earlier. Because of her, he didn't look like a complete fool, and he forwards his hand to shake with her. She feels that she shouldn't touch his hand, but she shakes hands with him and accepts his thanks. When he has left, she wonders if he really came there to thank her, but Kagan has different plans, and he goodbyes her in his own way. On the other side, Sari is mediating in the forest at night when Wilson approaches her. He has brought her food and clothes, and she asks him about what happened at the friendly exchange meeting. Wilson exclaims he had his servitude, that's why he has won and his opponent willingly admitted defeat. He asks her if it is not difficult to train there, but she states when she is in at the fortress, she can't concentrate because she is distracted by the young master. Therefore, the dean said it would be better for her to train there as well since it would be easier to communicate with the spirits of the snowy mountain. She finds out that she is suited to be a spirit mage and needs to find a spirit to form a contract with soon. At her level, she can only manage one, but she likes so many of them. Suddenly, she hears a voice from behind that someone is asking for help, and she asks Wilson if he says anything, but he refuses by saying he didn't say anything. However, she continuously hears the voice that someone is continuously calling for help. On the other side, Salbara is cheering for Vincent's victory, and all the students are having a party in their dormitory. Vincent says he is only ahead of him by 1 point and asks her if they have to be this rowdy. But she exclaims this is monumental in the history of Adanka, though she shouldn't be saying such things as Kagen's helper, but he exclaims she was a crucial factor in his victory. He believes she would greatly help Kagen because they have similar martial arts levels, but she played a vital role in Kagen's victory. So, even if Kagen didn't accept the results, the odds would have been in his favor once the evaluations were complete. She thinks this is incredible that he planned that far ahead, and if the opportunity strikes, she will also help next time. Vincent forwards his hand, saying he trusts her, but as soon as he touches her hand, he is shocked to see Samian's chain seal on her hand. He asks her if she had physical contact with any Samian, and she tells him that she shook hands with Kagen because he wanted to thank her for helping him out. Julian asks him about what this seal is, and he reveals that it is more like a curse. It is a skill that gradually suffocates the opponent's mana and leads them to slow death. Julian asks him if he knows how they can undo it, but first, they need to determine what type of chain seal it is, and depending on the type of seal, the method to undo it will be different. He asks Salbara to train together at dawn every day, and she agrees to do this. Later, they think if he planned a curse on her outright, he must be confident that no one will discover it. Since Julian is unaware of the chain seal means it may have been erased from history, just like the absolute sword slash of magic body. Julian suggests they should keep this to themselves for now, including Salbara herself. He thinks he will never forgive Kagen for using black magic on someone who is irrelevant to this competition. Soon, she reaches there and apologizes to her for being late because it took her a while to get ready. Vincent is shocked to see her get up and asks her why she dressed up like this for training, and Julian asks him if he was a eunuch in his previous life. This clearly shows that she likes him, and this is why she dresses up like this, and Julian asks him if he is not aware of her obvious feelings towards him. Vincent is surprised to know this and wonders if she is not too young for his age and thinks he was 29 years old 500 years ago, and it's too much for him to consider a 14-year-old girl's feelings. She then asks Vincent to train because he called her there since he has a plan, and he first asks her to start meditating. He asks her to keep circulating the mana as he said and tell him immediately if she senses anything strange. She asks him if something is supposed to be strange, and he wonders why she can't sense it if it's such a disrupted flow. He guesses martial artists have lost a lot since the days of the theory of imagery, and Julian asks him if he can undo this. But the chain seal is stronger than he thought, and he gives up on undoing it himself. Julian is shocked and asks him what he is going to do now. Someone needs an offering for the chain seal. Typically, a living heart, animal, spirit, or human is used. He thinks Kagen probably sealed the offering somewhere on the snowy mountain, and as long as they can find and free it, the chain seal will be undone. If they can't do this, Salbara will die in 3 days, and he will not be able to do anything to save her. Julian is shocked to hear about 3 days and says the friendly exchange meeting is his greater priority right now. In 3 days, the second stage will start, and they can't forget to prepare for it. He asks Julian is realize what is more important there, and those who will chase after their objectives will lose their people. For instance, if he still had his comrades that he lost to the Samians, he wouldn't have spent the rest of his life in jail. After a while, Salbara asks him if they can stop because she is getting tired, and he asks her to wrap it up for today. On their way back, Julian asks him how he knows so much about the curse and if he is a dark mage, and he replies he has experienced something similar before. When he was imprisoned, they sealed off his mana and heard they used the heart of a prisoner serving the death penalty at that time. Julian looks at him with pity and exclaims his life was really horrible, and asks him what crime he committed to be imprisoned for 10 years. Suddenly, Salbara feels dizzy and gets unconscious, and he immediately takes her to the priest. He reveals that he treated her for now and left her to rest, but this is the first time he has seen such symptoms. He doesn't believe they can do much else for her at the fortress, and he suggests he should send her to the Gaia temple in the capital. Vincent wonders if the priest in the capital is able to undo the chain seal, but it's a skill that has been erased from history, and the progress is too quick that she may not even make it through the trip. He asks the priest to take good care of her and leaves the treatment room, thinking there is only one method to find the sacrifice that was used for the chain seal on this vast snowy mountain. He jumps from the mountain, thinking he will not lose another person this time because of Samian's dirty tricks again. On the other side, Sari is walking through the forest, and somebody's voice is calling out to her for help. It seems like a spirit's voice, but it sounds so far away. Suddenly, she sees Vincent at a distance and calls him from behind, and he is also shocked to see her there and asks her what she is doing over there. He tells her the whole story that he is looking for a sacrifice that has been used for the curse, and it has been sealed somewhere on this snowy mountain. She asks him what they typically use for the sacrifice, and he replies that they probably use something small since it has to stay concealed. It can be a small spirit, and Sari is shocked by the name of the spirit, and she tells him that she might be able to help him. Salbara's condition worsens, and Vinchin lifts Sari and swings through the mountain, following the spirit's voice. She then takes him to a place and tells him that she can hear it in between that canyon. Soon, they reach there, and Sari calls the spirit for help, saying she has come there to help him. Vinchin thinks he has little time and can't just keep searching for a spirit there. He calls Sari and tells her that there is not much time left, and if the spirit is there somewhere, he will destroy this entire region in order to break the chain seal. Suddenly, she finds the spirit that the chain seal tries as Salbara. Sari asks him if there is a way to help it, but unfortunately, Vinchin doesn't have any way to help. There was no chance the moment it became the sacrifice to the chain seal, and it would be best to send it off peacefully. But Sari exclaims that there is a way to help the spirit, and she creates a spirit contract. If she forms a contract with the spirit, then it will become a higher priority than the chain seal. Soon, the contract is completed, and the chain is destroyed on the spirit. Vinchin thanks and appreciates her for her amazing help, and she is happy that she could help her young master. Suddenly, someone attacks Sari from behind, but Vinchin reacts quickly and saves her from the attack. He then jumps to the side and asks the person about who he is and what he is doing there. Kagan appears there and counter-questions him about what he is doing and how he dares to interrupt the Samians' traditional ceremony. Vinchin was also furious with him and now ready to attack him because he had shown himself. Kagan again exclaims that he may be unaware of this, but he just interrupted the Samians' traditional ceremony. In other words, he just created an immense diplomatic dispute against the Samians. He asks Sari to put that thing down and walk away, and then he will cover this up for him. Vinchin shouts at him, saying how he can call it a tradition when he is trying to kill Salbara. Kagan smiles at this and says there is a certain class that he is born into, and there are those who are born to bear the heavy burden of destiny. But some aren't born to bear the heavy burden of destiny. He exclaims there are those people who dare to cross the line, and Salbara is one of them. He is furious at her because she ruined her plan and decides he won't forgive her. Now, he is just punishing her, and he exclaims this is his right and that a comrade from the same class should understand. Vinchin furiously comes forward and keeps the sword on his neck, saying they have not changed since 500 years ago, and his right is wrong to him. Kagan smiles and admires his eyes, but they can't be friends because his eyes are great. They will see who was right in the end at the friendly exchange meeting and postponing the fighting for now. On the other side, the curse chain breaks from Salbara's hand, and she becomes conscious of what she is doing there. Vinchin rushes into the room, asking the priest about her health, and he happily informs her that she just woke up and is totally fine now. He checks her hand and is relieved to see that the chain seal has completely vanished. After a while, the priest asks him why he is not preparing for the competition since only 2 days are left until the second stage. Vinchin smiles and exclaims he is preparing because he can't lose to the likes of Kagan. He thinks he will face a true monster in the form of Kajon Samian. On the other side, at the Adinka main castle, one of the 4 great elders of Adinka, Jagal Adinka, is shocked to see the news of Vinchin's victory. The other elder, Fidenel Adinka, informs him that the Samians even displayed seditious movements, but he overcame that to claim victory. They guessed that he was good for nothing, but now he has become mature, and the elder, Delbek Adinka, shouts at them, saying this is not the time to make jokes. He states that the elders have been the agency of power that held authority over the Adinkas for the last 500 years, except for the last 25 years before Khan Adinka took the position of the patriarch. He has constantly disliked the elders since he was young, and now he keeps increasing the authority of the patriarch little by little. Therefore, they sponsor the first son and the second daughter as the successors. The first son, Carmen, is overflowing with ambition, and the second daughter, Dea, has no interest in anything besides martial arts. They plan to have one of these two become the next patriarch or matriarch in order to rule the Adinkas with them as their puppets. Delbek asks them if they have thought of Vinchin's wins against the Samians. He is the 7th son and especially belongs to the annoying woman Sarvana Hisley. They don't even have her family to influence him in the first place, and they will lose all control. He also reveals that Khan engraved Vinchin's name not long ago, and the sword he wields now is the Crimson Lotus, which Khan used when he was little. According to him, Khan is using Vinchin to point his sword at them right now. They exclaim they can't allow Vinchin to achieve any more accomplishments, and the others ask him if he has something in his mind. The 4th elder suggests they should send a letter to Samians with the content that the Adinkas will not consider the unlawfulness of the Samians during the first stage to be a problem. However, the second stage will proceed under the management of the Aninkas, and they will go themselves to overlook it. 2 days later, the day of the second stage has arrived, and Herka announces that the second stage is the subjugation battle. There is only one rule: they have to pulverize the monster in front of them in the shortest time possible. The monster they will face is the lizardman, and they are known to forge long spears with animal skeletons. The first one is Kagan, and the lizardman attacks him with his might, and he disappears for a while. A little later, he jumps upon him and uses the trait, the Scarlet Song, the starting chapter, and tears the lizardman in 2 parts. They are surprised to see that he did all this in 14.86 seconds, a new record surpassing Lady Dea's 20 seconds. He points toward Vincent and says this is what happens when he is serious, because there won't be anything disgraceful like the first stage going forward. He exclaims the next thing he will slash will be Vincent's head. Meanwhile, Julian asks him how they will beat his record, and Vincent says they won't lose when it comes to speed. They will break through as soon as it starts. Herka announces that the cadet Vincent is entering as one of the Aninkas for the next round. Vincent is ready to face the lizardman, and they release him, but he observes that the lizardman seems to be in a strange position. This is the doing of Delbek, the 4th elder, which is why he involved himself in the second stage. He exclaims that he did nothing to the monster Vincent will be facing, nor did he use any special magic or drugs and capture an equivalent lizardman to the one young Master Kagan would be facing. Though he hasn't fed it for the past 2 days, and an average martial artist may not notice, but a starving monster becomes quite vicious. He is so vicious that he can't defeat it in a matter of seconds. Vincent observes he has been starved, and it is definitely a sign that it's a viciously starved state. The fight commences, and the lizardman attacks him rashly, and Vincent thinks he needs to dodge it, but if he starts dodging, he won't be able to break Kagan's record. He opens up his arms, indicating he is ready to face the attack, while Herka and Vargan shout from their places and ask him to dodge it. The lizardman stabs its spear through his chest, but at the same time, he also stabs the Crimson Fortress in his body. He manages to shorten the time, and if he stabs his this deeply, he won't have to control his lightning trait, which burns away the lizardman completely. Herka thinks even if that was the case, if anyone else would go to such lengths. Vincent sets a record of 5.39 seconds, and everyone announces Cadet Vincent's victory. Herka wonders if he has been possessed by a spirit that died before they defeated the Samians or something and wants to defeat them badly. The priest rushes toward him because he has a serious injury, and they need to pull the spear out first. One of them asks the other to pull out the spar, and they will start healing simultaneously, while Kagan is furious and wonders why he used such a barbaric method. He stares at him with a taunting smile and exclaims that he has won. There is an announcement that wraps up the second stage, and they ask the audience to exit immediately, and they must transfer the patient. Moreover, the third stage will proceed in 3 days, and the person who is announcing all this is wondering about Vincent if he is the son of Sarvana. On the other side, the priest says he applied to the Crimson Fortress because he heard it was an easy position, and it was really before Vincent enrolled there. Vincent thanks him for healing him so fast. His chest is fine now. But the priest reveals that he is not the owner of this wooden token, so it's impossible to give him the same level of treatment from him. He thinks Vincent experienced something similar to a miracle, and the second-class priest's treatments are indeed miraculous, which is why the possessor of this wooden token is given the same treatment as its owner. But since he is a 5th-class priest, his treatment is equal to that OS sewing it and gluing it back. Currently, his heart is not completely healed yet, and if he happens to overdo it before it's fully healed, he may not be able to use mana ever again. Meanwhile, Herka enters the room and asks him to heal if his treatment is complete, and he shockingly asks him what he meant by eating. She reveals that the patriarch and matriarch of the Aninka and Samian families have arrived, and the Samians have invited him and his father for dinner. He is shocked to hear about the dinner invitation from the Samians and wonders what they are plotting. The matriarch of the Samians, Valkia Samian, welcomes the patriarch and Vincent and exclaims she is very pleased to meet them. They have arranged a dinner for them, and she asks Vincent to eat to his fill since these are the special dishes of the Samians. Vincent is observing her, and this is the first time he has seen her and thinks like his father. Her presence signifies Samian itself as one of the continent's rulers. She starts the conversation and calls Khan, saying he has become quite petty since he has gotten older. She asks him where he has been hiding such a cute son all this time. She suddenly emitted some mana, indicating her true feelings toward Vincent, and he hurriedly grabbed his sword to counterattack her. She is surprised to see that he reacted to the mana that she emitted in secrecy, and Vincent thinks she is so strong. She has a murderous intent that deludes him of death and mana that is sharp enough to cut him, and she really is a true martial artist. She appreciates him, saying he has got good senses, and she looks forward to dueling with such a kid. The patriarch asks him why he is smiling, and he replies that he is impressed by the power of Samians and he is surprised that he sensed their power. The patriarch also emits some mana in the secrecy towards Kagan, and he asks him if there is a problem. The patriarch appreciates his politeness and says he doesn't pull out his sword at the dining table. Julian and Vincent observe that they are having a Kai battle over whose son is better, and they are surprised at the immaturity of the continent's rulers. Later, they both get out for a chat, and Valkia states his good-for-nothing son has matured quite nicely, and his prodigy is underwhelming. She exclaims somebody's up to no good and how they dare to interfere with the friendly exchange meeting when the matriarch and patriarch are watching. The patriarch asks him if this is the doing of the elders of Samians, but she exclaims he is half correct. She believes that the first stage was the doing of their elders, but the second stage was his elders, Adinka's elders. She is sure that the 4 great elders of Adinka had something to do with it, and their target is Vincent. Though they may have different opinions, they want to eliminate a variable like Vincent as soon as possible, and she asks him if he thinks his son will win in the 3rd stage. The patriarch exclaims there is only one thing he can say right now, that the Adinkas will absolutely surpass the Samians. Valkia laughs and says he should give up now, because the Adinkas can't beat the Samians at any cost. She asks him what he will do about the interference of the elders, and how he will stop them, and he replies there is no one that remains alive on this continent after cheating in front of his eyes. Nothing will stop Vincent's victory in the 3rd stage, and she is surprised by his certainty that he will win. He remembers when Vincent promised him that he would return victorious, and he tells Valkia that his son has made a promise to him. To think the Adinka would win both the 1st and 2nd stages, but the real battle is the 3rd stage, where they will actually spar. People hope the Samians will try to win no matter what since their ego has been damaged, and they wonder if the Adinkas will have another victor after Lady Dea. Valkia Samian has reached the fortress, and Khan Adinka sits beside her. They are 2 martial artists that represent this era. Herka announces the final stage of the friendly exchange meeting. The long-awaited duel is about to begin. Before sparring, Julian asks him if he remembers the current condition of his body, and he thinks the most his damaged heart will allow is just 1 hit of absolute sword slash. He must find an opening and come out victorious with that 1 hit. He will start with the lightning giant to test him, and Kagan uses a technique that absorbs his lightning giant. He then smiles and asks him if this is a test, and he exclaims he will have to burn him to ashes in order to be satisfied. Vincent is shocked to see a burning mana of a dark crimson shade, and he remembers this is Samian's hidden mana technique that brought about his final loss. The mana that uses his life force to burn bright, Crimson Emperor's might, and Kagan observe that he already knows about this technique. He attacks him using this technique and says they will check whether he can block this. Vincent thinks he needs to use body strengthening on the Crimson Lotus and block it, but he is shocked when he gets slashed by his attack. He wonders about his speed, and the Crimson Emperor's might has no such effect, and this child's accomplishment has well surpassed young Kagan's abilities. In the meantime, Kagan again rushes toward him to attack and says Vincent is thinking too much, but he blocks his sword this time. Kagan asks him what happened to his cocky expression from the 1st and 2nd stages and why he doesn't act like he can defeat him again. He says he will never let him wield another sword again, and there is a sudden explosion to dodge his attacks. Vincent jumps backward and thinks the Crimson Emperor's might is weak in extended battles, and if he gets the timing right, he won't give him an opening. Kagan again jumps upon him using Scarlet Song MIDI Chapter 1 and lands an attack on him. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and there was so much power that it broke the ground. Kagan laughs and says this results from challenging the Samian, while Vincent asks him if this is all he has. He uses Ameloon swordsmanship in Chapter 3 with the quick greatsword defense. 500 years ago, once Kagan defeated a swordsman, and kicked him to the ground saying his fighting was so boring. He exclaimed he was worse than that one-armed loser when he had both his arms and suggested that he should quit swordsmanship while he was ahead. Meanwhile, Davin was watching him from a distance, and he appreciated a boy named Ameloon for his good work. He wonders why Kagan continues to beat them when the victory has already been decided. When Davin calls him alumni, he asks him to call Falcon every time. He was a martial artist studying under Samians, Falcon Ameloon, and Davin met him at the Samians' battleground. They were just puppets used to let Kagan's abilities shine, and Falcon asked him if he meant what he said last time, that he would defeat Kagan one day. He wanted to defeat the young master whose entire existence was a total cheat, and Davin had a foolish dream at that time. But Falcon believed him and said he was the only person who actually attempted to defeat Kajin, and he was the only one who could do it. Falcon was an exceptional martial artist and a loyal friend to him who didn't disregard his dream and cheered him on until the end. However, he became too strong too quickly, a pawn of the Samians. When he became too powerful, he fell into a trap set up by the elders of the Samians and died. But he left him his swordsmanship, Amalun Swordsmanship Chapter 3, a skill that is the complete opposite of the Samian's skills and uses very little mana. He used the trait of quick greatsword defense, and Kagan was surprised to see this strange swordsmanship of his. Vincent exclaims this is the swordsmanship belonging to someone who has sacrificed himself for the Samians, and he is taking revenge on his behalf. But Kagan jumps upon him, saying he will prove this skill useless, and uses Samian's swordsmanship in Chapter 1, and exclaims he will easily break such a cheap skill. Vincent feels incredible martial pressure, and it's as if he is battling against the young adult Kajin again. But he can still not break his defense. Kagan shouts at him, saying he will finish him in his next attack, and suddenly, he disappears from the battlefield. Everyone is talking about him, that the young master of the Samians disappeared, and he is going to appear from out of nowhere like he did in the second stage. They are right when Kagan appears from the ground and tries to attack him, but Vincent reacts in time and dodges his attack. He shockingly asks him how he knew which direction he was going, and Vincent replies he knew that he would land on his right foot first. After that, he would leap into the air to dodge, and he failed that attack too. Kagan gets worried and shouts at him, asking what kind of tricks he is using, and Vincent reveals that because of his arrogant personality, he likes striking downwards. This time, Vincent swings his sword toward him, and exclaims he could have easily countered that, and thinks this child uses the exact same strategies as Kajin. That normally means he is incredibly powerful, but it has a different meaning to him because no one else in the world knows Kajin's swordsmanship as well as he does. Kagan finds himself losing, so he tries to attack him again, and Vincent thinks Kajin was a genius and can control every situation with his strength. But if there were anything unexpected that he couldn't control, he would completely lose his common sense and pounce. He uses Amalun's swordsmanship Chapter 1 and hits him with his full might. There is a giant wave of electricity there, and it breaks Kagan's sword, and everyone shouts in victory for Vincent. It is a miracle that the Adankas would win all 3 stages, and Vincent is relieved that it ended quickly, since the Asbul sword slash isn't the only skill that affects his heart. But Kagan appears more powerful than before and exclaims the stage is not over yet, and Vincent is surprised to see that the concentration of his mana just got stronger. Kagan reveals that he is a beginner, so it might be dangerous. But he is not the only one with a hidden trick up his sleeves. He uses Sword God Keshek's blessing trait and is ready to attack him with much power. S26 Valkyat is also shocked to see that and wonders when he got that trait. It is said that the Sword God Keshek's blessing bestows an incredible talent of swordsmanship on those who possess it. But when someone reaches its peak, they gain another trait, and the power of that trait turns their sword into another element of imagery. Kajin is at the peak of his 4-star boundary, while Vincent has never heard about this trait. He tells him that he has already spent most of his strength on the Crimson Emperor's might, and it will be too dangerous for him to use a greater power simultaneously. However, he rushes toward him to attack and still has so much strength, and Vincent blocks his attack with the Crimson Lotus. The wind pressure is so high that it reaches the people in the audience. Kagan exclaims he risked his life during the second stage just to smirk at him, and in the third stage, he is risking his own life. Even if his body breaks down because of Keshak, he will defeat him, and Vincent thinks he is just like Kajin, and he also refuses to be defeated by him. Suddenly, his trait breaks Vincent's swordsmanship trait, and Kagan laughs at him for this. Meanwhile, Vincent punches his face and pushes him back to some distance. He thinks they have already reached their physical limits, and he will bet it all on this one shot. Kagan uses the trait Bloody Full Moon, and Vincent uses Lightning Giant, Final Chapter. An absolute sword slash with the power of the Lightning Giant will slice through the target and explode. When Kagan gets involved with this skill, he jumps upon him using the Amaline swordsmanship trait and uses his final move as a smoke screen. He shouts at him, asking him to take a good look from this moment onwards that they will become the challengers. There is an announcement that young Master Kagan has been incapacitated, and the third stage victor is Cadet Vincent Adanka. Everyone is happy because this happens after years of Adanka taking over Samians. The headmaster announces that the interviews will be conducted after the treatment when suddenly, one of the elders gets up angrily and breaks the crystal stone. Conversely, Raelsa informs Merlin about his victory and that he has lost the bet. Everyone in the state is talking about both of them, that this year's friendly exchange meeting was so entertaining, and both young masters were incredible. At the same time, Raven asks his subordinate Sirkin if he can defeat those two, and he praises him, saying that he is plenty strong. The renowned family of spearmanship stands equal to the Adanka and Samian families because he is the descendant of the Vardakans. He wants to spar with him soon, and he thinks of a good idea. He is sure Vincent will be at the fortress daily since he is a cadet. He asks Sirkin to contact his father because he wants to enroll at the Crimson Fortress. When Vincent opens his eyes, he finds himself in an empty space. He only remembers that he took down Kagan and went to rest, but now he doesn't know where he is. He wonders if this is the world from his memories. Suddenly, a lot of people appear in front of him, and he takes out his sword to attack them. They are attacking him, and he tries to block their attack and is hitting them back. He feels the sensation like the evil spirit of the archdemon Devam. Kajan is also present there, and he again calls him one-armed Davin, and he shouts at him, asking what he is doing there. Kajan is about to attack him and asks him to be gone from his sight. His mana is suppressing him, and his body cannot move when suddenly a light appears from a side and helps him. The person who saved him is Arslan, and he calls him brother, and Vincent asks him what is happening there. Suddenly, a big monster appears there, and Arslan reveals that he is the archdemon who is responsible for all this. He asks him to run because the archdemon has noticed his presence, and he must recover it quickly. He asks him to surpass the Samians and face the truth he has left. Arslan pushes him away, saying everything is up to him now, while Vincent calls him because he has many questions to ask him. He tries to stop him and calls loudly when Salbara and the other cadets wake him up and inquire about his health. He remembers Arslan's last will to surpass the Samians and face the truth. He just surpassed the Samians, but he can't see the truth. He wonders if there are grounds for him to be disqualified from fulfilling the will of the Adanka. Suddenly, the Patriarch enters the dormitory, and everyone is shocked to see him, including Vincent. He asks them to take east since he won't take too long there, and appreciates Vincent for his good work and that he kept his promise to him again. He wants to reward him and asks him about his wish, and Vincent remembers he lacked the most basic fundamentals. He states he needs a master to teach him the Adanka's swordsmanship. The Patriarch asks him if he is aware of the fact that the Great Elders do not favor him, and Vincent replies he defeated the Samians today and took one step closer to fulfilling the will of the Adankas. However, if they still object to providing him with a master, he will not favor the Great Elders, and the Patriarch replies that he will also not. He orders to follow him and takes him where Raelsa and Merline are. Vincent is happy to see her after a long time and also calls Merline by his name. He is surprised that he remembers him, yet he told him once that he would remember his face and name. Riesla tells him that he is an 8-star martial artist and a holder of the Lightning Giant. Therefore, she recommended him to be his master, and Merlin introduced himself formally as the vice captain of the White Sword Unit. He is currently under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Dragon Unit, Merlin Falker. Vincent gets shocked at the name of Falker and remembers this was Arslan's original last name. On the other side, Valkia calls Kagan to the court, asking him if he knows why he lost. She tells him that Vincent saw right through him, and he lost his cool by becoming overly emotional. He has engraved a mark of shame upon his arm, and she keeps her hand on his head, saying it is okay for him to lose. Moreover, he can learn a lot from losing, but if he makes the same mistake again, she will personally cut through his muscles. Kagan smiles and says he will keep that in mind, while some spirit inside his body is angry because they lost. Kagan asks him to stop because they are in front of his mother, and he actually possesses the archdemon Davin's spirit. On the other side, Merlin asks him if there is any problem with his last name, and Vincent asks him if he is perhaps someone with higher authority than he imagined. Riesla reveals that the Falkers are one of the older martial families who have served the Adankas and are neither higher nor lower. Vincent wonders what happened when the Falkers changed their name to Adanka and why the Falkers still exist. However, Raelsa informs him that Merlin has completed the registration at the fortress, and he will be able to act as his master starting tomorrow. He exclaims he will have to treat him as his pupil the next time he sees you. He also apologizes for his rudeness in advance, and Vincent determines that he will learn humbly from him. The Patriarch also advises him to devote himself further, and he thinks he must get stronger because no one knows what his elders will do to him. On the other side, they are furious because it happened precisely what they feared might happen. Vincent has become a hero who defeats the Samians, and they no longer have any way to interfere in his growth. Others ask Elder Tilavan how he will take responsibility for this situation, but he has nothing to say because Vincent's growth has surpassed their expectations. They ask him if he didn't decide to proceed with this by himself, and he thinks they are trying to eliminate him by using this as an excuse. Elder Tilavan asks them to come up with a solution. On the other side, Valkia has killed the 6 tower mages and asks Elder Holloman if she would like to ask him why he hired these mages. He replies that he just wanted to complete victory for the Samians, and she furiously asks him if the Samians managed to obtain a complete victory. She hates the likes of politics and trickery, and it's not something that befits the role of a martial artist. Thanks to that, she could never compete head-to-head with that Patriarch Khan. They were never associated with the Magic Tower or the Association, and that's how she will make it for the honor of the Samians. But she can't do anything about the Great Elder of the Samian using his own method. She furiously asks him why he doesn't stay quiet for a while and asks him to stay home and take up gardening or something. When she is left, the crystal stone brightens, and it's Elder Tilavan trying to contact him. Elder Holloman shouts at him and asks what happened to him, and he thought he would interfere with the 2nd and 3rd stages. Elder Tilavan tells him that Khan and Valkia appeared, so they couldn't do anything, and Vincent's skills were beyond their expectations. Holloman exclaims if they keep going like this, they won't be able to avoid taking responsibility for trying to stop Vincent. The elders won't be the problem, and they will become a nuisance in their eyes. Holloman suggests they must devise a plan to get rid of Vincent as soon as possible. On the other side, Vincent is sleeping peacefully on his bed when he feels someone tries to attack him. He wakes up immediately, dodges his attack, and takes out his sword, asking about who he is and how he got into the dorm. Merline attacks him and appreciates him for his good senses, while Vincent is shocked to see his way of waking him. Merlin asks him to consider him as his master because it's past midnight. Though his senses may be good, but his observational skills are lacking. He asks him to observe his surroundings and reveals that the magic dungeon was used for the 1st stage the Dean person created. If he manages to pass his training, he will let him leave. Until then, he will be prohibited from leaving, not even by using that strange sword path. They will tear apart his lightning giant and fix it because his trade is all wrong, while Vincent doesn't understand what he is talking about. Merlin states that he doesn't understand his strength, and this is a matter that must be settled prior to learning the Adanka's swordsmanship. He shows him a special pendant that was created using magic, and it will be destroyed when somebody else's lightning energy touches it. Merlin asks him to destroy the pendant, otherwise he will not teach him Adanka's swordsmanship. Vincent determines that he must grow quickly and must become a true Adanka to face the truth. He will destroy that pendant no matter what and learn the Adanka's swordsmanship. He uses multiple techniques and traits to destroy the pendant, and when he succeeds, Merlin asks him to take a good look and reveals that this is the true form of Lightning Giant. Julian also appears there and exclaims this form looks completely different from what they saw earlier. The Lightning Giant bestows upon him, and he thinks this blue lightning is completely different from his and Malone's lightning. Merlin apologizes to him, saying he is not somebody who is the best fit to be a master and doesn't have the confidence to provide him with great explanations or manage him systematically. Therefore, he has decided to teach him using his best methods. Until Vincent learns about the true Lightning Giant, his lightning will race against him. It has been 1 week since Vincent has gone to the dungeon for training, while Seri sent a spirit to get updates of Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, a carriage stops outside the building when the Elder Tilavan enters there with his flashy eyes having a plan in his mind. The spirit goes back to Seri, and she guesses everyone must be doing well, and she appreciates Pok Pok for its good work. She thinks it has already been a whole week since the young master started his training, and he hasn't come out of the space yet. She hopes that he is not straining his body. On the other side, Vince is doing his best and is training very hard. Merlin thinks he uses his brain when he has been cornered and is starting to fuse the lightning energy with a strange swordsmanship. However, he has got a long way to go, and Vincent tries to attack him with his microcurrent boost technique and tries to break the pendant. But as soon as he hits it, a defensive barrier appears and blocks his attack. The pendant's range is too wide, and its force is not as powerful as his golden lightning. But it has such an incredible range and pressure. Merlin exclaims it will not end with just his admiration, and pendants slip from his hand in order to avoid Merlin's attack. Vincent thinks he just has to get a hold of that pendant, but Merlin's is so fast and swiftly slips away from his hand. Vincent wonders if he did this purposely to provide him with an opportunity to grab the pendant. In the meantime, Merlin attacks him with his sword's handle, and Vincent gets unconscious from this attack. Merlin thinks his movements are getting better, but there is no progress with the Lightning Giant. He asks him to take a break, and Julian asks him to drink more water because they don't know when Merlin give him another break. Vincent thinks no matter how much lightning energy he emits or increases his range, he cannot surpass that blue lightning. Like the two forms of the lightning giant, there is also a difference in their nature. Meanwhile, Julian is annoyed because such little water is coming out of that bottle, and he wants Vincent to drink as much water as possible. He asks him not to complain because if he didn't even have this, then what they do. Suddenly, he remembers something from this water bottle. He excitedly calls Merlin and tells him that he has figured out that he needs to limit the lightning energy before he emits it. For example, someone can spill the water from a water bottle when there is no water there. He thinks there was no need to do that from the start, and it looks like the mana was flowing through his body and sword. He uses the same technique and releases the blue lightning energy, and Merlin is happy to see that he has finally done it. He exclaims the lesson isn't over yet, which still doesn't change the fact that he must destroy this. Now, he will try to destroy the pendant, and for this, he attacks Merlin, but he blocks his attack with his sword. Vincent uses a movement, and Merlin is surprised because this doesn't belong to Atticus. Vincent uses the trait of greatsword splitting slash, but he approaches him, saying Riesla and he has been friends for years, so they know each other's attacks very well. Vincent is shocked to see that he broke the greatsword attack was broken, and he observes the scar on Merlin's face, which seems deep and old. He thinks that an opponent overpowered him without any chance of being healed, and he can see the pain, defeat, and humiliation in his eyes. However, he approaches him in no time, and grabs the pendant from his neck, and splits it into many parts by hitting it with the sword. Merlin wonders if he targeted the side with the scar, and it was quite a tough task for a 14-year-old. However, he tells him that he has passed, and now he will teach him Adenka's swordsmanship. But he will be more agonizing than this, and they both look forward to it. A few days later, Saizen and Salbara appreciate him for fighting in the enclosed space for a week when Seri rushes him excitedly. He asks her about the matter, and she shows him a newspaper, saying it was delivered to him. This is a mission objective for a rank 9 cadet, and it was addressed directly to Vincent. He thinks this is unusual since it is usually completed by the rank 7 cadets. Julian asks him to see toward a side where it is written that the people who request this are Adenka's elders. Salbara asks him if he needs someone to help him, and Saizen exclaims they have gotten stronger by training with him so that they can be of some help. But he decides to go alone, and Merlin and Vargan don't like his decision. It is his first mission, so they believe acting alone may be dangerous, and Vincent says this is why he is going alone. The elders blatantly tosses a mission in his way, which is probably a test or a trap for him. Merlin tells him that they are trying to eliminate him since he is in their way. Vargan also agrees with him and says sending him alone in such a situation is too dangerous. However, Vincent exclaims this is his war, and his victory would be to come out of this trap unscathed. And there is a truth he must obtain by becoming stronger. If he accidentally falls victim to a power struggle while doing so, then he must accept it. Vargan observes that he has already made up his mind, so he permits his expedition and advises him not to lose his composure as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress. Vincent pays his respect to him, and states he will charge toward Tourniquet for his mission. After a while, Vargan goes to Herka, who is enjoying her rest on the roof, and he asks her if she is slacking off again. She replies that she is just taking a break and asks him about Vincent's mission, while he thinks she has no interest in managing the cadets. According to them, the real culprit who is behind this planning is the elder Tilavan. There is no good reason he would have given Vincent a mission. Suddenly, a guard contacts them through Crimson Fortress and informs them of an emergency in front of the fortress. An unidentified martial artist is armed, and he keeps insisting on seeing Vincent. But since he is refusing to comply, they may engage in battle. They ask him to identify himself and not come closer, and Ravan's subordinate asks him to follow the protocols and return later. He takes out his sword, showing his mana, and exclaims that he wants to see Vincent. The guards rush toward him and ask each other not to let him inside the fortress, and Ravan uses the partisan spear-throwing technique, Chapter 1, to attack them. But before that, someone attacks him from behind and ties him up, and Herka appears there, saying she has confirmed his identity with his spear-throwing technique. She asks him to stop right there because if things get out of hand, it will only inconvenience them both. His subordinate Circa tries to help him, but Vargan appears there, saying he will behead him if he moves a bit. They are shocked to see a 5-rune mage and a woman who possesses a whip that changes its form however she wishes. They recognize them as the people in charge of the fortress, and Herka introduces herself as the headmaster of the fortress. She asks them what they are doing there, but Ravan frees himself from the whip and smirks, asking if she is really the headmaster of that weak ability. He has a request and asks her to accept him as a cadet of the fortress. On the other side, at the Tornican city entrance, Vincent and Julian start their journey, and he asks him how long it has been since they have seen a forest without snow, and it feels so refreshing to them. The mission doesn't seem too easy, and he doesn't see how the elders could have intervened at all. The mission objective that was addressed to him by the elders was to subjugate a certain goblin. Julian asks him if the goblin can be the bait for a different trap, and Vincent asks him not to let his guard down. It is said that goblins are creatures that live in groups, and they may be weak as individuals, but they take advantage of their numbers and hunt intelligently. He wonders why this one goblin is roaming by himself, or maybe he fell behind his group. This is also possible that he became strong enough not to need the protection of his group and devoured them. Julian thinks to strategize with the worst situation in mind. Soon, they reach a place, and according to the report, it should be around there somewhere. He jumps on the carriage and gives a bag to the driver as a rental for the ride. The driver wonders when he gets to the carriage's roof, and Vincent asks him to leave this forest as soon as possible. He asks him to get down immediately because this place is dangerous, but Vincent jumps from the carriage and disappears in a second. He reaches in the middle of the forest, asks Julian to look for a goblin, and uses the lightning giant trait's true form. He thinks the blue lightning lacks force, it will spread out far and wide, and he will cover this entire region with the tiniest amount of lightning and detect all movements. Suddenly, he detects someone moving in the forest, and he wonders if this is the goblin. And soon, he reaches him and thinks it is bigger than a goblin. He has strange markers on his body, and he wonders about what it is. Julian predicts it can be a chimera that has been created using dark mages. Vincent cannot fathom its combat abilities based on its completion level, and he must approach him cautiously. Suddenly, he feels something has entered the trap he set up with his lightning. He wonders if he is an assassin sent by the elders and someone attacked him from behind with the spear. Ravan appears behind him, exclaims he barely managed to catch up, and greets him, saying this is the first time they see each other. He has come there to challenge him and to see who is victorious among them, and Vincent is shocked to see him that he wants to challenge him. He wears a worn fortress uniform and badge, indicating him rank 9 cadet, but he is surprised at how he can miss a rank 9 cadet. In the meantime, the goblin appears there, and Vincent is shocked because the goblin has discovered them. Ravan is also shocked to see that creature and asks him if it is a goblin, and Vincent asks him to watch out because it can be a chimera. The goblin now turns toward Ravan, and Vincent is worried about him seeing it change its target to that child. However, when the goblin tries to attack him, Ravan uses his spear and hits its head, saying he may not know the details, but he understands that the goblin needs to be defeated first. On the other side, Herka is relieved that the annoying boy has left the fortress, and Vargan asks her if she did that on purpose. She rushed the entrance procedure and had Raven chase after Vincent. It would be too much, even for the Adinka elders, to touch the descendant of Vardakan, the third powerhouse. Moreover, Raven, who is showing interest in Vincent, will become a great reinforcement and insurance, but she refuses by saying she doesn't know what he is talking about. She asks Vargan if she has left with some vacation days. At the same time, Raven fights with the goblin bravely and does not give him any opening. After a while, he successfully stabs his spear into the goblin's body and injures him. Vincent is watching them fighting from the tree branch and thinks there is no room for him to jump in. He wonders who this boy is, and he doesn't even compare to the martial artists of his age and is on the same level as Kagan and his. He uses the blessing of a spear that pierces every trait and penetrates it into the goblin's body. Julian and Vincent are shocked to see that he has defeated it, but the part he sliced is regenerating again. The goblin is again ready to attack him. This time, he doesn't seem normal. Vincent asks him to dodge it again. Ravan is shocked to see his scale, which has the physical ability and cannot move his body, while Vincent jumps between them and asks him to move his body. Suddenly, Sirkin appears from behind and ties the goblin in threads and exclaims he has finally found his young master. It's quite troublesome if he runs off without saying anything to him, while Raven is happy to see him. He thanks Sirkin for saving his life, and Vincent wonders to see his uniform if he is a butler. Suddenly, the goblin frees himself, and Sirkin exclaims that it's not an ordinary goblin. In the meantime, the goblin uses his magic and creates a magic seal, and they are shocked to see that it knows how to use magic. He successfully uses the magic seal and disappears from there, and someone standing on the mountaintop informs Elder about a problem. Julian is also shocked to see him, and Vincent asks both of them about who they are and what they are doing there. Sirkin introduces Ravan as the young Master Raven Vardakan of the Vardakan family, and he is the butler Sirkin. Raven reveals that he has become a cadet at the fortress as of today and came to find him on orders from the headmaster. Vincent asks Julian if he knows this family, and he replies that it's one of the 3 renowned families in martial arts, along with the Adanka and Samian. He is the son of Vertican, the renowned family of spear arts, and Vincent thinks this is why he had such martial prowess. Julian reveals the patriarch Pontianus Vardican is known to have only one child, meaning that this is the only child of the Vardicans and their future. Vincent wonders what is the only son of the Vardicans doing at the Crimson Fortress of the Adankas. Julian asks him to join them for now because it seems a good idea because no one can touch the sole child of the Vardicans. If they were to join parties with Raven while they have no idea what the elders will throw at them, he would become a good shield for them. If they are strong martial artists themselves, then they will serve as the best reinforcement. Sirkin states they also require an explanation and asks him about that suspicious goblin and why the young master, who is a direct descendant of the Adanka family, has ventured out by himself on a mission. He states that the mission isn't a simple monster subjugation, and he can't let his young master leap into danger of an internal war with the Adankas. Moreover, it's only a title to be a cadet at the Crimson Fortress, and depending on his explanation, they will take their leave. But Raven interrupts them and says there is something much more important right now, and again requests Vincent to spar with him. Julian asks him to remember that he was saying something about having a duel earlier. Raven reveals that he watched the friendly exchange meeting and the incredible battle between him and Kagan. His plan was originally to defeat Kagan, but things have changed now, and he exclaims that he wants to become stronger with Vincent and surpass him. He thinks Raven is honest and very competitive, and they will get along nicely. However, he refuses his offer, saying he is on a mission now, and it's most important for him to defeat that goblin from earlier. Raven is so desperate and asks him if they can spar just once, but Vincent refuses by saying he has to make preparations for that. He calls him cheap, scaredy cat, and chicken, but Vincent says no matter what he may call him, his decision will not change. He exclaims that he cannot spar with him until he defeats the goblin. Raven happily asks him if he will spar with him after defeating the goblin, and he gets ready to accompany him for the goblin's subjugation. Sirkin tries to stop him, but he is the type to see it through to the end once something intrigues him, and the young master is completely obsessed with him, even without hearing any explanations. Vincent Adanka has got them this time. After that, they reach Tornican City, Main Street, and Ravon suggests they should rest at an inn for tonight since rest is also important. Sirkin exclaims that they got involved in something extremely bothersome. Vincent states that the goblin seems to be a chimera that someone created. Raven also says that there is something strange about its scales and horns. They were discussing the goblin when someone entered there, and Vincent got up smelling some scent. It's the same scent as the dark underground prison of the Samians, and he wonders why he smells that scent there. He observes a mage passing through there and asks him if he has a moment to spare while the mage is shocked to see him and calls his name. Vincent is surprised that he knows his name, and he grabs him by his collar and asks him about who he is and who put him in this. Suddenly, his body turns red, and Vincent knows that is the Crimson Emperor's might, and his mana is flooding out of control. Meanwhile, Ravan and Sirkin reach him and ask what is wrong there, and he tells them that his mana is flooding out of control and will explode soon. But they can't see anything, and Vincent is the only one who can sense this strong flow of mana right now, and soon his body explodes. Sirkin rushes to help him, but the mana flow is too strong to handle. Everyone is scared to see an explosion there and thinks this is a kind of bomb. Sirkin is shocked at why he didn't feel this explosion, and he thinks protecting the young master comes first to him. He creates a shield before them while Raven asks him to save Vincent first. He thinks there is no time to save the young master Vincent, and the barrier is supposed to make them safe. Suddenly, there is another explosion there, and Vincent gets out of the fire using his blue lightning giant. He gets unconscious, and Raven runs toward him, concerned about his health. Sirkin thinks it was shocking because they saw Vincent clearly. Vincent swallowed the explosion. They wonder how he can do this with his strange swordsmanship. However, when he gets conscious, Raven supports taking him to a room, and Vincent thinks it is quite dangerous because he uses the unique sword style 3 times. Raven takes him to a room and asks if he needs a priest, but he refuses by saying he has just small cuts. However, he needs to meditate urgently and wants them to protect him. Serkan asks him how he can trust them when it's the first time they have seen each other, and perhaps they hide evil intentions. Vincent exclaims if he believes his intuition. Serkan, the personal butler, is at least a 7-star warrior, and it seems that whether he meditates or not, it won't make much difference if he harbors evil intentions. After that, he starts meditating, and Raven asks Serkan how he managed to stay alive earlier. He replies that he doesn't know anything about it either, but it seems that he avoided the explosion. Raven asks him if he can do this, and he replies that it is possible to some extent, but even he can't confirm it. Moreover, it seems like this man is the cause of the explosion. Although he is no longer breathing, his body is still relatively intact. It turns out as if the explosion never happened. Suddenly, they are shocked to see that his body has turned to dust, and Serkan thinks there are many things he doesn't know. Raven exclaims that Vincent is an astonishing person, and he wants to fight him soon and wants to see his true powers. A few hours later, when they came out of the meditation, it was already getting dark, and it took longer than expected. Vincent is surprised to see that Raven is sleeping in this serious and dangerous situation, and indeed his boldness is worthy of being a member of a prestigious family. Julian asks him about the man they encountered earlier, and the mana they felt from him was a sign of imminent danger. Besides, given that others didn't notice this, but he accumulated mana is his heart, and he also didn't look like a warrior. Seeing the smell of Samian Priosin emanating from him, he must have been a prisoner, and he was forcibly injected with mana and sent to them. He wonders if the conspiracies of the Presbyterian Council and Samian are just a coincidence or if there is something bigger that they don't realize. Meanwhile, Serkan appears there and says he wants to ask something to him how the young Master Vincent knew that the man was going to explode and had enough power to avoid the explosion. He asks him why he didn't run away, and he replies there were civilians in the hostel and the restaurant, and it's not just them. The woman was also found holding her baby in her arms, and Serkan asks him if this is more important than his safety and goals. Vincent counter-questions him if Raven was in his place if he ignored the civilians, and he replies he didn't ignore them. But one thing is sure, that not everyone will behave like young Master Vincent. He pays his respect to him and exclaims among the Adinka people he met his sword was the most serviceable. He reveals that he is pulling out of respect for his master from this mission. Vincent is shocked to hear that he is pulling out of this mission. On the other side, a strange man is pulling the goblin and asks him to stop making a fuss and follow him calmly. If it waits a little longer, he will let him devour Vincent Adinka, and for dessert, he will offer him the heir of the Vartican too. The next morning, Raven and Vincent set out for goblin hunting, and he is too excited about this, and Julian tells him that Serkan is not following them. He made that declaration last night, and he asked him what he meant by he would not be participating in the subjugation. He replied that his objective was the safety of young Master Raven, and he would have slayed the goblin earlier today if things went south. But it would have interfered with his achievements, and he wanted to see how far he could get with his righteous sword beyond his family's interference. He promised him that he would not touch the hair of that goblin, and Vincent thinks it is a joyous occasion to have such a strong martial artist cheering him on. If they knew things would turn out like this, they should have healed the internal mana injuries and come back in a few days. Suddenly, Raven stops and asks them where they are going and if he is leading the way without thinking. Vincent replies they are going to the location where they encountered the goblin, but nothing has been caught by him lightning so far. In that case, his base isn't around there, and it's probably further away, and he was most likely sent there using the same method he used to disappear. They should now change the search method, and Vincent thinks the traditional method might work in this case. Raven says they can't track him down unless they have a special trait, but Vincent exclaims they don't need this because he is much larger than the forest's ecosystem, meaning he would have left tracks like footprints, evidence of hunts and excretion. It's not difficult to find tracks that seem out of place. He honed this tracking method over the years, hunting down demonic monsters in his previous life, and he asks them to come along because they are going to track the scent of blood first. Soon, they find its footsteps, and Raven finds it incredible that even without a trait for tracking, he can track down a monster. Vincent says the tracks are too seamless and uniform, and thanks to that, they haven't gotten lost once or confused. Monster tracking isn't supposed to be this simple, and it looks like they are being guided to someplace. Suddenly, he keeps his foot on a magical mine, and much mana explodes before him. Julian says the entire field is strange because the reeds are supposed to grow where it's damp and sunny, which means this is a very strange place to have reeds. He uses his trait, Giant Thunderstorm, and he finds a mana barrier at some distance. Victon exclaims these are the people who called them there, and a person gets out of it, saying he is very smart to realize this magical trap. He introduces himself as Carvel and thanks them for obliging his invitation. Vincent asks him if the Adinka elders order him, and he reveals that the elders offered him 100 million luden for killing him. He is telling him all this so easily means he doesn't plan on letting them live. Vincent and Raven attack him together using the Amalune Mist Sword technique and Vartican Spear art respectively. But the goblin appears there and reflects all of their attacks, and at the same time, Carvel also prepares another track saying they don't need to forget him. They are surrounded by the goblin and the mage Carvel from both sides, and they jump toward a side to dodge them. Raven asks him if he is alright, and he still feels the after effects of using the absolute sword slash. It was too much to recover from his meditating for one night, and Carven asks them if they can defeat both of them at the same time. He laughs and exclaims this is impossible and they will die there. Meanwhile, Vincent smiles and asks him to leave the goblin to him while Sirkin appears there from behind and attacks him using his threads. He tears his body in just a moment and jumps forward, emitting a large amount of mana. He is surprised that he is concealing his presence, but Vincent still notices him. He figures out that he wouldn't send Raven by himself, and Sirkin exclaims he merely slashed the villain attacking young Master Raven. Suddenly, Raven calls them and tells them that Carvel's corpse has disappeared. Only the clothes have been torn, and there is nobody in sight. Carvel regenerates his body and gets up, saying he remembers the name Sirkin, the renowned assassin of the Vartican past that uses thread. He calls him the King of Assassins and the Murder King, and Sirkin laughs and says his name is still well known. He uses his threads and asks him why he hasn't run away yet, while Carvel exclaims he has changed his plans. With all of their dead bodies, he is going to create an even more perfect chimera, and Sirkin asks Vincent to leave the sorcerer to him and take care of the goblin. He jumps toward him and uses an absolute sword slash first, but the goblin blocks his weird skill, and it's as if his entire being rejects mana. At the same time, Carvel attacks Sirkin and asks him not to overdo himself since his specialty is assassination, not all-out wars. Sermon replies that he doesn't seem like the most talented tamer either, and he reveals that it's his special trait, leash, enabling the monsters to obey him and transport them by force. Suddenly, the goblin turns his direction towards Sirkin and jumps upon to attack him, and there is a huge explosion there. Luckily, the three of them are alright, and Raven does not doubt that the goblin has the scales of a dragon species. Vincent is shocked because they are an extinct species, and they may look like ordinary humans, but once they activate their abilities, their bodies are enveloped in highly mana-resistant scales, like real dragons. Meanwhile, Carvel starts beating his goblin, saying if he gets caught up in the attack, he will stop them. The goblin gets angry about this and tries to defy him, but Carvel attacks him again. He warns him, saying he will never escape from his trait if he loses his temper again. He threatens him, saying he will drain him of the dragon species and dispose of him. Sirkin tells Vincent that he seems to be controlling that goblin with his trait, and he tells both of them that he has a plan. After a while, when Carvel looks for them, he is shocked to see that they have disappeared and wonders if they have run away. Suddenly, they appear from different directions and attack him using their traits, the blessing of the spear that pierces everything. Carvel thinks he can't block those attacks, but that's nothing for the dragon species scales. Raven stabs the spear in his body, but it doesn't affect him and makes him fall to the ground. Carvel smirks and exclaims these skills are useless against him, but Vincent and Sirkin target him purposely and successfully land an attack on him. Carvel laughs and says that was a good attempt, but it doesn't change the fact that the odds are against him. He orders the goblin to attack those guys, but he doesn't listen to him and is ready to attack him this time. Vincent reveals he was not trying to attack him initially, but he targeted the trait oppressing the goblin. It tries to attack him, while he uses the different barrier to save himself, but he uses the scales of the dragon species and breaks the barrier. The goblin attacks him again, and Julian says they didn't have a very good relationship with its temper, and Carvel wasn't a tamer at all. A true tamer would share his sorrows and joys, the beats sharing his feelings, and battling through that bond. He just oppressed it with his trait, and after killing him, the goblin's scales start melting, and they are relieved to see that. He wouldn't have been able to hold the dragon species power in the chimera easily, and Carvel most likely forced the fusion using magic as a binder. Vincent asks them to do what they came there to do, which is the subjugation of the goblin, and exclaims that he will give him his peace. They kill the goblin, and Vincent takes his body parts as evidence, and Ravon is happy that their first mission is a success. Vincent says this was a mission the elders delivered directly to him, and now he will respond to them with the family's might. He also has reliable witnesses. One is the Murder King, who left the thread marks on Carvel's head, and that is why he is taking it with him to display the skills of the Murder King. He thanks Sirkin because it will all be easy thanks to him, while he is not happy because he has gotten involved in something bothersome again. Suddenly, Herka appears there and appreciates them for the mission, and the butler certainly takes a heavy blow. She exclaims that she has run into them coincidentally on her day off, and now she will wrap up his mission as a success. She asks him to show the body parts of the goblin and Carvel, and Vincent asks her if she recognizes them. She laughs and says this is her first time seeing them, but he agrees with their statement. This is something that the family should deal with because something definitely smells fishy here. She reveals that there was an elder who assisted Kagan during the friendly exchange meeting, Holloman Salmon, and he was responsible for cheating on the Samian side. Moreover, the person responsible for targeting him is Elder Tilavan, and this is also a coincidence that they are longtime friends. After that, she sends a message to Vargan that she acknowledged Vincent's mission as a success and let him go home since there is some stuff to take care of. Vargan is unhappy because he doesn't want to work on his off day, but Herka leaves without telling him. Meanwhile, his subordinate comes to him, and Vargan shouts at him, saying he is busy. However, he gives him Vincent's report, and his mood changes on seeing the core details of the incident are organized so well. At this rate, he can disregard the headmaster's report and easily take care of the documentation. He is surprised to read about a bomb attack in Chimera and how the Murder King, Sirkin, helped them, and amazed it is of equal caliber. He is surprised that such an incident happened to only a rank 9 cadet, and wonders what is happening inside Adinka. On the other side, the Patriarch also reads the report and asks Vincent what he wants to say about this. Vincent has two assumptions, and the first is that this mission was a trap that had been laid to target him. The Patriarch says it will be disappointing if an issue of this caliber is problematic to him. Vincent assures him that it is not problematic since he is standing before him, after successfully completing the mission. The only matter is that they have detected the Samians' involvement in this mission, and it's a joyous matter for the Elder of Adinka to test out the successor with the power of Adinka. But it is unacceptable to involve the power of Samian in order to test him. He also tells him that Elder Holloman and Elder Tilavan are apparently very good friends, and the Patriarch asks him what his second assumption is. The second assumption is that the incompetent elders have found out nothing in regard to this incident. If he were to acknowledge the suspicion, he would deem himself a coward. If he were to deny it, he would become incompetent. The Patriarch asks him directly which side he is leaning towards, and Vincent replies it's a latter, and it would be better if he were incompetent rather than a coward. Suddenly, his mother rushes into the room and informs them about an emergency. She reveals that Tilavan Adinka has just killed himself and stabbed himself in the heart. He died immediately in his room, and also left a will stating that he would take full responsibility for the incident from Vincent's mission. Vincent interrupts them and says this is a fake suicide because if it were somebody who knew so much about responsibility, then he never would have caused such an incident to begin with. Either the forces behind him have staged it as suicide, or he might have staged it himself. He also exclaims that this is heart of the Adinka estate, and he doesn't think he would like to believe that there are forces there that could assassinate an elder outright. Therefore, this suicide is merely the scenery that is part of a play. His mother appreciates him, saying he clearly sees things she cannot see with her own eyes, and asks the Patriarch if it would be alright if she borrows Vincent for a moment. He gives her permission, and she asks Vincent to follow her because she wants to see the incident through his eyes. She takes her to the dead body of Elder Tilavan and asks him not to overexert himself since he is sure this is the first time he is seeing someone who has committed suicide. But Vincent goes bravely to his dead body and opens his eyes, and she is surprised to see that a corpse is nothing to him. Vincent observes the blade is too clean and it pierced through in one go. His mother asks him if this is strange because he is also a martial artist and could easily pierce through his heart using his mana. Vincent replies it's something that's more fundamental than that because death should be more regrettable and painful regardless of how powerful he might have been in the past. There is nothing about death that remains on Tilavan, and there is no indication of any hesitation whatsoever. He declares that the corpse is fake, and she asks him where the real Tilavan is right now. He asks Julian about Tilavan about where he is, and he replies that he should have known already, but this is the extent of his knowledge. Julian tells him about a dark art called corpse ventriloquy, and he tells the same thing to his mother, and she asks him what is the base of dark art. Vincent asks her to use her blessing and see the truth, and she thinks that she can merely decipher what is true or false through her blessing. but it's impossible for her to see through the nature of things or reveal the whole story behind the case. She uses her blessing on Vincent and asks from where he obtained such information about the dark arts. Moreover, it doesn't matter to her whether that old man's corpse is fake or not, but she wants to find out where his insight comes from. On the other side, the patriarch reaches the other 3 elders and makes them shock while he asks them if they like a spot of tea. After taking the tea, he appreciates the fragrance of tea and exclaims this is supposedly Elder Tilavan's favorite tea. One of them asks him what he meant by elders since that corpse has already been expelled from the elders. Khan observes that they have already cut off their tail, and one of them asks him if he has come there to express his complaint in regard to Vincent's mission. They are surprised to see that the Patriarch of Adenka has come to file a complaint himself, indicating that Vincent is surely favored. They ask him if this is because he is the son of Sarvana Hisley, and they make his fun, saying Lady Versa would be jealous of him. They call him shameless and ask him what the point is to pay attention to that woman's son. They reveal that Khan Adenka has become stronger by using her life. Many years ago, Khan requested her to use some medicine, and if she used this, she could live. But she asked him to respect her decision and take good care of their child. At present, Khan gets angry about her discussion, and one of the elders asks him why he gives such a grim reaction. She asks him if he thought that no one would know that he accomplished an incredible deal after her death and came to be referred to as the Adenka. The fact that her death had something to do with his opportunities, while everyone in the family grieved her death. She states there is no one as grievous as the person who had to kill her off with their own 2 hands. At this, Khan takes out his sword and points toward her. A huge amount of mana gets out of the castle. It is so vast that they are unable to bear its pressure, and after a while, everything turns to normal again, and it looks like nothing happened. The elders are still shocked at what it is, and he creates a hallucination created by the murderous intent of his drawing his sword. That is the maximum cultivation level a human has the potential to achieve. He is a 9-star, and he asks Elder Fidenel to remember that her name is Sarvana Adenka. At the same time, Versa grabs Vincent and asks him where he got such information about the dark arts. Julian is also worried and asks him what they should answer now because they can't lie, and after a while, he tells her that he can see it. She doubts that he can see the spell name of the dark magic, and Vincent replies he doesn't know anything, just from what he senses. She uses the Eye of Truth, and the only solution that he can use against that skill is that he tells her that he receives revelations. Versa gets confused and asks him if this is the same revelation he told her about during the Assembly of True Swords. Vincent exclaims when he observes, according to his senses, he receives revelations, and he also finds out about the spell name of this dark magic through a revelation. Versa believes him and refrains him from not telling anyone else about this because it's not a skill that will prove helpful if others find out about it. Julian is shocked that his lie worked, and she asks him what his god tells him about Tilavan or if he informs him of his location. Vincent calls his god and asks him to give him his revelation, and Julian replies if Mother wasn't able to sense anything, then they probably would have used a high level of dark magic. He assumes that he used up a great deal of his life force, and Vincent tells everything to Adenka and asks what the probability of a third party's assistance is. He replies that there is a low probability of anyone controlling him since he has little to no value after being framed and deserted. Tilavan, who would have been pushed to his physical limit with nobody there to help him, is still hiding in this room somewhere. Vincent asks her for a request and asks her permission to behead Tilavan with his own hands. Versa replies he is to be executed immediately, and it doesn't matter who beheads him. However, he is an elder of the Adenkas, and she asks him if he possesses the power to behead him, and Vincent exclaims this is why he needs her help. He will force him to come out of his hiding place, and there will be one powerful attack, and he asks her to just block that for him. Versa agrees and asks him to leave this to him, and Vincent uses the skill of a giant thunderstorm, and soon he finds him behind a mana barrier. He gets up from his place and jumps upon him with his sword, but Versa blocks his attack with just her bare hand. After that, she presses her finger and cuts the sword, and exclaims he has become a dog of the Samians since he is using the Crimson Emperor's might. He is shocked to see Versa there, and if it weren't for her, he would have managed to escape already. She laughs and says he can never escape from there when Vincent appears from behind her, following his sword path, and beheads him in just one slash of his sword. But Versa is shocked to see that Vincent becomes unconscious as soon as he attacks him and starts crying in pain. She runs toward him and asks what is happening to him, and Vincent thinks right after he used an absolute sword slash, he suddenly felt excruciating pain. Julian calls him and tells him that his fingernail is disappearing, and Vincent thinks the destruction of the heavenly exoskeleton has started. Ursa rushes to summon a priest immediately, while Julian thinks he should still have many years before the heavenly exoskeleton is destroyed. However, it doesn't surprise him that it's been destroyed because they have accomplished so much unimaginable with the body of the good-for-nothing Vinchin and have defeated opponents stronger than them many times. They also have used power beyond their capacity numerous times, and the expected recoil might have just returned to them. Vinchin is in extreme pain and wonders if he has failed again in this life, but Julian exclaims he will never let him fail. His methods were always reckless and abnormal, but he disagreed with them, and if it weren't for him, it would have been impossible to be acknowledged by father, mother, and everyone else. Like when he received the blessing of the lightning giant, Julian used his divine powers to maintain his heavenly exoskeleton, and will do this time again to save him. Vinchin tries to stop him because if he keeps doing this, with time, he will disappear. He smiles and says before his existence is completely gone, he will find a way to repair the heavenly exoskeleton. Suddenly, Julian disappears from his sight, and a butterfly falls on his hand. Vinchin determines that no matter what, he will find a way to repair this. Meanwhile, the priest appears there and inquires about his health, and Vinchin is shocked to see that he is Priest Dullen. On the other side, Herka accompanies Serkin and Raven to the Vartican family, and the elders call Serkin for notary, while they both are waiting for him outside the room, and impatient waiting for him. After a while, Merlin appears there, and Herka surprisingly asks him if he has come all the way there from the fortress at this hour. He states that he was concerned about Vinchin after receiving the report, and she asks him not to worry because he is with his father right now. After some time, Sermon comes outside, apologizes to them for being too late, and exclaims that he has wrapped up everything. Suddenly, he sees toward Merlin, and they both emit murderous intents toward each other. Herka surprisingly asks them if they know each other, and Serkin replies he was the one who gave him that scar on his face. Merlin is so furious that he takes out his sword, and Serkin also takes out his threads to attack him back. Herka and Raven shout at them to stop them there. On the other side, Priest Dullen is treating Vinchin and asks how he can do this to his body. This would have been disastrous if he hadn't come there after receiving news of Elder Tillavan. He also instructs him to take care of himself because this treatment is not all powerful, and he may look fine. But that doesn't mean his inside is fine. Vinchin smiles and thinks he has heard something similar before from the priest of the fortress, and he remembers Priest Dullen may help him. He asks him if he knows something about the heavenly exoskeleton and tells him the whole story that the god of his blessing is currently protecting that special skeleton right now. Vinchin asks him if there is any way to repair him because he doesn't have much time left, and he replies that this is his first time hearing of it. However, there is a way to protect his god that he would have to start training to use divine power. In other words, he has to become a priest, and this is one of the methods, but that wouldn't be easy, especially if he is short of time. He reveals that there is a place called the Divine King's Grave close to the Temple of Gaia, and the Divine King is a legendary disciple who built the temple. A legend about that place has been passed down. It refers to an item that provides its owner with an incredible source of divine power, the Holy Grail. He has to seek out an item from a legend, and it's not completely baseless since a martial artist has obtained their divine powers from that Holy Grail. Vinchin asks him about that person, and he must meet them immediately. Dullen states that in all of history, the Holy Grail has only been handled by one martial artist, Arslan Adinka, his ancestor, and the Sun Sword. On the other side, Merlin and Serkin are ready to attack each other, and Merlin exclaims this is the first time since the Charvital Grand's Plains battle. Sermon exclaims he was a mercenary of the Temlians and was a martial artist of the Adinkas, and they have crossed paths quite a few times as enemies, while Merlin says they are still enemies. They come forward to attack each other when Herka grabs them from their heads and shouts at them to stop right there. She asks them to realize that they are both masters of current cadets at the Crimson Fortress, and if they too were to cause trouble, it would be a huge nuisance for him. They can continue their battle after Vinchin and Raven have left the fortress and warn them, saying she will them by her hands if something like this happens again. Suddenly, they hear noise from a distance where Priest Dullen is trying to stop Vinchin and tells him that it can be dangerous for him. Vinchin asks him why he is stopping him when he is the one who told him about it and asks him to accompany him to the Divine King's grave. They all hear their conversation, and Serkin says it seems young Master Vinchin is about to stir up trouble again. He bows before Merlin and asks him to battle up next time, who also hopes to kill him when he gets the chance. When they leave, Herka comes to him and asks if his last name is really Falker. The next morning, Vinchin and Dullen reach the temple, and he warns him not to go inside. But Vinchin says he wouldn't have come all this way if he wasn't going inside. He thinks Julian may not have that much time left, and since Arslan has assigned this to him, he cannot prolong it any longer. Dullin calls him and asks if he remembers what he told him earlier, that there isn't a single person who has come out of there alive. They don't know how deep that place is, how complex it is, and what's lurking inside. No one knows anything. Vincent asks him why he told him about such a dangerous place, and the guards outside wouldn't have been able to enter this place if a second-class priest didn't accompany him. He again asks him why he leads him there, and Dullin asks him if he knows about the Holy King Laenmergor. He heard about him when he was studying history with Julian, and he was the hero who founded the Gaia religion, but he was killed while he was spreading the subjugation of the archdemon Davin, and the majority of information about him was lost due to his enemies. Dullin reveals that he is the priest who retained the Holy King's powers, and there is a prophecy for the priest who has the powers passed down to them. Only those who have experienced death and met a god may find the Holy Grail, but he doesn't even know what it means to experience death. But he can sense the Holy King's power, indicating that person is Vincent. He is the person the prophecy has foretold, but he was concerned about him when he was about to enter the grave. Vincent asks him not to worry because he is the person selected by the Holy King and enters the grave. Dullin is outside and says he will keep praying for him until he returns. There is darkness everywhere on the grave, and he walks on the stairs down to the grave. He has come a long way down, but there is nothing there. Everything is too dark, and his senses have been dulled. He calls Julian and asks him if he has figured out anything yet, but then remembers that he can't hear him yet. He thinks humans are so cunning because he was imprisoned for 10 years by himself, yet after one day, he feels alone and misses Julian. However, the path is strange, and he doesn't see an end to it, and he wonders if he missed something in the dark. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying he can't look back, and if he does this, he will lose his sense of direction and roam this grave for all eternity. He takes out his sword and asks the person who he is, and a lot of shadows appear there, saying they are the Shadow Assassins from the Shadow Clan. A man introduces himself as Melanin, and he has been waiting for him for so long and calls him the one who seeks truth. Vincent is shocked to hear this and remembers Arslan's lines that he asked him to surpass the Samians and face the truth. They have been left there to protect that will and have protected the place for 500 years. Melanin asks him to prove that he is the one who seeks the truth and liberates them. Vincent asks him how he should prove himself, and he asks him to liberate them by using his swordsmanship, and his mana will be proof enough. Vincent says he will liberate them all using the swordsmanship of the Atticas. He learned swordsmanship from his master and cut out their shadows, saying he is the descendant of Arslan Falker, whose will remains there. But they again wake up and say this is not enough to prove himself. All the shadows appear again and say he is not the one they were waiting for, and that wasn't enough to prove himself. Vincent uses Lightning Giant and Giant Thunderstorm at once to dodge their attacks, but he is shocked to see that their body parts are regenerating. All sides have surrounded him, and admits that these shadows are all powerful. Even when he knocks them down, they just get up and attack again. They call him a grave intruder and want to eliminate him as soon as possible. Suddenly, Melanin appears from behind to attack him, but he can't look back because he will lose his sense of direction and roam this grave for all eternity. He slashes his sword from behind and asks him to give up because he is not the one the prophecy foretold. Vincent gets injured and falls to the ground, wondering if this place is not part of the assignment Arslan had left for him. He thinks if Julian were there, he would have given him some kind of evidence, but he is not enough on his own without his help. All the shadows surround him and are laughing at him. On the outside, where Dullin is praying for Vincent, he hears some noises from behind. Some people are trying to enter there, but the guards don't let him say this is a prohibited area. They ask him why someone is already there. Meanwhile, Vincent is too injured and is bleeding, while Melanin exclaims they are the guardians of the prophecy left by the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. In order to protect the prophecy, they are able to use absolute power. They thought Vincent could liberate them, at least that's what they hoped. The fact that he cannot defeat them means that he is not from the prophecy and is merely an intruder. He is not the one who seeks the truth but encounters God after experiencing death. Melanin exclaims he doesn't fall under any of the two prophecies and jumps upon him to attack, saying he will now let him rest in peace. But before he can reach him, Vincent emits a considerable amount of mana, and he is shocked to see the dark red mana that belongs to Samians. And Vincent uses the skill of Crimson Emperor's Might to dodge his attack. He uses multiple skills of the Samian family and tears all the shadows in order to liberate them. He thinks the name he had to prove was wrong from the start, and he was supposed to prove himself as Davin Samian, not Vincent, but as the person who had experienced death. He states that his name is Davin Adinka, and he has overcome death to come there. He asks Melanin to guide him to the Holy King's Grail according to the prophecy, and amidst that, they are finally liberated. Suddenly, all the shadows disappear, and he finds himself in front of a large door, wondering if this is the real entrance. Anyway, he opens the door and enters the place with a large coffin, and he thinks this is where he can find the Holy Grail. Suddenly, the coffin opens itself, and a man appears from it and asks if he is the Holy King, Magor. He calls him the descendant of Arslan, and he supposed the assignment that his friend Arslan had left had been activated properly. He shows him the Holy Grail and states his tasks there are done, and asks Vincent to continue forth toward his next assignment. The Holy Grail will lead him toward the heavenly fruit, and he thanks him because he was able to keep his promise to his friend because of his friend. He disappears from there, and Vincent pays his humble respect to absolute glory when suddenly, the building starts to vibrate, which means it is going to collapse soon. After a while, he is surprised to see Merlin Falker there, and Dulin wonders outside the grave about what Merlin and Vincent are doing inside. Herka is also there, and she reveals that there is a prophecy about the Holy King that has been passed down in Merlin Falker and Headmaster Herka Quebel's families. The one who will seek the truth about the Adankas will go to the Holy King's grave, and there they will find a descendant of the Quebels. She doesn't know what she is supposed to do there, but those prophecies are becoming a reality right now. At the same time, Merlin is inside the grave and thinks if Vincent truly is the one who seeks the truth, then that means he cannot come back out alive. Vincent exclaims that Falker is the original last name of the first patriarch, Arslan, and it is strange that his family remains even after forsaking his last name. He asks him about what exactly happened to the Falkers, and Merlin reveals that within the few families that belong to the Adankas, there is a prophecy that has been passed down for generations. It is something like a mission passed down by the first patriarch, Arslan, which states that the descendants of the Falkers will sacrifice themselves at the Holy King's grave from the Adanka that remembers his name. Suddenly, the grave starts collapsing, and Merlin uses his mana to hold the roof in its place. He tells him that the place was held up for 500 years, and it will soon begin to collapse, and he won't be able to do anything. There is only one way to get out of there safely, to destroy this column. This is the central column that supports the Holy King's grave, and as soon as it falls, the collapse will accelerate, and they will see a small opening leading outside. Vincent asks him to let him destroy it, or at least they can do this together, but he refuses by saying this is his duty and he will do this. After letting him out through that opening, Vincent asks him if he will die. Merlin replies when he first meets him. He tells him that he will remember his name and his heart trembles at the thought that it is finally his turn. He states that there is no greater joy to a martial artist than to complete their mission before death. He slashes his sword and praises him as a great student and is about to kill himself when Vincent stops him. He asks if those are his final words or if the name Falker means so little to him. If it were the Arslan that he knows, the Falker that he knows, he would never try to sacrifice himself in order to accomplish his mission. He states that Arslan was a pure child, the child who shed tears for the injustice he endured, and he would never get rid of his descendants as if they were mere tools. Merlin shouts at him and asks him to run away because if they are going to keep standing there like this, they both will die soon. Vincent tells him that they both can live, and Merlin has planned on using all of his strength in order to pave a path for him. But what if he were to become faster, so he wouldn't have to use all of his strength? He thinks that he will concentrate all of his strength into one big leap and uses the Dwarf King's blessing, and the Galactic Wanderer's blessing altogether. He fuses all of his traits, summons all the kings there, and indicates Merlin to use his strength now. Merlin uses the trait Thunderbolt Ascension and makes a hole in the roof. Vincent now comes forward and rushes toward the ray of light, which is the way out for them. He is a bit far from the hole when his strength vanishes, and he wonders if he doesn't have enough strength because he used Crimson Emperor's might. He is about to fall when Merlin supports him and asks him to ensure he finds the truth, no matter what happens. He uses all his strength to send him outside while Vincent shouts at him to stop him from doing this. Suddenly, Herka jumps from the hole and brings a rope with her to help Merlin and ties him up with the rope. She has finally caught him, but he is unconscious. Herka now understands the Quebel's name, and it was a trap to get the falcon. After some time, when Vincent becomes conscious, he hurriedly rushes for Merlin. But he is shocked to see him there unconscious and is glad to see that he is safe. The priest Dulin comes to him and inquires about his health, and Herx exclaims he slept well after the accident. Vincent shows them the Holy Grail left by the Holy King and asks them if they want to check this. Dulin is surprised and says he never thought to see it. As soon as he comes near the grail, it starts absorbing his divine power, and the water level in the cup rises. Vincent asks him if he drinks it, he will also gain divine power, and Herka is shocked at how he can drink this thing which has been buried for 500 years. He drinks the liquid and feels energy flowing through his body, and he also can see Julian there, who is trying to save him. He smiles and welcomes him again, asking him if he found a way to fix the celestial bone. Vincent replies he has found a way to replenish his divine power, and he states that with this, he can maintain his existence while supporting celestial bone. He asks him about the mess, and Vincent tells him that the Holy King's tomb collapsed after serving its purpose. The next day, everyone discusses the Holy King's tomb collapsing. It was just an abandoned ruin that no one went into, and the important thing is, they say, the 7th Prince of Adanka caused it. The news also reaches Versa, and she asks him how he can do this when he is sick and lying down. Vincent replies he recovered well thanks to Priest Dulin, and she uses her blessing to check whether he is telling a lie or not. On the other side, Dulin asks other priests to understand the situation slowly at the Gaia Shrine main hall. He states that Prince Vincent had no reason to collapse the Holy King's tomb deliberately. First-class priest Nelyuk says he is thinking too softly, and the reason is unimportant to them. More importantly, the price of Adanka has collapsed Gaia's historical site. Moreover, they have the right to demand fair compensation from Adanka for the deep trust between Adanka and Gaia that has been going on for 500 years. They think demanding a reasonable amount of cash from Adanka it shouldn't be a problem for the Patriarch. And all the other priests agree with him, saying this is an opportunity to expand the power of their order. Dulin is unhappy with their decision because they will demand money to put into their pockets. Meanwhile, one of the elders enters there and says they deeply regret Prince Vincent's behavior at the elders' meeting. In honor of the tarnished Holy King, they must hold him accountable for his actions, and he will offer his left arm to the priest's committee. Simultaneously, Versa says Vincent doesn't know how much trouble he has caused. He has destroyed a major relic that Gaia protected for 500 years. The Gain Temple and their Adanka have been allies since the war with the Great Demon. Moreover, the political ramifications of breaking this alliance are beyond imagination, and she also heard that they are sending a protest delegation from the temple. They will probably demand outrageous things to maintain the friendly relationship, and Vincent replies he will skip the usual report since she seems to know already. But she is shocked to hear that there is an unusual report, too, and Riesla enters the room and shows him the Holy Grail Vincent found in the grave. Versa surprisingly says this is just a cup, so why is he so excited about this? Riesla tells her that its value is immense. However, she doesn't take an interest in it and says this is irrelevant to this case, and Gaia's precepts will also want to protect their interests. She asks Vincent how he will take responsibility for this incident, but he replies he doesn't need to take responsibility. He exclaims they would rather thank him because the tomb of the Holy King was a place they had no attachment to. It was neglected without any proper management despite being an important relic site. Moreover, only 2 guards protected the entrance. If someone had a priest, they could enter easily. Most importantly, they didn't know much about the tomb and weren't investigating it anymore. If they genuinely believed the relic had value, they would have explored it, regardless of threats or sacrifices. In other words, the tomb of the Holy King was just a record, nothing more, nothing less. He asks her if this statement justifies his avoiding responsibility, but she gets angry with him and asks why he lied to her even after knowing about her ability. Riesla is shocked to see that she has detected a lie, and she angrily asks him to put that excuse aside and asks him to tell her what he is hiding now. Vincent still smiles and thinks as expected, and lies can't pass through her eyes. He asks her to see the Holy Grail, which emits a large amount of mana, and she asks Riesla if there is a possibility that it is manipulated. She replies that it's an old model with no capability to manipulate. With that, he turns the entire situation upside down and satisfies her. A few days later, Gaia's delegation arrives at the castle, and if Vincent's misdeeds become public, he won't be able to escape responsibility either. Dulin tries to stop the first-class priest, saying he is making a mistake right now, but he replies he is merely doing what is right. He thinks if the Patriarch gets support from a few old-timers, he will ascend to the throne in his place. Versa, Vincent, and one of the elders reach the gate for their welcome, and Versa says he has put him in such an important position. She declares if Vincent cannot prove his innocence, she will personally slit his throat. The elder agrees with her decision and thinks he will see what he can do when the actual situation arises. Lady Versa welcomes the representative of the Gaia Temple, and it seems like it will be a long discussion so that she will guide them to a proper place. They all reach the courtroom, and the representative starts the discussion by saying it is deplorable that they have had to seek their old ally, Adenka, due to unfortunate circumstances. There is no need for a summary of the incident, and they ask the Council of Elders or Adenka to state their position formally. The elder thinks with this incident, he will ride on the back of the Gaia Temple and seize the Council's authority, and he is surprised to see Vincent smiling. He gets up and asks him what is so funny here and if he realizes that his recklessness brought him to this situation. Vincent gets up and apologizes to them, and exclaims that Lord Neliuk intentionally left out Adenka's hostess in the discussion. Everyone is shocked to hear his statement, and the representative shouts at him, saying he is such a disrespectful kid. Moreover, he must pay with his life if he can't properly explain this matter. Vincent formally introduces himself as the 7th Prince of Adenka and the 9th student of the Red Fortress. With this, he uses the crystal stone and shows them his conversation with the King of the Grave, where he thanks him. They are shocked to see this when Vincent calls them and asks if they officially begin this meeting. On the other side, a journalist comes to the Hanson's shop and asks the girl there about him. She asks him to leave if he has come there for a sword to be made, but he reveals that he has come to take an interview about the sword that defeated Samion's blacksmith was made by him. But the girl shouts at him and asks him to stop coming there because a lot of journalists have been visiting Hanson before. She asks him if he knows how disruptive this is, when Hanson appears there and asks her if she is again fighting with a customer. He warns her to keep her temper in check because all the customers will be gone at this rate. The journalist gets happy to see Hanson there and asks him if he can talk to him for a moment, and he thinks Vincent has caused a mess in his life. Every day, a journalist comes to his shop and asks him for an interview, and Hanson thinks at least he gets to hear the word Master Blacksmith again, thanks to Vincent. He wonders why he hasn't come back even once since then. Last time, he took the magic crystal and just cleaned them out. Come to the other side, where Vincent asks the elders to start the meeting, and everyone is shocked to see the Sacred King. Moreover, his tomb fulfilled its purpose and collapsed independently, while Vincent thinks the mana crystal gifted by Master Blacksmith Hanson is instrumental. Meanwhile, the representative gets up and shouts, saying it's a fabrication and it's a fake video created to cover up his own crimes. One of the elders states that it is not possible to fabricate with a mana crystal like this. Vincent asks them to take a look at the sacred relic left to him by the Sacred King, the Holy Grail. This time, the elder is also shocked to see the Sacred King's Holy Grail, while the representative asks him if he claims this random antique, whose origin is unknown, is the Holy Grail. He exclaims he is rather smearing the name of the Sacred King, and Vincent reveals that regarding a series of incidents, Merlin, a knight of the Imperial Dragon Army, stakes his neck on the authenticity. He is shocked to hear about Merlin, one of the 12 swords of Adenka, and a man of his stature staked his life. Meanwhile, Priest Dullen comes forward and declares that he will testify as well with the power of the Sacred King within him and his life on the line. He declares the Holy Grail is authentic, and he angrily asks him which side he is in. Versa gets up and asks if they will raise the stakes because a son's accountability is also a mother's responsibility. She stakes her right arm on the truth that Vincent spoke, and Elder Dalbach can see the situation getting out of his hand. She asks him to welcome to stake his right arm especially, and he wonders what he should do because they all are so confident. However, he stakes his left arm on the statement that Vincent's words are lies, and Vincent says from the moment he entered there, he had already staked his neck. He then turns toward Priest Neliuk and says he is the only one who hasn't stakes anything, and asks him to match what Priest Dullen and he has stakes with their lives and his mother's arm. He thinks there is no way that is the real Holy Grail, and Vincent is just bluffing right now. He laughs and exclaims he will not be scared just because they are all in, and stakes his neck as well. Similarly, all the other priests stake their necks too, and Vincent asks Priest Dullen to prove that the Holy Grail is real. Dullen touches the grail, and it starts absorbing his divine energy, and soon it fills with the liquid. He states that is the power of the Holy Grail which absorbs his miracle and produces holy water. All of them are shocked to see that, and Vincent asks Neliuk that what he will do now. He asks if he acknowledges that this is the real grail, but before him, another priest shouts and says he cannot accept it and what the big deal is about some water gathering. But Lady Versa comes forward and cuts his neck with one slash of her sword. Elder Dalbach is shocked and asks her what she is doing, but she turns toward him and cuts his left arm with her sword. She declares that she, Versa Helheim, as a mother of Adenka, respects the true honor of his son, Vincent. Vincent is also surprised because he couldn't see her movements when she beheaded them, and she is the person known as the Giant of Adenkas, Versa Harem. He asks her permission to say something, and when she inquires, he wishes for them to live. They have the Holy Grail, which once belonged to the Holy King and the highest-ranking priests of Gaia there. If they hurry, they will be able to save them, and Versa asks him why he is doing this. Vincent says he simply doesn't wish to seem like a child who always needs his mother's protection. He asks her permission to take his honor, and Versa happily allows him. Vincent asks the priest Dulin to get hurry and accompany him, and he asks other priests to gather their powers. They all start working and gather their powers, and Julian tells him that everything has gone his way, and he looks forward to seeing what he will do next. After some time, all the dead people, including Neliauk, get alive again, and he is shocked at what just happened because he remembers that he was beheaded. Dulin comes forward and congratulates him for living again, and he is unhappy knowing that he saved him. He then asks Elder Dalbec to come over there, and he will reattack his arm before it's too late. But Vincent gets in their way and states Elder Dalbec will not be able to get his arm reattached. Moreover, unlike the priests, he is an honorable martial artist of the Adenkas. He would not want to recover his arm that he had wagered voluntarily. Otherwise, his honor would become completely worthless. Elder Dalbec wants to kill him, but he controls his emotions and says he doesn't want his arm because this is evidence of his truth. Vincent smirks and says he will always remember his strong resolution, and he hopes to follow in his footsteps. Versa says everything is in order now, and now Neliauk laughs and admits Vincent's innocence and that the temple will no longer request compensation from the Adenkas. He decides to leave right now because this is the only way they can live, and they can always try to get additional offerings from the Adenkas next time. But Vincent comes in their way and says he believes there are unresolved matters and shows him the magic crystal in which the Holy King said he could keep his promise to his friend. The Holy Grail was assigned to that location by the Holy King and the Sun Sword Emperor, but the Gaia Temple could not solve this assignment for 500 years and neglected the grave. He, on the other hand, sought out the Holy Grail and received the Holy King's gratitude. He asks him if he doesn't think he is obligated to certain actions as the descendants of the Holy King. Neliauk bows before him and pays his gratitude for accomplishing the will of the Holy King and delivering it to them, the Temple of Gaia. They are kissing the floor, and Julian surprisingly says this position of utmost respect from the priests of Gaia, while Vincent thinks it is not a bad sight. But suddenly, many reporters enter the room, and Neliauk feels so humiliated that he threatens Vincent, saying he will get back to him one day. The reporters are shocked to see that the priests are all kneeling down in front of a 14-year-old boy. They have come there for the hearing for the seventh son of Adenka, and they all start capturing them and asking them multiple questions at once. Neliauk asks them to stop, while Elder Dalbec also shouts at them and asks them to call the guards. They can no longer allow Versa and Vincent to have the upper hand. He exclaims the contents of the meetings hosted by the Council of Elders cannot be revealed to the public, and he asks Vincent if he will violate the regulations. Vincent smiles and says he forgot the latter part of that regulation, no matter how he looks at it. But this is a beneficial situation for Adenkas. A few days later, the incident between Vincent and the Gaia Temple became a huge news report, spreading throughout the continent instantly. Not only had the first-class priest and the other influential people within the temple bowed to a mere young master of a family, dropping the dignity of the Gaia Temple, but the plot in which they had tried to assume a dominant position over the Adenkas had also utterly failed. After that, Vincent calls Dulin and entrusts the Holy Grail to him because he inherited the powers of the Holy King, so no one is suited better than him. Moreover, he will need divine power on a regular basis, so he wants to give it to somebody within his circle of trust. In that case, Dulin accepts the Holy Grail and says the temple is rotten to the core right now, and he may end up using the Holy Grail for his own benefit if he continues to live in their midst. He can sell the holy water at an insane cost or use it to bribe someone, so he asks him again if he really trusts him. Vincent again assures him that he really trusts him because he is the same priest Dulin who provided him with the miracle stone before, and he also knows that he will use the Holy Grail for food. He gets happy and says he will be ready to fill the Holy Grail anytime, and Vincent can count on him. Meanwhile, Riesla opens the door and asks him what he is doing there, and asks him to get ready for dinner immediately because Lady Versa has invited him to join her for dinner. Vincent is shocked to hear about dinner and soon reaches there. She asks him if he is returning to Fortress tomorrow, and he replies that he is still a cadet and must resume his duties if he is done with all his tasks. Julian tells him that just like father, Mother has never invited anyone to join her for dinner, and he asks him if he is still nervous in front of her. Julian tells him that he is always worried around her because he is afraid she would find out that he was pretending to be Goof for nothing. but Vincent says he does not need to worry. After a while, she tells him why she called him there is to give him a gift because he uncovered the corruption of the elders and gained them the upper hand against the Gaia temple. She acknowledges his achievements and would like to reward him, and asks him what he wants. Vincent asks her for a moment to think about it, and after a little thinking, he tells her that he has decided on the gift. He wants the opportunity to take the advancement exam as the cadet of the Crimson Fortress. She laughs and says she believes that he is underestimating the influence of his mother. She is the mistress of Adanka, and she can turn him into a cadet of any rank she desires. But Vincent exclaims he is satisfied with it because this is the right thing to do right now. Usually, the advancement exam is held twice a year, and not only is it tough, but the number of people who can take it is also limited. But if he were to advance using her powers, he would take someone else's place, so such an opportunity wouldn't be considered his. He wants to advance with his own abilities, and Versa says his conviction will lead him down a much slower path. However, it will also leave him much further, and there was a time when she wished for the same. But she has gotten too old to chase after such things, and she also has far more responsibilities at the moment. She also reveals that once he returns to the fortress, he will receive a mission assignment, which will be considered his rank 8 advancement exam. After dinner, she cheers him on for his conviction, and Vincent thanks her. When he leaves the castle the following day, Versa asks Railsa to prepare, and she will write up Vincent's mission assignment. She inquires about the mission, and she replies that Vincent has to go to Maeltomb. By Maeltomb, she means the coastal in the south, which the Vyar family rules. Versa reveals that the place is overflowing with money even though they don't have any special products, and it is one of the places the Patriarch keeps an eye on since the Vyar family is rumored to be stealing from its citizens. Riesla asks her if she is striking them using Vincent, but she replies that such a mission would still be too much for him. Even if he is exceptional, he will be tasked to accompany the Gaia priest that is dispatched there. But Riesla is shocked to hear this and says it's only been a few days since young Master Vincent has shamed the Gaia temple. She says that the patriarch of the Vyar family is extremely greedy, and the Gaia temple tries to bribe the Beer family to harm Vincent. Versa admits that he will be in danger, and there are countless ways to make it look like an accident, but she believes that Vincent will always opt for the right path, putting himself in constant danger. But this is why it's called an exam. On the other side, when Vincent returns to Fortress, Herka welcomes him warmly and congratulates him for his accomplishment. Vincent exclaims she seems to be in quite a happy mood, and she is happy because he took care of Elder Tilavan. Vincent guesses she harbors some negative emotions towards him, and she tells him that he asked her to become his concubine with such a creepy expression. However, she gives him his next mission, and he will be leaving in 3 days. Vincent asks her about the location and place he is heading, and Vargan replies he is going to the southernmost city on the continent, Maeltomb. Vincent thinks if they didn't change the location's name within the last 500 years, then he knows the place. Suddenly, Salbara appears there, and she is so excited to hear the name of Maeltomb City. She asks Vincent to take her with him. Later, she gives him all the details about the city and says the Vyar family currently rules it and is quite famous for its barrier. Besides, even though it borders the Harem family's territory, they have not had absolutely no conflict, despite there being no records of anyone paying tributes. Many hypotheses are associated with this, and even in his family, the Harem family was closely related to Maeltomb. Harem is the family of his mother, Versa Harem, and he thinks this mission definitely serves her a purpose. Salbara says the remnants of the sea from 200 years ago and tells him many things about this when Vincent interrupts and says she really seems interested in history. She replies that it is her dream to actually not become a martial artist but to become a historian. She is confused by his reaction and asks him if her dream is that weird, but he smiles and appreciates her dream. He asks her why she came to Crimson Moon with such a dream, and she replies historians don't make much money. In addition, adventuring can be dangerous, so knowing martial arts is a must. However, she assures him that she will help him in this mission and she will come with him this time and assist him. Meanwhile, Saizen and Harmon rush into the room and ask Vincent if he is going on another mission, and they also offer him to accompany him. Vincent agrees and asks them all to go together and make them happy. Julian exclaims he has got enough sidekicks, but Vincent says this is not why he chose them. Julian asks him if he really believes that they will be assets to him, and Vincent asks him to look at those trusting eyes, and their willingness to help him is certainly an asset to him. However, he needs to take one last person, and he goes to Raven and asks him to help him in the mission with the promise to spar him. Raven agrees immediately and is ready to accompany him, while Vincent thinks if Raven joins them, Sirkin will automatically become involved. Julian says he seems to be more cunning, while Raven interrupts them and says Serkin asked him to tell him something. Suddenly, he is surrounded by the threads, and Serkin appears there, saying he had no intention of startling him. He asks him why he is not taking out his sword, and Vincent replies he is not actually harboring any murderous intent. He tries to scare him, but this doesn't affect him, and he appreciates him, saying he is quite fascinating. Vincent asks him about his technique, and he replies this is a type of barrier that seals everything inside and outside. Julian reveals this is the territory of the Murder King, and only a handful of people are known to have survived this. Serkin states it's the perfect assassination technique and is also effective for discussing secrets. Vincent asks him what he is trying to tell him, and he doesn't know where he should start. He reveals that only one person managed to get out of this technique flawlessly, and his name is Merlin Falker. He was a young genius, and despite their age difference, the territory of the murdered king was helplessly destroyed. It was an utter defeat for him, and after that, in order to face off against Merlin Falker's lightning, he started studying mana application. In the end, he managed to leave a scar on his face, but 15 years ago, when he became the butler of the Vatican, he lost all contact with him. Vincent asks him how old he is, and he replies that he should be around the same age as his father, but his face looks so young. However, the protagonist is unaware of the reason, so he refuses, as he doesn't know what he is trying to convey through this conversation. Serkin laughed and explained that, first of all, he did this because Vincent had saved them from that explosion. The second reason was that he had hoped that the protagonist was worthy of sharing the same dream as his young master, Raven. This confused Vincent, and he couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind his conversation. Serkin closed his eyes and recalled when his young master Raven tried hard to practice in the cold. He was worried about him and reminded his master that he could not ignore the bitter cold of the Crimson Fortress, so he requested his master to stop there for that day's practice. Raven Vartican became gloomy and reminded him that he had lost twice in a row. Vincent was the one who rescued those people during that explosion, and he came up with a plan to defeat the Chimera. However, Raven could only watch every time, and they faced a challenging situation, which made him tremble in anger. This worried Serkin, and he tried to make his young master understand that this wasn't his fault. However, Raven was fascinated by Vincent and the fact that he would have a rival stronger than him. He excitedly raised his arm and shouted that starting from this moment onward, he would become more vital with Vincent as his goal. This worried Serkin, yet he wanted his young master to be stronger than the protagonist, and he knew that with Vincent's help, his master would reach greater heights. Serkin requested the protagonist to become stronger and lead his young master, Raven, to his goal. He warned the protagonist that he would immediately cut him into pieces if he became pathetic. This startled Vincent, as this was a frightening warning, and Julian was also shocked and wondered what the matter with this old man was. The protagonist wondered what the Serkin reversal technique had to do with this conversation. The reason Serkin developed the reversal technique was to create a physical body that could withstand Merlin Falker's lightning. In addition to changing the physical appearance, this technique also artificially switches the location of the mana circuit and reconstructs the bones and muscles in the user's body. Serkin looked at the protagonist, and he knew that currently, he was preventing his body from destruction by using a specific force. The protagonist affirms that's true, so Serkin explains that if his body gets destroyed and dies, it would be problematic for him. However, if he were to teach Vincent the reversal technique, it would greatly help him. This surprised the protagonist, and he wondered if he would do that. Serkin inquired if he liked that idea and would like to learn this technique. The protagonist excitedly affirmed and agreed, as he had no reason to refuse such an offer. Julian was excited because he knew that if they could master the reversal technique, they could stabilize the heavenly exoskeleton even further. Vincent agreed with Julian because he needed a method to protect this body aside from using divine power. Since he decided to learn this skill, Serkin wants him to promise him something. The protagonist thinks for a while and explains that he cannot guarantee that he will remain Raven's goal. He wanted to be honest with Serkin, saying he didn't believe he was qualified to be anyone's goal. However, he was confident that one day, he would surpass the Samians no matter what happened, and this was what he could promise him. Serkin was delighted because this promise was enough for him, so he agreed to teach Vincent the reversal technique. The blue mana poured out of Serkin's body and started replenishing the protagonist, and after some time, he opened his eyes and had a different aura. 3 days later, Dean Vargan closed the book and instructed all of them that he would omit the report. He explained that the examination occurred at the request of the second-class priest, Dulin. The mistress of Adinka, Versa Harem, has granted it, and it will be treated as an advancement exam. He hoped they would do their best to avoid becoming a nuisance to the two parties involved. However, he was worried about the results of the advancement exam because the headmaster was supposed to grade the exam, but Vargan would probably be the one who ended up doing that. Vargan sighed and uttered that they would be reported to them later, so they instructed them to depart now. Since the discussion ended, all of them paid their humble respect to Absolute Glory, but Wilson started rambling about why he had to join them and stopped by his fellow. Soon after, they departed for their destination. Julian wondered if they would use the teleportation gates, but he knew it would still take them a few days to reach Maeltomb. This stunned the protagonist, and he wondered why it would take a few days just by using the teleportation gates. He recalled that back in his day, they spent years on the road, which astounded Julian, and he apologized as he forgot that Vincent was an old man. Wilson was shocked on the 4th day since the departure at the 5th teleportation gate and wondered what this was. He wondered why that was so expensive and asked the magician who she thought she was ripping off. The magician explained that this was the original price and told him that if he didn't want to pay the price, then he didn't have to use it. This made Wilson furious because the cadets of the Crimson Fortress were passing through out of obligation. She tried to calm Wilson down, but the magician was shocked to learn about the Crimson Fortress and wondered what it was. This shocked both of them as they didn't think she would have never heard of the Crimson Fortress. Wilson gets furious, wonders what this is about, and asks the magician if she knows who is aboard the carriage. He explained that the person riding the carriage was the young master of the Adinka and Vardican families. The magician wondered what was so special about them, and she thought it would be so great if they were from great families, and then she was sure they could pay the higher price. Wilson gets furious as he knows she is trying to rip them off, but his companion tries to stop him. However, Wilson didn't listen to her and asked the person in charge if she wanted to taste Wilson from the back streets. Vanshan peeked out of the carriage window and instructed Wilson that was enough because if he would do any more than that, then he would spoil their honor. Vincent instructed Wilson to return to the fortress if he lost his temper because of trivial matters. This worried Wilson, while the protagonist thought it was because the people now don't even know the Crimson Fortress. So, the further they get from the central territory of Adinka, the worse the treatment is getting. Julian knew it couldn't be helped, and it only made sense that the influence weakened in the remote areas, so this would be an arduous journey for them. On the 6th day after the departure, they made further progress toward their destination, and all of them were happy. The girl called the protagonist and instructed him to look on the other side toward the Maeltomb barrier. It was built due to the sea battle 200 years ago. Thanks to that barrier, Maeltomb could protect itself from perpetual pirate attacks. The protagonist was shocked to hear about the perpetual pirate attack, and she explained that she heard they are still a problem to this day. Vincent found it strange because there was something weird about that statement and instructed Julian that they should investigate that barrier. Julian gets excited and affirmed and wants the protagonist to leave the investigation to him. The coastal city is protected by the barrier built 200 years ago, Maeltomb. Despite the existence of said barrier, the city's safety was jeopardized by perpetual pirate attacks, and the recent hunger only added to the agony of the citizens. They progressed inside while passing through those malnourished people sitting on the ground. Raven explained that he heard about the hunger there, but Sirkin was worried as it seemed much more severe than he thought. One of the cadets wondered where they were supposed to go. Wilson was also infuriated as they weren't even provided with a guide and wondered if they were disregarding the young master and them. Salvera wondered if this could also be because the Adinkas have little to no influence in the south. The protagonist refused because it was strange. The Helames were the only in-laws of the Adinkas. Since this city borders the territory of the Helames, the Adinkas' name should have more influence there than in other places they have passed. So, he informed them that they needed to gather more information and instructed them to find the priest from the temples. After some time at Maeltomb, the Temple of Gaia, the priest was shocked to learn about an escort mission. The third-class priest, Lucane, thinks for a while as if he heard something about it. The protagonist gives the priest his mission instruction, but Lucane stops him as he is fine and doesn't need to see them. This infuriated Vincent, and he wondered what the priest meant. The priest instructed them to kill some time and leave because that would benefit both of them. Lucien looked at them, smiled wickedly, and explained that he didn't need guards because this place was peaceful. Raven gets angry to know that the priest wants them to kill him and leave when it took them days just to get there, and Sirkin tries to stop him. However, the priest completely ignored Raven and asked his man about his next agenda. His man explained that they would head to the sunburnt derelicts camps the following day. After that, the door closes, and Raven is dumbfounded to see that the priest ignored them. The girl also wonders what is wrong with that guy. The protagonist called Julian and asked him if he was there yet, and Julian affirmed that he was almost there. He finally reached the top of the wall and was exhausted. He never thought his abilities would falter depending on the distance between them. The protagonist asks him how it is and about the condition of the barrier. Julian was delighted as he looked down because this was just like they had expected, as there wasn't a single scratch. However, neither protection nor preservation spells have been applied, meaning all the stories about the perpetual pirates' attacks were a lie. The protagonist looked around, and he knew there was something strange afoot because the people's attitude there was weird. However, he was shocked when he saw an explosion in the wall, which worried Saizen as he thought it might be a pirate attack. Raven Vartican tried to calm Saizen, who was utterly terrified, and instructed him to get a hold of himself. However, the citizens outside were shocked to see the explosion. They supposed it might be a pirate attack again and wanted to run away. All of the citizens were rushed away and were worried because of the blast. Their houses were completely burned and turned into ash. The protagonist gets worried and asks Julian if this is an actual pirate attack, and Julian refuses as this is all fake and wasn't a pirate attack. Julian couldn't believe this as there wasn't a single sailboat on the horizon, let alone a pirate ship. Then Vincent's attention was diverted toward third-class priest Lucien, who was trying to get everyone's attention and instructed them to take shelter in the temple. All the citizens rushed toward the priest as they thought they had been saved since the priest had appeared. The protagonist couldn't believe the prices as he was so easygoing even amid an explosion. He recalled the priest telling them he didn't guard because this place was peaceful. Vincent knew he sounded confident about that despite the frequency of the attacks, and figured out the priest might know the attacks were fake. He recalled what the priest asked his guard about their next agenda and laughed as he heard about the sunburnt derelict camp. Meanwhile, Merlin was deeply indulged in his thoughts when Vargan called him and asked what he was thinking. Merlin looked at the side and was startled to see Dean there. Vargan was delighted as Merlin seemed to have recovered significantly. Merlin utters that he wouldn't complain about it, but he intended to fulfill his duty at the Holy King's grave because he believed it to be his destiny. However, young Master Vincent has changed everything because he never considered life after fulfilling his destiny. So he contemplated what to do next. Dean Vargan stood alongside him. Vargan explained that he was too placed in a difficult position because of his family. Embarrassingly enough, he was also consoled by a child who hadn't even had his breakthrough and had not managed to face his true intentions. This shocked Merlin, and he wondered if that child was the person he was thinking of. Vargan affirmed that it was young Master Vincent. Vagum assumed that if he was the one who had changed his fate, then he supposed he could also find the answer to his next question through him. The next day, at the sunburnt derelicts camp, the protagonist arrives with his companion, but their progression is halted by the man at the entrance. The man informed them this was the property of the Vyar family, so the outsider could not trespass there. The protagonist smirked and informed them that they were cadets from the Crimson Fortress and requested them to allow them to enter. However, the man refused because, without a justified reason, they could not enable martial artists from other families inside. The protagonist looked to the side and informed the guards that his sole reason for entering was coming. The guards were startled to see Priest Lucien arrive with his men, and the priest was also concerned about seeing Vincent there. Lucien wondered how he came there. He thought he had already told him he did not need a guard, so he rushed toward Vincent. The protagonist explains that he is simply following his orders, which infuriates the priest, and he wants him to stop with his petty tricks and get lost, so he curses Vincent. The protagonist couldn't believe it as Lucien was truly stubborn. He didn't want to be a nuisance to Priest Dulin, but he had to use it. He took out the second priest, Dulin Token, according to which he must look around this place. However, Lucien didn't even hear a word from him. He threw away the token of the second priest and asked Vincent if he didn't listen to him and that he should get lost immediately. This concerns the protagonist as Lucane's reaction is excellent enough to ignore the church hierarchy and become confident that something is inside. They were startled when they heard Raven's voice. He was fascinated to see so many boxes inside. The guards were shocked to see him there and wondered when he got inside because they blocked the entrance. Raven was about to touch one of the boxes to see what was inside it, but was startled because a giant, muscular man grasped his hand. The big man instructed him that he could not touch this box. However, soon, the blue thread surrounded that man, and Sirkin instructed him to get his hand off immediately and wholly tie the man. The protagonist instructed Sirkin that they would be in a pickle if that man were hurt because they were the priest's guards, so he let that man go. Vincent explained that they were merely there to inspect for their safety, so he asked the man if he had any issue with that. Then they could report that their friend there had an incident at the Vior family facility. This worries the man, and Priest Lucane gets infuriated at them and curses them for such a threat. However, the priest was startled as the manager instructed him it was all right, and he told those cadets that if that was the reason, they should go ahead. Since these young martial artists were with Priest Lucane, he must have felt very safe. The man introduced himself. His name was Edmund, and he was the facility manager of Sunburnt Derelict's camp. Edmund turned and instructed them to follow him and feel free to look around. The protagonist expressed gratitude toward the manager, Edmund, for his cooperation. The manager replied that there wasn't much there anyway, so he had no problem cooperating with them because this place was peaceful. Hearing this utterly shocked the protagonist because the manager said the same thing as the third priest, Lucane. On their way, Raven called the manager out of curiosity. He inquired about the things that were kept inside those boxes on their way. Lucane explained instead of the manager that all these boxes contained magic stones, which surprised Raven. The manager further explained that these boxes contain ingredients that become magic crystals. All of the derelicts are provided with food, shelter, and clothing in exchange for their help in refining the magic stone. Lucane excitedly explained that priests like him are in charge of tending to the injured since it was a tough job, and wounds aren't uncommon. Salvara thought it was impossible and wondered how derelicts could do something that only mages were capable of doing. Edmund turned and explained to her that it was all thanks to the hidden technique of the Vior family that was passed down for generations, so he didn't know too much about it. Saizen was surprised and wondered if that hidden technique was how Maeltoom and the current Vior family managed to acquire such a fortune. The cadet explained that magic stones are sold for a hefty price wherever the seller goes so that they might bring fortune to the Vior family. Soon, the manager took them to the working area, where the men broke the stones and worked hard. Edmund explained that they assist them to the best of their abilities so that they may become independent one day. After showing them the working area, the manager suggested they head to the following location. Soon, they reached their last location, which was the rooftop. It was the perfect place to see the sun setting beyond the Maeltoom barrier. While the manager was turning to leave, the protagonist inquired about those buildings ahead by pointing at them and asking if they were used for storage. Edmund affirmed that they were storage facilities because magic stones require much maintenance. The protagonist looked at the manager with doubt and smirked because he had made such a silly excuse that such a far-off place was being used for storage. Soon, Lucane appeared there, called the manager, and rambled that they would head back now since there weren't any injuries that day. The priest suggested to the cadets that they should now go back and rest as they had a tough day. Later at night, all of them were sleeping, but the protagonist was outside looking at those storage buildings and smirked. On the contrary, some men took the people toward the storage building forcibly. One of them inquired about the total number of enslaved people this time, and the man explained they were 10, so they wanted to make sure they didn't escape. This startled the other man, and he wondered how these enslaved people could flee with their hands and feet tied. He wondered how those enslaved people could get off these mountains in this condition. Vior family martial artist Helk instructed his man to hurry up and send those enslaved people to the main building quickly because soon it would be daybreak. One of the enslaved people with golden hair called Helk and requested him to let him go because he was not a derelict, and that priest just dragged him over there. He was crying and requesting him to let him go because he had a newborn daughter at home. Hearing that the enslaved person had home infuriated Helk, and he sturdily kicked at the abdomen of the man. This caused severe internal injuries. The enslaved person coughed out blood and fell on the ground. This brutal and barbaric behavior terrified others. Helk angrily asked the man where his home was so he could bring his daughter here, so he wanted him to utter quickly. The enslaved person started crying and didn't reply. Helk inquired what was the matter with him and if he didn't want to see his daughter. Helk warned the rest of them that they should better not be acting out, and if they escape, they will make sure to grab the beggars off the streets. They don't know if those beggars will become their friends or family, which worries all of them. One of the enslaved people was gloomy because he still wanted to go home. Abruptly, his short was grabbed by the protagonist, and he dragged him inside the bush while all the others kept moving. After some time, they finally reached the building and informed all those captured people that this was where their real work began. Helk grabbed the head of the golden-haired enslaved person, pushed him inside, and clarified that if he didn't want to get beaten up again, he should obediently head there. Helk inquired his man how many people he said there were, and the man utters 10. To confirm that, he started counting them, but was startled as there were 9, and the 10th one was missing. He looked back to search for the last enslaved person, and angrily asked his man why there were only 9 instead of 10. His man gets worried, as that can't be true because he is sure there are 10 people. This concerned Helk, and he angrily remarked that he was an idiot because one of them escaped and instructed his man to find him. However, they were startled as they heard someone apologizing to them. They saw someone coming from far away and explained that he had fallen earlier and got lost. The protagonist, who was on the cover of that enslaved person, smirked and rambled, and finally, he caught up with them. 2 hours before Vincian's infiltration, Salvara furiously slammed the floor and was sure it was all a lie. No matter how she thinks about it, it doesn't make sense to process magic stones with a pickaxe. She was sure some secret must be hidden in that vagrant shelter. This shocked Saizen as he didn't know there would be a secret, and his comrade was confused because the facility looked clean and didn't seem to have any problem. The protagonist refused as they didn't see everything, especially the place called Warehouse on the mountainside. Vincian also doubted the manager Edmund because he seemed too sharp-eyed and perceptive to be just a facility manager. He had the eyes of someone who had committed countless murders, just like that magician who attacked them. Vincian can't believe his mother sent him there for no reason, and assumes it must be this. He figured out he had to uncover the secret of this place that night, so he informed his comrade that he would infiltrate the shelter alone. This worried Saizen, and he was reluctant to send him there alone as it was a dangerous place. Raven was also worried because those people would find it suspicious if he went missing. The protagonist looked back at Butler Sirkin and rambled, which was why he would ask him for help. This startled Sirkin, and Vincian inquired if he could transform into a human smaller than himself for disguise. Unwillingly, Sirkin had to transform into Vincian and was attending Lusane's lecture in the church. Lusane explained that through divine grace, they had become brothers, and he looked at them and smiled as if being there was pointless because those kids got it all wrong. Raven asked Sirkin if he was all right, but then he corrected his mistake and called him Vincian. Sirkin was a bit flustered and uttered that he was fine. Salvara worriedly instructed the butler that Vincian would talk more like an elder if he should say things like no worries or all is well. Butler Sirkin is irritated by the way young Master Vincian is and the way he involves him in this mess. Butler Sirkin sighed because, once again, he had been outwitted by Vincian. Meanwhile, Helk furiously kicks the protagonist inside the prison, which firmly throws him on the floor, and he mourns. Helk was irritated as he was such a nuisance, and he was startled at thinking they had missed one. He closed the prison door and instructed him to stay there and not even think about resisting. After he left, Julian appeared and was annoyed because he never thought he would end up in prison. Vincian replied that it was bearable once he got used to it. Soon, the magical mark appeared on the ground, and a cute little creature emerged from the mud. It starts displaying the illusion of Seri through that magical mark and asks the protagonist if he is okay. The protagonist affirmed that they had infiltrated without being detected, so he wanted to start gathering information. However, he was startled as the man with golden hair started shouting and informed them that he was not a vagrant, so he requested them to let him out. He was crying and rambling about his address, saying he lived in Mealtomb Midway, 12th Avenue, house number 3, with the green roof. He told them that his child was there and requested them to give him something to eat to his child. This worried the protagonist, but soon Helk entered his prison and instructed him to wake up because it was mealtime. He handed the protagonist a black pill, which startled him as if this was a medicine, but he wondered what kind of effects it produced. Helk approached the protagonist, forcibly opened his mouth, and warned him to stop dawdling, get up, and eat this medicine. Julia tried to wake up the protagonist and instructed him to get up quickly because he didn't even know what that thing was. Vincent affirmed because he doesn't know, but the simplest way to find its components is to taste it himself. So he hurriedly engulfed the tablet. Julian thought it was foolishness to check it by engulfing it. After feeding Vincent his medicine, Helk instructed his men to feed the medicine to all other prisoners quickly. Shortly, Julian was startled to discover that the reversal technique was blocking the medicine absorption. The protagonist immediately gets rid of the handcuff and affirms and explains that by breaking it down with Naragi, they can figure out what kind of medicine this is. The bright light illuminated the prison he was kept in, and he was soon startled to find out that this was highly concentrated mana. Julian was shocked because those people fed the concentrated mana to the residents, not just warriors. The mana could accumulate in the heart, and once it exceeds the limit, it will burst, which is dangerous even for modern warriors. Vincent wondered what they were doing in this prison by kidnapping innocents to feed them this medicine. However, this would be a panacea for someone who already knows how to accumulate mana in the heart. A few days later, all the prisoners were taken to another building, which startled Vincent because this had never been there before. Soon, they reached the building entrance, and Helk informed them they were at their next destination. He instructed them that they should pass through this door one by one, emitting a dark red and black aura. They all passed one by one through that door, which worried Helk because they all failed. Soon, this was the golden-haired guy's turn. As soon as he set his foot inside the door, he was shocked as he saw several eyes watching him. He gets terrified and wonders what this is. Soon, these creatures attack him, and the dark red energy enters his body, and he shouts. This thrilled Helk. He started laughing as that was what he wanted, because at least one should succeed. The ominous energy was entering his body. His eyes turned red, and he was rambling to feed the child in Maelton midway through. He uttered that his dad would return soon. This shocked Julian and the protagonist because that was Daben's evil spirit, which was a contract with the spirit realm. Soon, that man's veins engorged, and he shouted loudly. Vincent was shocked and wondered how someone who was not even a martial artist could make a contract with an evil spirit. Now, the protagonist realizes the true motive for feeding that pill and realizes this was why they were shoving concentrated mana into people's bodies. Soon after the contract was formed and the mana was flowing through that enslaved person's body, they chained him and tied him down to restrain him. Helk was glad and thankful because one of them worked so that manager Edmund would be happy. After they are done with that enslaved person, the man asks the protagonist what he is waiting for, saying that he should hurry up and go in. Helk looked at him and affirmed that he wanted to keep the momentum and achieve more success. Helk grabbed the protagonist, moved him forward, and instructed him to step inside immediately. The protagonist is reluctant, but soon he sets foot inside the room and is shocked as he enters a dark black area. Vincent was shocked to discover how that worked, as these were his negative memories. The evil spirit was trying to dive deep in and take over his heart, and he saw the illusion of his father from his previous life, who was hateful because a disgusting thing had been born in their house. Then he saw his mother approaching him and wanted him to die as he was a thorn in her eyes, and he called his parents. From the moment he was born until the day he died, his parents never accepted him because of his disability. He lifted his hand to attack. He apologized to them because he wouldn't be swayed by them any longer. He attacked them while his parents called his name. Meanwhile, outside, his body was standing still, which worried Helk, so he came close to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He wondered why that idiot wasn't moving and whether it worked on him, but soon his eyes turned blue, and there was an explosion. Lucane and others were startled to see an explosion in the mountain, and the citizens wondered if it was the pirates again. Priest Lucane was shocked as he recognized that location because this was the secret base they had built. However, Butler Sarkin was worried because young Master Vincent was also there, but he couldn't do much. On the contrary, the building was built to make a contract with the evil spirit, and it was partially destroyed. Helk was coughing and surrounded by mist. He cursed the protagonist as he knew he was suspicious from the beginning. He furiously shouted and instructed everyone who could still stand to go and catch that scrawny idiot. While he was teaching his man to move quickly, he didn't even notice that Vincent was above his head, fully prepared to attack him. Soon, he saw his presence, so he looked up, was shocked, and immediately blocked Vincent's attack with his sword. He was astounded to discover it was him in the end, and wondered how a derelict like him would dare to conspire against them. However, within the blink of an eye, the protagonist strikes him, pierces through his body, and cuts his arm. Helk was shocked and shouted out with pain. Vincent unveiled his proper form and rambled that, as a martial artist and human being, he could not turn a blind eye to their misdeeds. Soon, his man rushed toward the protagonist angrily, and inquired how he dared to do that to his respected Sir Helk, entitled him an insolent brat. However, he was startled to see that he had disappeared from sight, and he soon killed the two of his men. On the contrary, Helk was worried because the blood didn't stop flowing, and he was startled as Vincent placed his sword in front of him. Vincent explains that he was given since his sword held the power of lighting, so it would be best for him to call a priest as soon as possible. Otherwise, he may never be able to use that arm again. Helk stupidly requested backup as there were many critically wounded, so they needed the priest's help. Vincent was startled as his technique worked, so as soon as the priest headed there, the cadets guarding them will have no choice but to follow. He instructed Julian that they would uncover their conspiracy, and Julian excitedly affirmed that that was awesome. He went to another building, led to an explosion, and kicked one of their men. Everyone was worried about seeing an intruder and cursed him. The protagonist made a smooth landing, and the man rushed at him to kill him and didn't want to let him get near to the workshop. The protagonist used his absolute sword slash, alternate form, Chapter 1, Dwarf King, and his eyes sparkled, leading to another explosion. The man on the ground floor was concerned about seeing the blast and wondered what was going on and wondered if the intruder had taken everyone down. They were shocked to see Vincent attacking him and to see the illusion of the king appearing behind him. Vincent strikes using a giant thunderstorm and gets rid of all of them with a single strike, and he gets down. He supposed these were the last of their martial artists, and he couldn't believe that he had spent more mana than he had planned though. Now, he just had to search this place for evidence and take him with him. However, he was startled as he saw a sword attacking him, but he easily dodged it. He looked above where the man wearing the Joker costume was astounded to know their little boy had gotten too greedy. Julian was shocked to see a smiling mask and a clown suit, and he recognized him as that person, Vior's 7-star martial artist Jester Lancerton. Jester Lancerton retrieved his blades and wondered what kind of dance the good-for-nothing 7th young master would show him. The protagonist was worried to know that person was a 7-star marital artist, Lancerton. Julian affirmed and explained that the guy is a monster who holds the position of one of the 5 most vital martial artists of the Vior family. Jester Lancerton affirmed on hearing his name and asked Vincent if he now recognized the difference in power between them. The protagonist stared at him as if he were different from others. Although Raelsa and Butler Sirkin are even star martial artists, this guy was no match for them. The protagonist refused and remarked that he was lacking compared to the 7 stars he knew, and he pointed his sword at him. This infuriated Lancerton, and he wanted to see if Vincent would still speak like that after his body was riddled with holes. He threw his blades toward the protagonist, which caused an explosion and covered Vincent with dust. Jester Lancerton laughed and remarked that the difference in the number of imageries is absolute, so no matter how talented that kid is, no one can overcome it. However, he was startled when he heard Vincent's voice from behind. He remarked that his mask looked even uglier by looking at it up close. Jester looked behind and was shocked. He wondered at the person who had taken his attack down there. He looked down and was startled to see the same kid and Vincent with the blue threads in his mouth. Vincent smirked as he blocked all these daggers with those threads and rambled that he didn't tell him just now that he was genuinely lacking compared to the 7 stars he knew. Jester Lancerton was worried as he couldn't figure out why there were 2 of them and wondered how this was possible. Soon, he is attacked by the protagonist, and he curses his fortune, gets beheaded, and his shadow rushes down on the ground. Vincent was startled as someone asked him if all of this was according to his plan. Sirkin returned to his original form and inquired if his timely arrival, the presence of this jester there, was according to his plan because it all seemed too convenient to be a coincidence. The protagonist utters that because Butler Sirkin showed off his skill at the derelict's camp, he predicted these guys would have planned something. Besides, he believed in Raven, who wouldn't stand still in the face of injustice. Raven rushed down and asked where those dirty gangsters were. Vincent explained that they weren't there and that he planned to check on the lower floors. Raven furiously asked him what they were waiting for because they should immediately get to the other floors. Sirkin worriedly grabbed his head as it seemed like he got played again. Vincent jumped down and inquired if they should proceed forward then. He wanted to see what these people were up to and plan in the shadows of Maeltomb and expose it. Soon, they rushed there and killed those men on their way. After getting rid of them, Raven realized that no one else had remained there. Vincent gently patted one of those enslaved people and asked the old man if he was all right, and the man affirmed and thanked him for his help. Vincent assumed this must be the actual place where they created Magic Stone and inquired the old man what exactly happened there. Those citizens were trembling and explained that they got abducted by Priest Lucene and were forced to create magic stones. They were using that back door to force dark contracts onto people who had a talent for mana. Almost all of them were weakened and died after being consumed by evil spirits, but a few lucky ones like them were used to create magic stones. So many people have died like this by then. The protagonist couldn't believe it, as he never thought that the Temple and Marshall family that should be protecting the weak were the ones behind all this. This makes him ponder, where is justice for the weak and inferiors in this era? Butler Sirkin wondered what the process was, and the man turned back and explained that everything was done through that device. It was a crafting tool that worked on dark magic and allowed the magic stones to absorb mana. Vincent and Raven approached the globe like a device, and he put his hand on it. Thus, it started emitting dark energy. This worried Julian, and he wondered what Vincent was trying to do. The protagonist explained that he ate the mana pill and passed through the black door just like them, so he supposed he should also be able to do things as they did. Soon, the crystal appeared. Vincent looked toward Julian and inquired if he could record the information of this place with this. Julian excitedly affirmed that this was possible and would be irrefutable evidence, so he floated the stone in the air, and the light emitted enlightened the whole place. On the surface, Priest Lucene immediately appeared at the scene, and he was disappointed to know that one little kid made Helk like this. He was healing his arm, and Helk apologized, but Lucene was startled to see Vincent, Raven, and Butler Sirkin there. He furiously asked them the meaning of this and inquired how they dared do this to their facilities. However, he soon got slapped by Vincent because he used the innocents' lives to stuff his pockets and remarked that he was such a shameless being. He commanded them that from this moment on, this facility would be shut down, and all of them would be sent to the Tower of Judgment, Jeremiel, for trial. Shortly, manager Edmund appeared and remarked that it sounded a bit troublesome, as the air was covered with purple gas. It was like a rotting smell, so they covered their nose, and the manager rambled that his plan was just getting started. The protagonist is shocked to see Edmund there, but soon, a hand appears from Edmund's mouth, and the body splits, and another person appears. This astounded the protagonist, and the person wanted to introduce himself again and rambled that he was a first-class tactician of the nightmare, Edmund. The protagonist was startled to learn about the nightmare and asked Julian if he knew anything about nightmares. However, this was Julian's first hearing, and it seemed like a secret organization. Vincent knew that if such a person had revealed everything on their own, he planned to kill everyone there. Priest Lucene called Edmund, corrected his mistake, called him a nightmare, and requested that he should save them. However, Edmund raised his hand and threw the magic monster toward them. The snake opened its mouth to eat them, which worried Lucene. Soon, the snake ate them up, and Edmund thanked Lucene and Helk for everything they had done until now. The protagonist pointed his sword toward manager Edmund and inquired what exactly he was planning to do. Edmund smiled and mumbled that they could say it was a group that dreams of a more splendid world. Shortly, many skeletal hands started appearing from the ground, which concerned Vincent as if they were the undead. He wondered if these were the townspeople who had died there all this time, and many undead emerged simultaneously. Edmund gladly rambled that now they would become his powerful puppets, King of Sal, and the heirs of the prestigious families. All the undead rushed toward them, but with a single decisive strike of Vincent, he subjugated many of them. Raven also lifted his spear to strike them, but was worried as there were many of them. Herka appeared there, and because she was asked if she could help them, she subjugated many of the undead with a single lash of her whip. They were overwhelmed by this mana. Herka descended and explained that she had come there because Baron Vargan kept nagging her to go and grade the magic. She asked them if she was correct in saying this was an emergency situation unrelated to the mission. Vincent was astounded to see the fortress lord there, and she wondered what Edmund he would do now because all of his corpse friends had fallen apart. Edmund laughed and wondered how that could be. Edmund's snake eyes sparkled, and she was startled as she heard people instructing her to run away. The buildings were collapsing, so everyone was rushing away and instructing others to run away if they didn't want to be crushed. Soon, the giant hand appeared from the ground, and all of them were astounded to see the upcoming undead. Edmund asked them if they had forgotten that the strongest corpse, the corpse of the 7-star warrior, was still left. Butler Sirkin was shocked as he recognized the mask of the undead, as this was the Clown Lancer. Herka instructed them not to be scared because most undead end when they kill their necromancer, the main body. She rushed and captured Edmund with her whip, but he smiled wickedly even after being captured. Julian is worried about seeing a smile and instructs the protagonist that the guy is a lick. Herka wanted to tear him to shreds, but the protagonist tried to stop the fortress lord and informed her he was a lick. This shocked her because liches are undead that don't die unless their core is destroyed, so tearing up their body is useless because it only increases their range of activity. Herka was shocked because suddenly, the undead appeared behind and attacked them. Butler Sirkin was trying to protect his young master Raven, and the protagonist and fortress lord also wanted to defend themselves, and they all rushed back. Herka was injured in her arm, so she grabbed his arm and asked everyone if they were all right. Edmund was delighted as another was added to his collections. He told them they could thank him in advance because they would become his precious army of nightmares. His snake immediately rushed at them to attack, but they dodged. Sirkin was irritated as a resurrected warrior by a powerful necromancer. This was indeed much stronger than before, just as he said. Herka was concerned because that person earlier said he was 7-star, but a 7-star undead was totally overpowered. Butler Sirkin looked at him. Then he called the Lord Fortress Lord sitting on the tree branch to explain that his primary duty is as a butler of the Vatican, thus protecting the child of his master. So, if there is a choice to ensure his young master, Raven's safety, he will prioritize it. This irritated Herka because he clearly meant that he planned to escape things that went the opposite way they had predicted, and they thought he was such an ungrateful person. Herka agreed and decided to entrust Vincent as well, instructing the protagonist to run away with Raven. However, the protagonist refused and clarified that he wouldn't run away because he was confident they would overpower him and leave this place with dignity. Herka looked at him and rambled that from now on, he would be the second Baron Vargan, which startled Vincent, and he wondered what she meant. She explained that, like Baron Vargan always planning and smirking cunningly, watching that from the side feels weird. She asked him if he had a plan to beat him, and the protagonist smirked cunningly. Shortly after, Edmund attacked them with his snake and clarified that the farewell was too long. However, the protagonist jumped and dodged the attack, and he remembered that as a trainee, he had achieved everything he needed to do there, but now it was time to prove his worth. He immediately reached close to the lick and jumped high, struck him, and wanted him always to remember that he was the 7th son of Adinka, Vincent Adinka. The protagonist struck him, but the lick blocked it quickly. Edmund smirked to discover the protagonist thought he could take him on and assumed he might be an idiot. The protagonist also thinks he cannot do that alone, so he is not Edmund's actual opponent. Suddenly, Edmund is captured by the blue thread of Sirkin from one side and with Herka whip on the other and gets concerned. Both of them started pulling him upward simultaneously, which annoyed Edmund, and he wondered what they were doing. He didn't think they would dare to drag him somewhere. However, he was soon startled as he saw Raven above his head. He was fully prepared to attack him, and using the pressure strike, they threw him away. Raven smirked as he supposed he was victorious and inquired them what his attack felt like. However, they all get down, and Sirkin clarifies to his young master that they are not done yet. Edmund stood again while supporting his trembling body on his knees and realized that his opponents were 2 7-star warriors and the heir of the Vatican. He agreed that this would be enough to hold him back, but he wickedly smirked and clarified they were wildly mistaken as they made such a naive judgment. Herka wasn't sure about that, But since Vincent said that was fine, she had to trust him. Butler Sirkin was astounded because the protagonist had a way with his words that made people trust him. Raven agreed, and he was sure they would be all right since Vincent said so. This infuriated Edmund, and he tried to wake them up as they were grasping at false hope. Because Vincent Adinka, whom they trust so much, should already be crushed to death. Meanwhile, the 7-star jesters were still undead, attacking the protagonist, and he, along with Julian, evaded all the attacks. The protagonist asks Julian if he is still not ready. Julian assures him everything is going according to plan, but he needs more time. However, the giant hand soon appeared above his head, injured the protagonist's arm, and the blood sprouted out of it, and he fell. The protagonist wondered if the undead head had an ego of its own. The undead threw his dagger toward the protagonist. Vincent blocked all of these attacks as this was not the right time, and he had to block them for some more time as he needed to buy some time for Julian. The protagonist stared at him furiously and wanted to strike the undead like this. Then he lifted his sword and, using the tremendous sword-splitting slash, he hit the undead and was shocked because he didn't even leave a single scratch. Abruptly, he was thrown down from the undead head and couldn't believe it as he couldn't hold his balance, and if it went on like this, he couldn't defeat it. Soon, the undead approached Vincent, and he was concerned afterward. There was a blast. Raven was shocked to hear the explosion sound. He turned back and worriedly called Vincent. Raven refused since they left it up to Vincent. He needed to believe in him and focus on what was at hand. Edmund approached him and instructed him to come at him and strike. So Raven rushed at him and clarified to the stinky undead that he was coming. On the contrary, the undead jester puts his head back on his body, thinks Vincent is a foolish young master, and starts laughing. However, soon, the protagonist appeared from the mist, firmly holding his sword. The undead tried to capture the protagonist after finding his location, but his hand was cut and separated from its body, and a golden light appeared there, which worried the undead. Julian was glad because it worked. He had channeled some of his divine power into Vincent's body, which is the Adinka chain arts. Thus, Vincent uses a divine power chain to strike the undead and defeat it. Chaining is one of the Adinka's swordsmanship styles, which is also the one that his master used. Vincent's master explained to him that there are 7 styles: righteous, heavy, quick, elusive, explosive, sharp, and chain. Chain arts aren't flashy nor stand out compared to the other styles, but they allow the user to directly infuse the sword with the strength flowing in his body. It is the perfect style for Vincent, who uses multiple traits because he keeps getting stronger as he gains new powers. It was as if Aslan had left this specifically for him. It was a swordsmanship that fit him perfectly. The undead were startled as it didn't make sense for the person to have both the divine power and to be a martial artist. Vincent lifted his sword and wanted the undead to think of this as an honor for him being exercised by the power of the Holy King. He tried to use his Falker swordsmanship Thunderbolt Ascension of his master, but decided to combine it with divine power using chain arts. Thus, he used his divine power Ascension, which shocked Jester, and he wondered how Vincent could obtain such power, so he was subjugated. The protagonist's firm strike subjugated the undead of the 7-star martial artist, and it led to an explosion. Raven turned and was delighted because the aura of the undead had disappeared, and at this point, even Butler Sirkin started to fear Prince Vincent. Herka also smirked as young Master Vincent was the second bargain as he was completely unpredictable. Edmund was worried and cursed him. He wondered what had happened and if that was the corpse of the 7th rank warrior. Soon, the protagonist appears there holding his sword and clarifies to the Lick that his ambitions have ended there, so he should surrender quietly. Edmund was worried and cursed them all, and he never knew that those arrogant Adinka fools were so complete of themselves. He spent 20 years planning to shatter them to pieces, but the Adinka foiled his plan to destroy the Adinka he despised. This infuriated him as this act was unforgivable in his vision, and an ominous aura emerged out of his body, disrupting the area. This caused water flow inside the city and thus submerged all the houses and citizens. This worried Julian and Vincent as the whole of Maeltoom was trembling. Edmund knelt and clarified that the whole city of Maeltoom belonged to him, so rather than letting his plan fail, he wanted to destroy everything along with them and started shouting. However, another man soon appeared, pulled out a stone, and called Edmund a foolish man, and the Lick was shocked to see this. The man couldn't believe that Edmund was about to resort to such disgraceful behavior as soon as the plan failed. This startled all of them as they saw the man, and the man rambled that the rank of strategist was too much for the lick. Edmund started trembling on seeing that person and wondered why he was there. Herka was also shocked and wondered what that guy was when he appeared there, but Sirkin was slightly startled as he recognized that person. Julian pointed toward that guy's hand and instructed Vincent to look there. This startled the protagonist, and he wondered if that was the core of a lick and if it belonged to Edmund. Edmund was trying to explain the situation to the man and wanted him to wait as it wasn't over yet. He requested the man to give him one more chance. But the man didn't listen to him and immediately broke that stone, which worried the lick as his body started cracking. He shouted it was a nightmare, so he requested him to have mercy because he didn't want to die. But the man didn't listen to him. Raven was stunned to see this and felt like his body was being torn into pieces. Sirkin was also worried. Herka inquired Vincent by referring him to Vargan the second time about what he thought was happening. Vincent comprehends the whole situation as it seems like Edmund is just a pawn to be used and discarded. Butler Sirkin inquired the man why he was there, and the man greeted him and was pleased to see him after a long time. Ravni was shocked to discover his butler knew that person and inquired to confirm, and his butler affirmed. Sirkin explained that the man was Damer Helem, the next head of the Helem family. Damer greeted his nephew, and soon his soldiers surrounded them, so they prepared to protect themselves. Vincent was amazed because he brought quite a force to a meeting between his nephew and uncle. Julian recognized those people as warriors of Helem, which made him wonder how they had arrived so quickly because this was Vilga territory. This made the protagonist wonder why this was happening, and he recalled Versa Helem's words as she said, although Helem's territory was adjacent, there was no conflict. There was no record of them offering tribute around there either. Chasing such things was beyond her now as she had grown old, and there were many things she must take responsibility for. So she had come to seek only paths she could reach quickly and supported his righteousness. The protagonist finally realizes that the person behind this is Helen. Damer is amazed when Vincent figures it out. The protagonist realized that his mother wanted the darkness of their family to be exposed to the world. Dharma asked his nephew if he had thought that far, then it was natural to step back, and he was supposed to do that. Vincent wondered what was natural because what he had seen, there was a father of a 2-year-old child being dragged there without any fault accusations and almost being sacrificed. He furiously inquired his uncle if that was what he called natural that he should forget about. Damer thought for a while, jumped down, and clarified that he didn't wish to discuss right and wrong with him. Instead, he wanted Vincent to erase that day's event from his memory so that no one there would die. Abruptly, all of the soldiers started pointing their swords toward them, which worried Raven, and he wondered what was happening and if they wanted to challenge them. The protagonist is clarified that he has fulfilled his duties as a life path follower, so now he is Vincent Adenka. Damer wondered what his nephew was up to, and he smiled and rambled that he was also her son. Soon, the dark red lights appeared and surrounded them, and his mother stepped out of it and asked her if he was right. All the soldiers were worried about seeing her and wondered if that person was Versa Helem, the giant Versa. Daemir was stunned to know his sister was there in Age Medium, and he didn't even notice. Versa was amazed to learn that her son had seen her arrival. The protagonist clarified that he was sure once Lord Daemir showed up that his mother wanted to change the current state of Helem. Daemir was astounded by how cunning that kid was, and he clarified to his sister that if she were thinking of topping him now, it would be a grave mistake. He wanted her to know that magic stones aren't simply conjured out of thin air. They will be the new power of Helem. Versa clarified that Helium, too, is a mage and wondered if her brother intended to justify the energy gained by killing people with black magic. Daemir tried to explain that it was just a deviation by his fellow Edmund, but now those worries have been eliminated. Versa was disgusted and rambled that it had been quite a while since she had seen her brother's face and asked him if he had forgotten his sister's traits. She gets furious at her brother as he boldly lies before her. Her aura is unbearable for Vincent. Daemir was startled to see those eyes again. It was as if they saw everything. They looked down on him and were always one step ahead of him with those eyes full of pity. He hated those eyes, so he rushed to attack her, but he was startled as Khan Adenka appeared and attacked him, severed his one arm, and blocked his attack toward Versa. Daimler gets terrified of seeing such overwhelming power and admits to his sister that he is wrong and that his judgment is clouded for a moment. The protagonist is amazed because the darkened skies have cleared with just one strike of the sword. He smirked as this man was Arslan's descendant and Vincent Adinka's father, Khan Adinka, the embodiment of Adinka's martial prowess. Khan Adinka asked his wife how they should handle this situation, and Versa looked at her foolish little brother whose arm was dripping blood, and he was in serious condition. Seeing her little brother in such a condition pains her heart, but she steps forward and rambles that she is there to rectify the wrongs of Harem. Therefore, Daimler Helium must be responsible for all the sins committed there. Soon, the Adinka Black Sword Corps in the Gaia Temple appeared there, which worried Daimler. They tied him, and he shouted and inquired if everything was planned from the beginning. Versa turned and replied that she wanted Harem to walk the righteous path. Daimler inquired if she was not apologetic toward their father. This made her cry, and she was about to lose her composition. Yet she managed to hold her emotions back, and replied that their father bears a greater responsibility. Khan Adinka called her and wanted to ask her something, but she smiled and clarified that it was all right, so he should go ahead and proceed in accordance with justice. She smiled and rambled, knowing it was late, but she thought it was time to pursue what she once supported. She instructed them to arrest all the warriors of Harem because Gaia and Versa's resistance was futile. The Gaia temple there was closed, so the priest wanted them to abandon any thought of escaping unscathed. The priest wanted them to actively cooperate with Jeremiel's trials if he wished for leniency. However, the priest Dulan was shocked to see Lord Vincent also there, so he rushed at him and inquired if he had overexerted himself again. The protagonist replied that it seemed like he had overexerted himself, and he asked Lady Yasai what she thought about his promotion. She knew that he did play a significant role, but that was as the heir of Adinka, and his mission was to protect the Gaia priest. Since the priests were harmed, it might be difficult for him to be promoted, which annoyed Vincent. However, Priest Dulan told her that she shouldn't worry about that, so he called the priest of Maeltomb. He smiled cunningly and inquired if they were satisfied with Lord Vincent's escort and how they found his services. The priest was worried as they knew if this continued, he would end up in prison with Vilga, and in the worst case, it could be the end of him. The priest clarified that they were absolutely satisfied. It was not just a novice martial prowess, but equivalent to an 8-star warrior and more reliable than them. Priest Dulan looked back at her and supposed that the priest was very satisfied with his Lord Vincent's escort. Lady Yasai thought it reasonable and was sure that even the strict Knight Vargan would approve his promotion. She informed Vincent Adinka formally that he had passed the 8th grade promotion exam. She took out the badge and rambled that there was usually something to say at the promotion, but it was lengthy and bothersome, so she wanted to skip it. She congratulated the 8th grade cadet Vincent on his promotion, and Julian was excited to know that. While Raven also overheard it and excitedly congratulated Vincent, and he thanked him for his hearted congrats. On the other hand, his father and mother decide to leave. Versa overhears the core of Jai, instructing her brother that he is walking too fast. Daimler was furious to think that the moment his sister sent Vincent to Maeltomb was the starting point of her plan. He looked at her and thought that if only Versa had come to supervise personally, he would have hidden everything more thoroughly. Knowing that he would have hidden the evidence in advance if she had come personally, she sent Vincent instead. Daimler immediately got rid of his handcuff and wondered if she thought everything would go according to her plan until the end. He immediately attacked these corps, rushed away, and wanted his sister to watch closely and see how her plans ended. He ran toward Vincent to attack, which startled him, and suddenly, the blood spewed in the air, and Lady Yasai and Buter Sirkin rushed to protect him. However, the protagonist is shocked when he sees his mother before him and attacks his uncle. Daimler's eyes spread out of shock as he couldn't believe that his sister had hurt him until the end. Versa hoped he wouldn't do that, and her brother's head got separated from his body, and he died. Everyone was shocked as she slashed her brother in an instant, which was so ruthless. The protagonist is furious as he can't even react to Daimler's movements, and he is astounded to know the true power of a giant. Vincent was shocked as he looked at her mother's hand, which was trembling, and he called her and told her that this was a magical stone created with his life force, which is evidence in itself. He further explained that it had recorded all their atrocities, and she gladly took the magic stone. She remarked that he had saved her from trouble, thanked her son, and assured him that she would organize the evidence and return. The protagonist refuses to take it back because this was his gift to her and requests his mother to accept it as it is. Versa was shocked to discover this was a gift for her. Vincent was sure it might not compensate for what his mother lost that day, but he still wanted to put something in his mother's hands. Julian couldn't believe he was now comforting her as he was called the giant. The protagonist clarified that her hands were trembling, which was not a reaction expected from a heartless giant. He thought that his mother might be more delicate than a giant. Versa gladly took the magic stone, a gift for her from her beloved son, placed it close to her chest, and felt its warmth. That night, at the true nature of Vilga, Khan Arinka killed the captain of the guards, which terrified all other guards because he killed the captain so quickly. Khan Arinka stepped forward and explained that the evidence had emerged, likening the head of Vilga to the Maeltomb incident. He threw away his cloak and jacket and clarified that he would only strike those who resisted. That was a difficult decision for the guards to make, but they still chose to protect the head of the family and rushed at him. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately subjugated those guards, and now only a few were left. So he lifted his sword and immediately subjugated the remaining guards in a swift movement, covered the corridor with blood and corpses, and progressed further. Soon, he entered the room where the head was sitting, and Khan Arinka rambled that all the evidence pointed toward him and had been sent to the Tower of Judgment, Jeremiel. After the judgment, Vilga's head was sentenced to immediate execution, which made the head tremble in fear. However, Khan rambled that as minimal human decency, he would give him a chance for seppuku, so the choice was whether he should kill himself or he should die in his hand. Whoever the head Vilga didn't show any guilt and remorse and instructed his men to kill Khan Arinka immediately. 2 men were trying to attack him from behind, but soon they were dead, and the head of Vilga was left alone. He understood the head of Vilga's choice, which worried him as Khan immediately rushed at him and killed him. On the contrary, she was putting sugar cubes in his tea and inquired if that much sugar would be okay for Vincent. The protagonist affirmed and thanked her mother, and she apologized to him. She knew he would probably want to go back with his friend, but he was okay. She knew it was because this was the right thing to do, as she had felt a lot from seeing him that the person should pursue what they believe in. She thanked him because of him. She was ready to face what she believes is right again. Vincent refused to take the credit because of his mother's determination. But he was concerned, wondering if he was okay with this because she would be branded a traitor in Harem. Versa couldn't believe the one who blew up the magic stone factory was worrying about her, so she started laughing. This mortified the protagonist as he didn't have any explanation for that, and Julian was afraid as he knew they were in danger, too. Versa affirmed and remarked that even that trait he must have taken after his mother made them both awkward. Versa knew this might not be much of a reward, but she had a story to tell about his mother, Sarvana Hisley, and the divine fruits. The protagonist wondered if his mother and the device fruits are related, as he didn't know that. Versa explained that Sarvana was chosen by the divine fruit and obtained it. This confused Julian, and he wondered what she meant by choosing and receiving the heavenly fruits. Versa knew it might be a long story, but it was an ancient story. At that time, Khan was a first-class representative cadet approaching his rite of passage. She and Sarvana set out to assist Khan with his rite of passage mission, and a ritual had to be completed before the rite of passage at the fortress. Near the Red Fortress at the Nile waterfall, that was where they had to subdue the demon living there. Sarvana was solid and beautiful, and was in no way inferior to Khan's abilities. Sarvana was trying to defeat the monsters, but she found it disgusting as the monster's tongue grabbed her hands. The monster opened its mouth and was about to eat her, but she shouted as she found him gross, but then smiled as she knew it would be like this. Versa exploited the situation, severed the monster's tongue, and rambled that it was their chance. Khan Arinka appeared there and furiously stared at the beast, and soon they defeated the beast. Sarvana was excited because that was a splendid joint attack, and their mission was quickly completed. However, Versa reminded her that their mission wasn't completed yet because they needed to obtain the pearl for it to end genuinely. Khan Arinka pulled out the pearl, and Versa covered her mouth as she found it disgusting. She wondered why that man would ask them to bring back such a smelly, ugly pearl. Khan didn't know either, but hunting the waterfall clam has been a tradition since the time of their ancestor, Arslan. They were startled and looked back as Sarvana rambled that there was something strange. She thought that man demanding waterfall clam defeat was tricky, but she knew it shouldn't be too hard for a first-class cadet about to undergo the rite of passage to catch. Moreover, she found this waterfall strange and wondered how water flowed in the cold red fortress and where the water source was. Versa knew that Vincian's mother was always bright, cheerful, curious, and could see things others couldn't. Versa thought she might be overthinking, but Sarvana was confident another purpose might be behind this mission and inquired if they didn't know it. Khan was startled to hear about a different purpose, and Sarvana uttered that it might be something arranged by his ancestor, Arslan. For example, something could be hidden inside the waterfall. Khan wondered how they could investigate inside a waterfall with such strong currents. She explained there was a way, so they reached the cliff and couldn't believe what they were doing. They knew that Sarvana wouldn't take no for an answer, and were confident that no one could stop her. Sarvana smiled, winked, and explained they could see inside if they went around clinging to the wall. She was confident that her intuition was accurate as something might be inside the waterfall. They warned her not to say anything different later. She started climbing the wall and smiled upon hearing that she would say something different. Abruptly, she lost her balance and fell. Khan followed her, but Versa tried to stop him as this was dangerous. However, he didn't hear her, so she jumped to follow him and all fell into the water. Later, Sarvana opened her eyes and found herself inside the cave behind the waterfall. She was delighted because her intuition was correct. Versa pinched her ear furiously as she was still saying she was right and assumed she might want a punch because they could have died, so she warned her to be more careful. She grabbed her ear, affirmed that she should be cautious, and apologized. Versa realized that Sarvana hadn't been hurt even though such a substantial waterfall wouldn't sweep her up. Sarvana affirmed that being alive was a miracle, but they were startled as they heard a voice saying it was not a miracle, but he saved her. Vincian was shocked to know that there was a person inside the cave. Versa explained that was exactly what they call the divine fruit, as its identity is that of a dragon. She recalled when they encountered the divine fruit and were terrified to see the dragon. The dragon smirked and inquired from among them who was the seer of truth. Khan wondered what the seer of truth was, and if that was about the prophecy held down in Adanka. The dragon was startled to find out that they found this place without knowing anything and assumed they were unlucky. The dragon thought then it couldn't be helped, and she opened her mouth as all of them would die there and attacked them. The dragon was confident, but it would be over with the one hit of his breath of flame. Versa covered her face with her arms, and she thought that was not important right now because, firstly, they needed to find a way to survive. Sarvana shouted that they should run away to survive, but the dragon assured them it was impossible. They were shocked as the waterfall got fiercer. The dragon approached them and clarified that there was no way for them to run, so wanted those human children to accept their death instead of resisting and trying to run away. The protagonist was shocked to discover they found the dragon and inquired if they meant that such a thing existed in this world. Versa laughed and thought this was not so surprising. She explained that the thing attached to his red lotus was also supposed to be a dragon bone. Julian was shocked because only his father and Lael knew about the dragon bone. Vincian thought it might be absurd to hide something from Adanka's mistress and inquired how they managed to survive that dragon. Versa also doesn't know the details and thinks only Sarvana knows about them. At that time, Sarvian was worried as they had nowhere to run, and the dragon wanted them to accept their death. Versa informed Khan and Sarvana that they had no choice but to fight that dragon. They all pulled out their swords and rushed toward the dragon to attack. Sarvana and Versa jumped and struck the dragon. Khan exploited the situation by hitting the dragon with the general death sword dance skill. However, with a single movement of her hand, she quickly threw away Khan's strike and was impressed by her talent. Khan was shocked to see that dragon could easily deflect the most potent sword technique of Adanka's just like that. The dragon appraises his skill, but because there are limits to human capabilities, it cannot work on them. The dragon used her skill, which caused Versa's body to start crushing, and she could not understand that strange mana. Sarvana was also stunned because she couldn't breathe, and both knelt, which worried Khan. The dragon was shocked to see Khan could withstand the mana she emitted. She felt pity for killing such a strong human as she was confident that Khan might achieve greatness in the future. Khan furiously shouted that he wouldn't leave those two to die. Soon, a sign appeared before his face, after which his body was injured from several sites. He was severely wounded and coughed out blood. The dragon rambled that all methods humans use to wield mana are all imitations of the dragon's method. The dragon transformed into her human form and clarified that no matter how strong a warrior he was, it was too early to compete with her by 100 years. Then, it was a pity for her, but she decided to proceed with killing them, so she pointed her hand toward them and smiled wickedly. Soon, there was an explosion, and Sarvana was protecting Khan, which shocked the dragon. The dragon was shocked to discover a human survived after taking her magic, and she finally recognized her. She grabbed Sarvana's face, lifted her chin, and inquired if she was Hisley, which shocked Sarvana, and she wondered how that dragon knew her family. The dragon explained that it was possible to learn, and while they were conversing, Versa became conscious and worriedly called Sarvana but again got unconscious. The dragon rambled, saying she recognized her because she had chosen her family. That was all Versa knew, and when she came to her consciousness, they were already outside the waterfall, and Sarvana was grasping the heavenly fruit in her hand. This shocked Vincent as he didn't know that fruit existed and realized that what Arson left in the Red Fortress was the heavenly fruit. However, Sarvana gradually became weaker after that, and her once formidable strength vanished over the years. In her final years, even her daily life became difficult. This makes Julian gloomy as he doesn't know his mother suffered that much. Versa explained that even in that condition, Sarvana did not eat the heavenly fruit because she wanted Khan to eat it. But Khan also could not readily accept the power that came at the cost of Sarvana's health because she was the only woman Khan truly loved. Thus, amidst decades of dispute, Sarvana left them behind, and as per her will, Khan eventually consumed the heavenly fruit. She becomes gloomy and utters that Sarvana remained forever in his heart, just as she was in those beautiful days. The protagonist could feel various emotions in his mother's expression, such as jealousy, longing, and compassion. The protagonist inquired what kind of person his birth mother was, and she uttered that she also respected and envied her. She recalled when Sarvana hugged her and told her it was okay because she was not a doll, and she started crying as she was the only one who ever consoled. She asked the protagonist if he could fulfill one more request from his mother, and he wondered why she rambled that he had to destroy her family, Harem. Later, they were at the Crimson Fortress Nile Falls. Vincent was astounded to see what Nile Falls looked like in actuality. Julian was astounded because the current was powerful, and he looked at the protagonist, who was using his absolute sword to slash all gods and strike the waterfall. His strike stopped the water flow in the area, which worried Julian, and he wondered what he was doing and what would happen if the cave entrance collapsed. Vincent smirked to know that Julian thought it would collapse that easily. Julian was shocked to see that it was perfectly fine and wondered what was happening with this waterfall. It started flowing again. The protagonist guessed he wouldn't be able to enter it like this, and he knew that the dragon who was inside was definitely waiting for the one who saw the truth from the Adinka family. He supposed there might be some connection between this waterfall and Arslan. Vincent's birth mother must have used something different than what he had prepared to enter, which has to be the reason why she became weak and died after obtaining the heavenly fruit. He puts his hand inside his jacket to retrieve something and assumes that the key to getting beyond the waterfall must be hidden somewhere. He took out the letter his mother had given him and wanted to find the clue and the truth on the other side of this waterfall. He quickly entered the cave. Later, Vargan was shocked to know that Damer Helem died on the spot, and Patriarch Khan executed the head of the Vyar family under the supervision of Jeremiel. He couldn't believe such a vast incident had happened. Herka laughed as she knew, but no one had predicted what would have happened if she hadn't been there. Vargan was infuriated as this reminded him of something, and he inquired who the one who procrastinated on going there was, saying it would be troublesome. She laughed and inquired if she did say that and was still glad as it ended well, though what happened between Halem's siblings was tragic. Vargan sighed and agreed because what happened with the sibling was tragic, and he sadly stared at Sarvana's photo. On the contrary, Priest Dellen rushes away while carrying the Holy Grail that the protagonist brings as he is being chased. He finally reached the dead end and looked back as the person behind him wanted him to give up. Dellen was being chased by Priest Neliuk, who was smiling wickedly and warning him to call him his senior. However, that doesn't matter to Priest Neliuk because he knew Dulin would relinquish the Holy Grail to someone more fitting and leave the secular world to receive the teaching of the Holy King forever. He grabbed Priest Dulin's collar, pointed his sword toward him, and smiled evilly, but soon the lightning struck his men, who worried Neliuk, and he wondered what was happening. As soon as he looked back, he saw a sword at his neck and was instructed to give up on the Holy Grail unless he wanted to lose his head. Priest Dulin is shocked to know the person before him, and Merlin Falker utters that from now on, he will be protecting the Holy Grail as Priest Dulin's paladin. On the contrary, a girl appeared and asked Vincent why he had brought her there. She was Adinka's third direct descendant, rank 1 cadet representative, Hannah Adinka. She recognized the place as this was the place for the graduation mission. Vincent affirmed and was aware that she was about to fight the Waterfall Clan soon. She affirmed but still lacks the points for the graduation mission, as there aren't many tasks that require rank 1 cadets, so the situation was familiar to the one rank 9 cadets face. This excited the protagonist. He took out the letter and rambled that he would like to offer her to join him on a mission. Hannah was amazed that the mission was requested in her mother's name, and she guessed it was worth hearing it out. She wondered what kind of mission that was, and Vincent explained that he must first go to Helm's territory. Hannah thought it wouldn't be easy for him to trespass on Helm territory because their uncle died. Vincent affirmed and explained that he needed her and hoped she would be his bodyguard. In return, she could get enough points for the graduation mission. She was listening to him and was aware that he wouldn't offer such things without wanting something in return, so she wondered what he wanted. She was startled to discover that he wanted a portrait. The protagonist sees many of the portraits that Hannah drew for him and utters that all the previous ones are outdated, so he wants her to create a new one for him. However, she rushed at him, put her sword in his neck, and, using the skill of crazy sculptor Michaelian, furiously inquired if he was messing around with her. But the protagonist smiled and refused, as he was serious about it because that was a precious memory for him. Julian was shocked, wondering what Vincent said, as that was not that precious. The protagonist winked as he knew there was no way a drawing from so long ago would be in such good shape. He asked Julian if he thought that he wouldn't, and that he had cast a preservation spell on it, which made Julian a bit awkward. Hannah explained that she had also changed a lot, which made Vincent wonder if she was refusing to draw for him again. She thought for a while and instructed him to change his request while attacking, but he didn't dodge it and smiled, so she agreed to consider his demand and left, leaving Julian in shock. On the contrary, the man was filling his glass with blood and inquired his man if he was saying that Damer was dead. The butler affirmed, and he knew that it might be heartbreaking for him to hear. But the butler was shocked as his master inquired if he got rid of evidence of him being involved in this perfectly. The patriarch of the Helium family, Garfonzo Helium, inquired if he hadn't heard his question. The butler worriedly clarified that was not the case and explained that everything was made to look as if Damer had acted on his own, so it would hardly have any impact on the Helium family as a whole. Garfonzo knew that Versa had always questioned his way of doing things, so it was unsurprising that she was showing hostility toward him. He drank the blood and smiled. He thought this was great and wanted to see what she and Vincent could do. He was confident because they still had a secret weapon, the blood of dragonskin. The room was covered with several bodies of dragon species, and he drank the blood and wanted Versa to come into her father's embrace. His face started turning, and he furiously broke the glass, and he wanted Vincent to fall into his grandfather's embrace, too. Later, the protagonist spars with Kagan Samian, who is thoroughly excited as they have almost the same strength, and he can block his attack. Julian was shocked and wondered how this was possible, and Vincent was also stunned. Kagan Samian was thrilled and wanted to kill Vincent for sure this time. He lifted his sword to attack, and the protagonist also instructed him to come and try his all. However, Raven soon appeared between them and struck, which led to an explosion that annoyed Vincent and Kagan. The whole area around Raven was destroyed, and he informed them not to leave him out. Kagan warned him not to interfere in their battle, which infuriated Raven, and he clarified that he was the one interfering because he still owed a fight with Vincent. Kagan assumed that he might have to deal with Raven first, then he would kill Vincent, which excited Raven as he found it excellent because he had always wanted to fight with him. This infuriated Vincent, and he instructed them to wait as that was not what was important right now and asked them if they had forgotten their reasons for coming there. Julian was worried and wondered how it would turn out like this as he saw all the elders excited by their duel. Garfonzo Harem wondered what was wrong with him and wanted Vincent to hurry. Otherwise, their plans would be in vain. 2 weeks earlier, at Crimson Fortress, Herka agreed to send them, which startled Hannah, and she wondered what she meant. Herka wondered if she didn't hear her as she told them to head out for the Helium territory the next day. Hannah was shocked and clarified that her sword was not fit for escorting as there were rank 1 cadets who were more suited than her. Herka put her hand on Hannah's shoulder and clarified that she hated nothing more than being troubled. She doesn't want Hannah to think she would be able to get some peace of mind if 2 direct descendants left the fortress. Hannah was reluctant, but Herka stopped her as she didn't want to hear any excuse, as that was the headmistress's order, so her refusal was denied. This annoyed Hannah, but she had no choice but to agree, and she understood her assignment as she knew it was what it was. The protagonist affirmed and smirked, and he knew that she was not the type to leave her debt unpaid. She was getting closer to her graduation, and all Vincent asked her in exchange was 1 portrait, so he thought it was a great deal for her and in her favor. Hannah sighed and wondered if this was all his plan all along, and he outplayed her, so she agreed to draw his portrait. This excited the protagonist and Julian, and he asked her if this should be her promise. Later, the carriage arrived, and Wilson and Sari were carrying the luggage toward the carriage. Vargan was seeing them off, hoping they wouldn't cause any problem this time. However, the protagonist is not too confident about that, and Vargan has already figured that out. He knew it would be a dangerous mission for Vincent, but Vincent assured him that he would not worry because the Helium family wouldn't be able to harm him directly. Besides, he will be with his sister, a rank 1 cadet, and Sari, a spirit mage, so he is sure he will be fine. Wilson contracted his bicep and excitedly asked his young master what he thought about him. The protagonist awkwardly stared at him and affirmed that he was there too to protect him. Suddenly, he called from behind, and he looked behind and saw Raven, Salvra, and others waving at him and instructing him to stop. Since they rushed there hurriedly, they were out of breath and delighted that they were not late. Vincent wondered what all of them were doing there so early in the morning, and he was startled as they all were paying their humble respect to absolute glory. Salvra blushed and requested him to return safely. Raven reminded him of his promise that he had to have a duel with him when he returned from the mission and wondered if he had forgotten it. Saizen and his comrade also thanked him, saying that because of him, they could grow more robust than before. This startled Vincent, but he smiled, paid his humble respect to the absolute glory, and assured them that he would return safely. Abruptly, he was called by his sister, who was inside the carriage, that it was almost time for them to leave. Vargan was about to stop Hannah from being cringeworthy, but Herka taught her that this much should be fine, so she shouldn't act like that because she was not this stiff back in her days. However, Hannah thought that things like feelings just got in the way of the mission they had to accomplish. As a martial artist of the Adenka family, there are many things that they have to sacrifice, which startled Vargan. Soon, they left, and all his friends waved at him and wanted him to return safely without being involved in any trouble. Vargan wondered if those two would be fine together, and Herka wondered why he was saying that. He noticed that Hannah was a bit warped, and at some points, she had become a cold person who ignored her feelings and only focused on the mission's success. She even got her nickname Statue because of that, so he wondered if keeping those two together for such a long time would be fine. Whatever the case was, Herka disagreed as they were still siblings, so she was sure they would be talking about their past as they traveled. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Hannah threw her dagger at the protagonist, who hardly evaded it and was startled. Herka thought it was not like they would kill each other, but didn't know that Sa already attacked the protagonist. She started drawing his portrait and rushed back. Vincent was infuriated and wondered what she was thinking, but she coldly stared at him. Later, Hannah lifts her sword, and after a few swift moves, she cuts the protagonist's hair, which impresses Julian. After she is done, she instructs the protagonist that as an Adenka, he should focus on his martial arts and how he presents himself. She wanted him to make sure to clean up his hair once in a while, so she started making his portrait. After some minutes, she was done. She matched it with Vincent, showed Vincent his profile, and inquired if he was satisfied. The protagonist thanked her for the portrait and was amazed to think she painted such a portrait while inside the shaky carriage. Julian laughed as he agreed with him because Hannah's painting skills were incredible, and she was considered talented from a young age. She packed her stuff and rambled that she had paid her due with this, so the debt was gone. The protagonist was very thankful to her for it and promised to cherish it and ponder why she would refuse first when she had such a talent for painting. Julian thought she might have given up, but Vincent wondered why she would have given it up. This shocked Julian as Vincent didn't even know that when a person bears the name of a renowned family, there are many things they can't decide for themselves. So, the dream of becoming an artist might be a luxury Hannah couldn't afford to accomplish. Vincent doesn't like that thought because there was no reason for everyone to aim to become a martial artist, and there was even less reason for someone's dreams to be disparaged. So if she had lost something because of the name Arinka, he wanted to recover it for her. Meanwhile, at Helium, citizens were protesting against Garfonzo Helium, and the guards were instructed to suppress the protesters as they might not let them enter Dersona. However, the protesters were furious as they wanted to reclaim this land from the tyrant, but soon they were attacked by some people. Meanwhile, Vincent and Hannah were on the roof, watching the messy Helium surrounded by smoke. They wondered if this place was Helium territory as this was the rich land that prospered through trade. Hannah sighed and replied that was only true for wealthy people, which is why this territory is under civil unrest. The Helium family has lost the favor of the citizens due to their tyranny and injustice. The civilian revolutionary army, now protesting and wagging, has created guerrilla warfare to bring out the current patriarch. To get away from this well-off person, they have all retreated into the city at the center, Dersona. The protagonist was worried as he knew there would be unrest, but he didn't think it would be at this level. Vincent assumed it might not be too long since this started. Hannah affirmed this because the event that sparked the civil unrest was the recent execution of a revolutionary army leader, which shocked Vincent. She wanted him to hurry because they had to get to Dersona if he tried to avoid getting caught up like this, and instructed him to follow her because she knew the shortcut. Later, they followed her while Wilson was carrying the suitcase with the other servant. Wilson knew it would be more dangerous than Maeltomb, and was startled to notice that the young master had cut his hair. She agreed, but there were good things, too, because young Master Vincent and Lady Hannah seemed more familiar with the situation. Abruptly, Hannah heard some guard voices wondering if she had hidden in Helium before, which startled her. After she looked back, she saw guards there who were shocked to see them and wondered who they were. The protagonist recognizes from their armor that they are Helium martial artists. The guards rush at them to catch them as they have unknown attire. Vincent evaded the guard attack and explained that they were not up to something suspicious, so they shouldn't attack them. However, the guards didn't hear them and assumed they might be from the Revolutionary Army as they carried the sword. The protagonist looked at them and guessed it was too late to resolve this matter with words. Then he had no other option than to counterattack, and he rushed at them, and, using body strengthening, he punched the guards and there again. The noise produced by the guards gathered other guards' attention, and they worriedly wondered what was the matter. Soon, the protagonist punches all of the guards and gets back to his position, but is startled as the guard attacks him from above his head and curses him. Soon, the blast worried Wilson, and they rushed to see his young master, but Hannah tried to calm him down because Vincent was all right. On the other side, the protagonist rushed behind one of the guards, which shocked the guard, but he ran and attacked them without giving him any chance to plan. The protagonist smirked as he discovered that his body was feeling light and assumed the mana pill he ate at the camp and reversal technique was supporting his body perfectly. Other guards also gathered there, and he was startled to see some people gathered there. Seri was startled to see more warriors behind, and the guards were furious as they dared to attack the soldiers of the Helium family. The soldiers instructed his comrade to call for additional units because they wanted to make sure those people wouldn't be able to step their foot out of that place. Julian was worried because they were surrounded by too many of them to handle alone. Wilson was concerned because there was no end to this, and Seri wondered what they should do now. Hannah sighed as she thought there was no choice left for her. She took out the badge and showed the soldiers that they looked at it as if it was the blue jeweled medal of the Helium family. This worried the soldiers as that was the higher grade martial arts badge, and they wondered who that person was. She introduced herself as Hannah Adinka from the Crimson Fortress and informed them she needed to get inside Dersona. The soldiers get worried when they discover that she is the granddaughter of the Helium Patriarch, so they instruct others to halt as she is the benefactor of Helium. The protagonist was surprised to learn that she hadn't even taken that medal out before, even though she could have solved this matter so quickly, and assumed this might be something she didn't want to expose. The protagonist approached her to ask about that medal, but didn't notice that someone had thrown a smoke screen there, which soon released smoke, thus obliterating their vision. The protagonist moves forward to find his sister and get out of there, but he is startled as someone grabs his arm and instructs him to head this way. After some time, when the smoke subsided, Hannah was surprised to see the smoke screen, which might be from a guerrilla of the Revolutionary Army, and she was stunned to discover Vincent wasn't there. Meanwhile, the warriors couldn't find Vincent anywhere and were worried, but they had yet to hear from the people at 7th Street. Hannah was concerned and wanted them to find Vincent as they knew he couldn't get far quickly, so they affirmed her commands and rushed to search him. She hoped they would get there in time. Sari tried to calm down her young lady Hannah, but she wanted to hurry as she was supposed Vincent could be in danger. This worried Sari as it was the Revolutionary Army that took the young master, so it was hard to believe that Vincent wouldn't be able to handle a group made up of untrained citizens. However, Sari was shocked as Hannah explained that the Revolutionary Army had made a move after she announced her name. Knowing that Vincent was related to her, the Revolutionary Army would see him as an enemy, which worried her. Sari wondered what the young lady meant and why that was so. Hannah explained that she was the one who captured their leader and handed him over to the Helium family. On the contrary, the kid from the Revolutionary Army threw the protagonist away and thought he was a pathetic brat. She jumped in and instructed her comrades to let's leave, but her companions were a bit worried, yet they left. She asked them if they had things as planned, and the man affirmed as they stole the military supplies from the Helium soldier, which was all thanks to the protesters. Soon, they entered the tunnel that leads to the Vartican's territory, and it was dark inside, so they wanted to be more careful. This was an excellent opportunity for them as they knew the Helium family wouldn't be able to ding them if they blended in with the traitors after getting through this tunnel. The man pointed at the protagonist lying at the back and wondered who the guy they were carrying along was. She explained that he was Hannah Adenka's little brother and guessed this was the perfect hostage for negotiations. The man riding the carriage was worried and wondered if it was okay to do bad things like this. However, Harmona wanted him to get a hold of himself and asked if he wanted to become Garfonzo's slave after they had barely escaped from Maeltomb. However, he was a bit reluctant, and her other comrade Cal wondered how she even captured a direct descendant of Adenka's. She laughed and explained that she ambushed him in the smoke, which was actually pretty easy. This shocked him, which was not impossible unless that guy let her capture him on purpose. Abruptly, the protagonist attacked him, which worried her, but soon she was attacked by him. The person riding the carriage worriedly looked back and asked his fellow Harmona if she had said something as he couldn't hear it due to the noises. However, he was startled as Vincent placed his sword at his neck, instructed him to keep driving to the place where he was heading, and assured him that he wouldn't hurt him as long as he cooperated. Vincent wanted to meet the leader of the Citizen Revolutionary Army, and the man agreed and requested that the sword be moved away from him. The man explained that the only thing he was good at driving was a carriage, nothing more. The protagonist was shocked to see the man's face as he was the one he saw at the sunburned derelict camps. Abruptly, someone stands in front of their carriage, which worries the protagonist, and he informs the man that there is a person ahead. The man was also shocked and wondered why someone would be in this tunnel. Vincent instructed him to look out, but soon their carriage lost its balance, so he threw all of them out. Harmona becomes conscious of this strike, and her head hurts badly. She starts searching for her comrades Cal and Subin and asks them if they are all right. The man appeared before her and was astounded because, as he expected, they had taken this path. He was not surprised that the Helium army didn't figure it out. It was only a shortcut by the locals. Harmona is shocked to see Blue Helium's armband and gets furious as he is a traitor. He wonders if he is trying to sell them out to Garfonzo. The man smirked and wondered what she meant by them because they were just reactionaries who were fighting against Garfonzo in the Helium territory. The man laughed voraciously, wanted to show her what it is to be a model citizen, and took out the high mana pill. Harmona was shocked as it was a grace, and soon the man took the pill, engulfed it, and his half-face turned into that of a monster. and he gladly laughed as this was it. Soon, the man turned into a giant creature that was wickedly staring at her and smiling, and he felt terrific with such magnificent power. With this power, he would easily capture hundreds and even thousands of traitors to capture them and receive even more graces. The man lifted his hand to attack her, but as soon as he reached out, he was stopped by the protagonist's sword, which shocked Harmona. The monster was shocked to see that Vincent could stop the power of a grave with just one hand and wondered who that guy was. The protagonist generated the mana sword and asked the man if he wanted him to introduce himself. Then he should introduce himself first. Soon, the protagonist attacked him, but it didn't make much difference, so the man gladly rambled that he shouldn't make him laugh because the power of grace wouldn't even let him scratch him, and he should know his place. However, soon, the stones started falling at his head, and the cave started breaking, which delighted the protagonist as he knew well that mana wouldn't work against a body of dragonkin. This was why he aimed to collapse the cave from the start, and he was amazed to learn about the power of the dragonkin as the pieces came together. A way to imbue pills with such power and the blood of the dragonkin that Tylovan used to attack him was all led back to the Harem family. He guessed there was still much to discover in their territory. Shortly after, Harmona tried to strike him, but he quickly blocked it and looked at her. Harmona wondered what he was because he had first let her capture him, and now he was saving them. She thought he should be supposed to be on the same side as Hannah Adinka because everyone from noble families is the same, and they don't even worry about the civilians. Abruptly, someone appeared from the other side of the tunnel and instructed her to stop as she was no match for Vincent. The protagonist wonders who that guy is, and the man rambles that he is Laurent Helium, the leader of the Citizen Revolutionary Army who was recently captured and killed. In the forest on the outskirts of the Harem territory, everyone was gathering outside the house and wondering if that kid was Vincent Adinka. Cal affirmed and explained that he disguised himself by using his face to remove those priests and the Vior family beasts. However, he doesn't seem that impressive, so Harmona wondered what the leader was thinking by bringing him there. Cal couldn't believe that she was still suspicious of him because that person was the hero of Maeltoom. Subban explained that his servants even looked after his daughter, so if it weren't for him, then she would die of hunger. He remembered when he was captured. He rambled his address to tell those people the location of his daughter so they could feed her. The protagonist heard that and pitied him, so he instructed Sari to head over to the address he was giving her and told her the address of Subban's home. He understands Harmona's suspicion, but that person has come to help them. Cal also tells her to believe them because even Subban agrees with him. She thinks for a while but still doubts Vincent as she believes they still can't be sure, and they don't know when he will show his proper side, stabbing them in the back. On the contrary, inside the hut, Laurent Helium asked Vincent if he had saved the people of Maeltoom. The protagonist explained that the ones who did the actual work were his mother and father, as he just started the process. Laurent smiled as the ones who experienced it firsthand said otherwise, as they have some people who come from or have ties to Maeltoom. Laurent showed his gratitude in their place. Abruptly, a man arrived in the room and said that they had to kill him. Laurent was startled to see Baram, who was worried that Vincent not only knew where their hideout was, but also found out about their leader, Laurent, so it was still not too late for them to kill him. Laurent was amazed and asked his man if he wanted to kill him as he was the martial artist who managed to defeat the citizen who had eaten a grace. He assured Baram that he shouldn't worry because they would be fine, and Baram affirmed. The protagonist was amazed to discover they are cautious of outsiders and wondered if something had happened. Now that he thinks about it, he heard the leader of the revolutionaries was said to be dead, so he wondered how he was alive. Laurent explained it's dark magic that helped him stay alive, which startled Vincent. The leader rambled that the person next to him was someone who had escaped from the sunburnt derelict camps. He learned this talent in dark magic while he was creating magic stones there. Baram inquired the protagonist if he have heard about the body duplication technique and utters that he created a fake corpse of Laurent with it. Thanks to that, they swapped them out just before his execution and managed to save him. Julian was stunned as if it were just the dark magic that Tylovan had used. Laurent decided to have a quick chat between the two of them and wanted Vincent to give them a hand, and the protagonist agreed. He followed Laurent inside another room and saw Baram doubtfully staring at him. Laurent was amazed to discover that his big sister sent him. Vincent affirmed that his mother had asked him to bring down the Harem. Laurent believed she was trying to punish herself and her family, and now he understood it. Vincent wanted to ask him a question, so he asked for permission and inquired why he slashed his own eyes. This startled Laurent, and he wondered how he knew that. The protagonist judges it by seeing how rough the scar is, and it shouldn't be the work of a skilled martial artist. However, there was also no sign of him resisting, so he could only deduce that he had done it himself. Laurent explained that it was because he could no longer withstand seeing things with his own eyes. The cities that his family controlled and the suffering of their citizens, and he couldn't bear to look at all that with his eyes any longer. The protagonist assumes there is another reason aside from that, which startled Laurent. He was astounded as Vincent had an insight that goes beyond that of a martial artist, so he could understand why his sister had sent him. Laurent was sure he had seen what grace was back there. It was a pill that grants monstrous strength but is also highly addictive. The Harem family used that to cause a divide among the citizens. Cooperative people were given higher ranks and graces. His family has practically started treating them as mercenaries as those who were addicted to grace started to leave one after another, and the protesters began to be pushed back. He can't stand to see the state the Harem territory was in any longer. So until it is back in the hands of the citizens, he doesn't want to see it with his own eyes. He has given up his sight to become a symbol to gather those who were left. The protagonist finds his thoughts respectable, and Laurent thanks him for thinking that way. Suddenly, the dragonkin appeared, astounded to see Laurent Harem alive. The protagonists were shocked to see the grace users and wondered if their hideout get exposed. However, that was not possible because no one else other than members of the Revolutionary Army should know of the way there. The grace users were delighted to think they could become first-class citizens if they could catch him. They rushed at him to attack, and the protagonist rushed to attack them and instructed Laurent to hide. He struck them but was worried as he was expecting it didn't even leave a scratch. There was nothing to use in the surroundings, so he wondered how to deal with them. The grace user was punching him, inquiring what he was thinking deeply about, and throwing him away. The protagonist gets down, looks at him, and curses him. Julien instructs him to look at the other side as Sir Laurent is in danger. The grace user assumed it should be fine as long as Laurent's face remained intact, so he attacked him using the flames. This worried Laurent, and the protagonist used them to push him away before he could get injured. Soon, a blast covered the entire area with dust. Laurent wondered what had just happened, and he started calling for Vincent to search him. The protagonist's arm was severely burned. The grace user found it pretty impressive that he managed to block that, but wondered if he would be able to keep it up while protecting the blind person. Vincent was not even part of this, so they assured him they would let him go as long as they had Laurent over. The protagonist refused as he knew they weren't originally martial artists, so he could beat them as long as he went all out. However, he has to protect blind Laurent simultaneously, so fighting those two in this situation will be hard. The grace user agrees to the protagonist's decision and utters that they could die alongside Laurent, and they rush at him. The protagonist is worried about what he should do in this situation, but soon, someone splits them into several parts and kills them. The protagonist recognizes this technique as his sister uses it and sees Hannah on the other side. Hannah was shocked to see Laurent alive. Laurent recognized this voice and asked if it was Hannah. She gets furious and rushes toward him to attack, as she never thought Laurent Helium would still be alive and kicking. However, before she could kill him, the protagonist blocked her sword and asked her what she was doing. He wondered what had made the person who rarely shows emotions so angry. Laurent asked her if she was still drawing well. She started trembling, dropped her sword, and knelt. Even though Laurent couldn't see, Hannah began to cry even though he was still discussing drawing. Laurent apologized to her and was startled as his man and Harmona arrived on hearing the explosion sound. They wondered what that was and if he was all right. He was the blessed one, so she wondered how he got in there. She looked ahead and was startled to see Hannah Adanka. Harmona gets furious about seeing her, but the leader tries to calm her and others as he is okay. Harmona was staring at her, and Hannah recognized her and tried to explain to her what had happened back then. But before she could utter a word, she was slapped by Harmona. Harmona wondered what she thought she was doing there as she almost killed their leader, which left Hannah mortified. A warrior doesn't need emotion. They carry out the given orders and receive praise upon success. That was what she was taught about virtue and what she learned honor is. In the past, Harmona worriedly entered the house as their location had been revealed and informed the leader that they had to run. However, she was startled as she saw Hana behind her, who attacked her and knocked her down. After giving up on her dreams, she knew nothing else mattered to Hana anymore. Hana requested Knight Laurent Helem to attend as a reference person regarding the illegal, violent protest that occurred in Dersona City. Harmona couldn't believe this, as this was all a lie, because she was going to take the leader and kill him and ask if she was right. However, Hana didn't disclose the information, just saying it was a reference investigation so that he would be released after a brief attendance. However, Harmona blocked her way and covered her leader, as no one believed such wordplay, so they couldn't possibly hand over the leader. Soon, Garfonzo Helem appeared, smiled evilly, and explained that there was no way they would be killing him because they were just taking away his son. Laurent thought this was enough resistance, so he should come inside now, but Laurent refused, as they could not do that because they would resist till the end. All of them are prepared to sacrifice anything for Helium. Garfonzo affirmed, as he thought that selling his eyes to sway people with his beliefs was one of the sacrifices. However, it doesn't seem entirely fitting that he wanted his son like he believed he should be prepared to sacrifice his niece. He smiled evilly and rambled that he was the one who taught that child how to draw, but if she ended up blind like him, he should imagine how heartbroken he would be as a grandfather. Garfonzo believes his son might have understood what he is saying, so Knight Laurent quietly follows his father. Days later, Knight Laurent's execution was decided, which stirred an uproar in the entire nation, and they all protested to cancel Laurent's execution as he was the hero of the people. Exploiting the crowd of protesters, Barum managed to take Laurent out of there while replacing him with a clone. Luckily, they managed to switch him out in time. With the corpse reanimation technique, it was perfectly executed. Thanks to Barum's dark magic skill, Knight Laurent survived the unjust execution held by his father. Barum instructed the leader to hurry and leave because it would be wrong if someone recognized them. Laurent agreed and requested Barum to lead the way, but he was startled when he heard Hana's voice, who couldn't believe it. She was pushing the guards to stop her grandfather, as he said he wouldn't kill Laurent. She started crying and wondered why her uncle was on the execution block. But soon they proceeded with the execution and killed Laurent's clone in front of the entire crowd. Hana was heartbroken, so she cried heavily and shouted that they couldn't do this. This was unbearable for Laurent, but he apologized to her as he didn't tell her the truth. Presently, Laurent explained that his father's words before he was captured weren't entirely wrong. If it weren't for Sir Barum, he couldn't have escaped the execution, and now, being blinded, he was just holding the title of leader of the revolution without being of any real help. To perfectly stage death, he didn't let Hana Adanka know that he was alive. She heard it all while sitting afar. She recalled that when her grandfather appraised her as she did well, he looked back and wondered why she was so gloomy because the mission was a success. He reminded her that this wasn't the face of a hero who punished a villain, and she did well. However, Hana didn't want to kill her uncle. Garfonzo assured her that carrying out orders and receiving praise is a virtue and honor, as the warrior doesn't need emotions, and asked her if this was right. He assured Hana that she would make a fine warrior and handed her the blue badge of high rank. She looked at the badge firmly, holding it. Laurent inquires the protagonist if he will indeed fulfill his sister's request to bring down Helen. Julian was furious at his grandfather for using Hana like that and never wanted to forgive him. Vincent thought for a while about how Hana might have felt at that time and affirmed that he was sure and he, too, would stand with Knight Laurent's cause. This pleased Laurent, so he wondered if his nephew would also grant his request and meet his father. Later, the protagonist was standing before the Helem family mansion in Dersona. He was about to enter the mansion but was stopped by the guards, as it was the residence of the Helem family head. The other guard instructed him to identify himself and comply with the guards. The protagonist rambled that he was Vincent Adanka from the Red Fortress on a mission, and he had come to see his grandfather Garfonzo Helem, and showed them the letter. The guards instructed him to wait, as they would let him in after verification. This infuriated the protagonist, as those soldiers dared to make him stay, as he was a guest of the family head. His aura was startling, and he informed them that there were circumstances that delayed him, but the head of the Helem family had permitted his visit. He approached the soldier and inquired if his rank was higher than the head's, which worried them. The protagonist heads forward and utters enough talk so they can lead him to the head's room. This worried the warrior, and they tried to stop him for a moment, as he couldn't just go in there alone. The protagonist heads inside and is shocked to see the line of the soldiers blocking his way. Julian wondered why there were so many soldiers, and all of them looked so fierce. He asked the guard behind why so many soldiers were gathered. The soldier was a bit worried and explained it was because of the Hades meeting. It was an event named after the flower symbolizing Helen, Hades. It was a friendly competition where Harem and invited atrial families competed. However, with the recent intensification of revolutionary activities, the event risks facing disruption. That was why nearly all forces were always on standby, so the soldier requested him to understand. The protagonist rambled that his grandfather was carelessly deploying the soldiers when they were not needed, which startled the soldier, and he wondered what he meant. The protagonist rambled that if he's going to make excuses, then at least they should make them convincingly. Even if that was the reason for deploying troops at the entrance of the head house, especially when receiving a guest, then what could there be a possible reason for doing this? The protagonist thinks this might be a test or a battle of wits, so he asks the soldiers why. Another man appeared and explained it was to prepare for any possible disturbances. He requested that he let him guide him from now on and follow quietly. The protagonist smirked on hearing about the disturbance, and he wondered if he, who is a prince of Adinka and a student of the Red Fortress, was a disturbance to the head. This startled the man, and he tried to clarify that was not the case. The protagonist shouted and asked what he was protecting from him. He wondered how they could call themselves soldiers if they couldn't even answer correctly, and thought it was wasteful to guard against a guest. This mortified all the soldiers, and Vincent instructed them to disperse as he would go to his grandfather alone. The warrior behind him lifted his hammer to attack him and rambled that he could not pass through there. However, the protagonist evaded the attack, smirked to know that was the case, and asked if that was their answer. Then, as he wishes, he should possibly become the disturbance that they fear, and he should emit an intense aura. The guard was amazed by this presence, which was not something a child could produce, and wondered if the rumor of him releasing Maeltoom was not false. Soon, his grandfather appeared and instructed everyone to stop as that was enough, so they should stand down. He welcomes the protagonist and instructs him to come inside as he welcomes him to the Harem family. Garfonzo released that he had taken a hit and inquired if Vincent was displeased, and he affirmed that he was annoyed. He asked for his grandson's forgiveness and explained that he wanted to test his mettle. Having heard so much about his spirit, Garfonzo assumed the rumors were not an exaggeration. The protagonist smiled and rambled that he flatter him, but this man, who is the head of the Harem family, has such an imposing aura and murderous intent, which is truly fitting to lead a warrior family. Garfonzo smirked and rambled that he wanted to see his grandson, as he was the one who was like the enemy and killed his son. The protagonist smirked and affirmed that he felt the same way because he had come to bring his grandfather down. Garfonzo Harem wondered what mission brought his grandson this far, but Vincent didn't tell him as it was a secret. This startled him, and he wondered if it was a secret even from his grandfather. The protagonist affirmed, took a sip of tea, and clarified that they should separate personal and professional lives. Garfonzo laughed as he had been hit again, as his grandson's words were indeed correct. However, he was startled as his grandson uttered that he could tell him who gave him the mission, and he rambled that it was from his mother. This startles Garfonzo that his daughter gave Vincent a mission, and he wonders if Versa really acknowledges this boy as her true son and intends to put him forward. He had heard that Vincent had also done something remarkable recently, and corrected his son's wrongdoing along with Versa, so he inquired if that was true. The protagonist is clarified that he is just lucky, which infuriates Garfonzo, and he stares at him and rambles that he said he was lucky, but his son died in the process. This led to complete silence for some moment, and Julian was worried as the conversation went off track. The protagonist assured him not to worry because it was too risky for them to harm him in this situation. Garfonzo instructed Vincent not to be so tense because he was grateful to him. If it weren't for him, he would have had to be the one to cut down that worthless fellow. He changed the topic and inquired his grandson why he arrived a bit later than expected. The protagonist affirmed and mumbled that there was friction with the members of the Citizens' Revolutionary Group. This infuriated Garfonzo as those scoundrels dared to harm his grandson, which startled Vincent, and he refused as that was not the case. His grandfather was cursing those Revolutionary Army people, but the protagonist informed him it was just a delay, nothing more. Garfonzo was still furious, as those people were like dogs that dared to snap at their master, and he was sure they needed to be taught a lesson. He grabbed the cup and uttered that lately they had caught a few of those guerrilla revolutionaries and asked his grandson for his opinion on what he thought he did to them. This worried Vincent, and he wondered what his grandfather did to them. Garfonzo broke the cup and rambled that he chopped off one of their hands and feet. So they will live their lives regretting ever defying him, and he thinks that rats like them need to know their place and asks Vincent if he is right. However, the protagonist was infuriated. He stood and firmly slammed the table and agreed with him. He felt uneasy keeping secrets from his grandfather and asked him if he was curious about his mission. This shocked his grandfather, and Vincent uttered that his mission was to participate in the Hades meeting. This shocked Garfonzo, who wondered if he would join Hades' meeting. The protagonist affirmed, and embarrassingly, quite a few people have expectations of him. The protagonist recalls his meeting with Laurent, who wanted him to heed his one request. Laurent rambled that their next big move was on the day of the Hades meeting, and his father was on high alert, tightly securing Dersona, so the role he entrusts to him is bait. Presently, the protagonist utters that the following individual will request to observe it. These include the Red Fortress's fortress commander, the vice commander, all representative cadets, and 2 high priests of Gaia, Dulan and his parents. The protagonist smiled wickedly as he agreed with Laurent's request that he be the most irresistible bait for Garfonzo. Last night, the protagonist knew they were out of time by the following day, so they had to contact the individual he had just mentioned. Wilson and Sari were shocked to learn who Vincent was planning to bring in and wondered if their young master had lost his mind. Hannah understands her brother's plan but wonders if those people will act as he wishes. She knew that if things went wrong, he could be in trouble because this method was reckless. This amazed the protagonist, and he asked her if she was worried about him, which startled her, and she clarified that was not the case. The protagonist smiled and assured her not to worry because he would be all right. However, the problem was with the means, as they needed to contact various places simultaneously, avoiding his grandfather's eyes. Harmona winked and instructed him to leave that to them, and Laurent explained that the revolutionaries use a secret communication method so they could send the magical mail through it. This pleased the protagonist, and he hoped his grandfather would like the present he had specially prepared. Through the magical mail system, they send the letter to Priest Dulan, and he gets worried after reading that such a thing is happening in Harem. Abruptly, Merlin Falker appeared, startled Dulan, and inquired Priest what is this letter about. Priest Dulan asked him if he would have care and asked him to join him for a breath of fresh air. On the contrary, Vargan is trying to calm down the fortress's commander, and he wonders if she intends to destroy an entire mountain. Herka was furious because the cadet went through such an ordeal, but that man, the fortress commander, had no idea. Vargan called her again to calm her down, and she sighed, thinking how pitiful they must have been, which was why he didn't even ask for help. She wondered who could be the person behind all this. Vargan wondered if this was about Elder Tylaban. His end seemed as though someone abandoned him, and she wondered if this was their doing. Vargan explained that not many organizations have the power to move the Elder Council. He was startled when Herka mentioned Nightmare, as it was the group the Lick named Edmund mentioned. She discovered that Versa's younger brother was also part of that organization, which worried Vargan. She called Lord Vargan and asked him how big he thought this situation would get. However, nothing could be confirmed as to how big it was currently, but one thing is sure. Meanwhile, Versa informed Khan Adinka that Vincent said he would start a fire, and their role was to turn it into a blaze. She also wanted to plan something, but Khan was worried because that blaze would burn down Versa's family. Khan wanted to ask her one last time if she was okay with this. Versa stared at him and was astounded to know how kind that person was. She hugged him and assured him it was all right. If this could atone even a little for the people of Harem and Hannah, and if it could atone for Khan and Sarvana, then she is all right. Meanwhile, the protagonist inquires about his grandfather and if he has time to do this because he should focus on preparing for the guest. However, his grandfather laughed, which stunned Vincent, and he wondered what was so funny about it. Garfonzo inquired if that was all he had to say and asked if he thought he would be scared and make a mistake over something so trivial. Helm was a region that flourished through trade. Samian, Vardakan, and Adinka were commercial districts connecting the territories of the three prominent martial families. Even if things get tangled, and they cut ties with his father and Adinka, it wouldn't be a loss. Like versa, they could make connections with other territories and were confident that other families would be eager to take them in. So, in summary, Harem was not a place that could be brought down by the child's play of a bit of fire and wondered what Vincent would do now. However, the protagonist isn't flustered and inquires about his grandfather, if that is all, which shocks Garfonzo. Vincent decides to tell him something else and asks what he thinks about this. On the contrary, Butler Sirkin was looking for his young master and wondered where he was. Soon, he sees his young master, Raven, and gets worried after seeing him laughing like a psycho on seeing a letter. At the same time, there was an explosion at the Samian family's main castle, and the man wondered why the prince was suddenly doing that and what was happening. Kagan Samian looked at the letter and furiously crumpled the paper as Vincent was quite an unpredictable child. Simultaneously, Raven was excited and instructed his butler to contact his father, and Kagan also instructed the man to inform his mother. Both of them stared at the letter sent by Vincent, saying that they should bring it on and be fully prepared for the fight. Raven and Kagan were thrilled as they wanted to head to Harem immediately. Sometimes, the protagonist still dreams about that day from 500 years ago, when he was fighting with his opponent in the stadium. His opponent was shocked to see the protagonist's great dividing sword. The protagonist accosted Kaijin, who was attacking him with his gentle steel destroyer. Still, he blocked the attack, and the energy created was so immense that it spread the dust everywhere, thus blurring everyone's vision because the wind was so strong. They all started running away out of fear of getting injured, and Kaijin was concerned, wondering when that one-armed man's sword became so heavy. The protagonist attacked him and told Kaijin it was over after his death. The people heard someone sound, so they wondered what had happened, and another man informed him that Sir Kaijin had punished the evil Davin. The protagonist still remembers the manipulated truth and the bad relationship with Samian, which never ends this interwoven thread. He recalled meeting Arsalan and asked if he knew how to end this intertwined fortune. Arsalan suggested he should overcome the Samian family and face the truth. Arsalan left the protagonist with those vague words more than 500 years ago, so he wondered what he expected from him. Soon, he opened his eyes, saw Hannah sitting beside him, and wanted him to wake up. The protagonist was shocked to see her there. He sat, and Hannah told him that she came to wake him up a little early since it was already the day, so she wanted him to get ready quickly. The protagonist obediently concurred as he understood, and he realized that this was not the time for him to suffer from dreams like that because that day was the day before the Hades assembly. Later, at Helium, Dersona, a night before the Hades assembly, this year marks the 200th anniversary of Helium, so there was a large-scale festival all over the Helium. Some of the people saw Vincent's mother and father there, so they started whispering, wondering if they were those people. Everyone knew that they were Patriarch of Adinka, Khan, and Miss Versa. They wondered how they dared to come there after killing Damer, but his companion requested him to be quiet because they might hear him. The protagonist's grandfather stood at the entrance with his guard and stared at Khan and Versa. Then he looked back toward Vincent and cursed him. Hannah saw Vincent smiling cunningly, so she wondered if he brought father and mother there. Versa Helm bowed before him to greet the patriarch. This pissed her father off, so he accosted her and asked how she dared to come there, because if she had a shed of consideration for her brother, then she wouldn't come there. Versa answered that her brother was already dead because of these hands, which infuriated her father, so he asked her for the purpose of coming there and if she was there to calm Helium now. Versa inquired if Helium was always so valuable a place that he wanted to steal it, even if it was committing an immoral act. The patriarch furiously accosted her and warned her not to insult Damer anymore. Versa supposed that the one who loved his son so much had put his sins on his deceased son. She then accosted Vincent, telling him that, as he said, she would attend the Hade assembly and ensure that their two families could establish a close relationship, so the protagonist concurred. Then Versa accosted Hannah, grabbed her shoulder, and apologized for being unable to protect her. But now it will be different because her mother is there to end the rebellion that had begun. Later, Julian tells the protagonist about the rules of the Hade assembly, which is simple as it's a royal battle with dozens of participants simultaneously. So if Vincent survives until the end, he will win, but there is one difference. Later, Hannah accosted Vincent and wanted him to be careful because the Hade Assembly was not only for the children of the noble families, but the commoners could also participate. Vincent knew it might be a tough environment where it would be difficult to survive alone. Soon, Kajin appeared, accosted the members of Adanka, greeted them, and told them that he was the 6th young master of Samian. Raven also arrived. He waved at him and supposed the man behind him might be his father, and the patriarch was shocked to see them. Vincent smiled wickedly after seeing that they had arrived. Kagan was surprised to see Vincent because he almost didn't recognize him with his haircut. Raven agreed because it was true, so he asked Vincent where he got cut, and Vincent explained that his sister had cut it. The protagonist thanked them for responding to his letter, but they didn't want him to be mistaken. Kagan explained that he didn't respond to his call, but couldn't miss such a good opportunity to crush him. Raven Vartican also smiled excitedly because it was a great opportunity and challenge, and Vincent finally kept his promise. The protagonist uttered that would be enough, and Julian wondered if those people would be okay. The protagonist requested his elder to allow him to introduce them as his friends came there to participate in the Hade Assembly with him. The patriarch was worriedly cursing his fortune because the future heirs of the family Samian and Vartican truly came there. Raven Vartican was pleased because Vincent's father truly looked just like him, and his butler was shocked to hear this. Kagan inquired what he was doing in front of a patriarch. Khan asked him if he might be Raven of Poncinus because his personality is very similar to his. Raven wondered how he knew his father, and Khan explained that he, Valkia, and Poncinus had been meeting often since they were young, so it's been a long relationship. Later, at the Hade Assembly, Julian was worried because things had gotten so big they couldn't handle it. Vincent agreed because that was right, but it was the same for his grandfather, who was also worried. The patriarch wondered what happened and why all of them were gathered there. Nothing else matters more than preventing them from staying together and getting into trouble, because if that happened, this place would turn into a battlefield, so he wanted to kick all those powerful family representatives out. The patriarch worriedly welcomed them all, informing them that their territory was currently in the situation, so it was not a good place where they could be treated properly. So he wanted everyone to rest assured that he would invite them all formally when the situation was stable. Poncinus couldn't believe that the patriarch was kicking him out in the presence of his child. Samian's family representative also couldn't believe that the patriarch dared to speak to Samian's matriarch like that. This worried the patriarch because he could not kick those two out of there. He knew that the moment they were gathered, this place turned into a diplomatic minefield, all because of Vincent because that child was trying to eradicate him. Later, the patriarch furiously slammed his throne because Vincent dared to interfere with his plan, and because of him, the entire city was full of tourists. He has no control over the situation of the rolling revolution and the followers of Versa. Now, they wouldn't be able to know how many had infiltrated the city, but he wanted to think something about it to solve this problem. He asked his man about the citizen revolution, and his man explained that their activity was quite organized. The man explained that after Lord Lorang's death, they expected it to fall apart, but it is strengthening instead. This worried the patriarch. He wondered what was happening and asked his man if he was sure they had truly cut the real leader, so why did they keep resisting? The butler explained that it seemed that someone had persuaded their minion. This worried the patriarch because he knew that with this Vincent would not leave them alone, but he wanted to use them as an instrument if they collaborated with them. So he wondered if the only option he had was to request help from a nightmare. The butler refused because that was too dangerous, and the patriarch was aware that the culprit of all this was that brat Vincent, so he wanted to deal with him at the Hade Assembly. Later, all of them were shocked to see Vincent's hair. Salvara praised him because he looked great, and he thanked her. Vargan wondered why he suddenly had a haircut, and Hannah appeared, telling them that she cut it, shocking them as they didn't think Hannah would cut his hair. Salvara accosted Vincent, and he inquired what the matter was, and she explained that the festival was in full swing, so she asked him if he would like to walk with him. Shortly after that, Raven appeared there. He was glad to find Vincent and asked him if he hadn't eaten yet and if he should eat together with him as there was a lot of delicious food there. The protagonist thought this was a perfect opportunity for him because he also wanted to eat something. Raven explained that they had grilled skewer there, and he took him away from the crowd. Salvara gets mortified because Vincent left her alone, and Harmona mocks her because Vincent gets kidnapped by Raven. Hannah asked the leader if they were all the available personnel of the Red Fortress. Vargan explained that the senior representative out on their respective mission would come there the following day. As the desired descendants of all three families gather there, the Hyde is no longer just a traditional event for Helium. It has now become the representation of the leader of three main families. Before coming there, he also met the delegation of the Temple of Gaia, and there were reporters from each region. Furthermore, medium clans and ordinary tourists also gathered there, so with the spread of rumors, more and more people from different influences would gather there. Soon, they heard someone's voice telling them that they were also there, and Vargan was shocked to sense such pressing energy behind them. This was the man of the sixth master, Helios. Helio was pleased to see Vargan again. He knew it might not be pleasant, but he wanted to make the same offer again. Helio wanted him to take the vacant place of his little sister as master, which shocked Vargan. Meanwhile, Raven was busy eating the food. He asked Kagan and Vincent why they weren't eating and if they couldn't see the food was getting cold. The protagonist is carried away by an individual named Raven, who invites him to a pleasant place but doesn't know he will gather everyone there. Poncinus was so excited because it had been so long since they gathered like this, but the other two didn't know and suppose it was almost 10 years. Poncinus was in a perfect mood, so he wanted to play something with his old friend after so long. Khan was anxious from the inside, but wanted to leave this matter for later because this day was for their children. Vincent was worried because they were making terrible jokes, and Julian was a bit happy about this, but he knew there was a false friendship among the heads of the houses. However, Vincent sees things differently because ambition is an instinct for being without emotion. So the stronger the being without emotion, the stronger it will be, and now one of those few rivals of the world was sitting next to each other, so he didn't feel right about it. So he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Kagan felt he would get sick if he ate even a little, but he wanted to remain calm. They were in a situation where even a word, a gesture, and every move must be carefully considered. Even in such a stressful situation, Raven raised his hand because he had a question for all the three leaders of the great families. Poncinus laughed and permitted his son to ask anything he wanted to inquire. Raven rambled, feeling that all three leaders were strong, but he wondered who would win in a fight. This worried Vincent, Julian, and Kagan because Raven put his foot on the explosive mine, so they knew they were in trouble. Poncinus smiled and answered that he was also curious about that. So they all stood and thought they should fight each other right now to find it out. Meanwhile, she is shocked to learn that Helios, who is the master of Tower 6, asks Vargan if he is going to make Vargan Pagoda a tower master. Vargan asked the master if he didn't know how he felt about, and he was sure that the master knew it very well. Helio asks Vargan if he doesn't miss his sister, Lord Barnellin, who is in the overwhelming tower, and now that place in the tower can still be his because he admires his skill. Furthermore, Vargan has reached level 5 through the practical experience in the harsh life of a mercenary. During this time, the tower will follow the new path and a talent like Vargan is needed on that path. This annoyed Harmona, and she furiously asked Helios who he thought he was to take her senior Vargan just like that. Helio asked her if she could make his long-cherished dream come true because it was the palace he had admired his entire life. This worried her, and she was dumbfounded, but Vargan decided to answer him. On the contrary, all three leaders of the great families excitedly stood there as they also wanted to find out. Raven was surprised, and Kagan was worried, wondering why that idiot spoke like this. Vincent wondered what this feeling was, but it was terrifying. Soon, all three adults started laughing. This shocked Kagan and Vincent, and Kagan's mother explained that she didn't think she would lose if she fought sincerely. Khan uttered that he wouldn't lose either, and Poncinus also explained that their strength is to protect their families. So now that they have taken on responsibility, it would be irresponsible to act impulsively on the basis of their emotions. Kagan's mother was worried, thinking they should have eliminated the enemy from the start, and she wanted to fight with Khan someday. She doesn't want to hold back any further, and Khan doesn't want her to worry because, just like her, he is also eager to defeat her. She was relieved to know this because someday, when their sword would clash, they would fall before their opponent's sword because, for a warrior, there is no greater bliss than this. Poncinus asked Raven, in his opinion, who was the weakest. Vincent was worried because this question was the test of discernment, and Kagan also knew that the sword's hilt had been handed to them and the way for the delegation of the next leader had just begun. Raven thinks for a while, hugs his father, and utters that, obviously, leaving that aside, the strongest is his father. This thrilled Pontius because that was the spirit he expected from his father. Kagan's mother also asked him about his opinion on this, and Kagan excitedly answered that Adanka was the weakest among them all, which infuriated Khan. Kagan explained that the leader of the Barlucan family possesses the spear that pierces all, and his mother has Keshak. However, as he understands, Adanka has no special blessing, so it's a family that couldn't produce anything unusual. This is why it is natural for Adanka to be the weakest, but Vincent remarked that Kagan is wrong because the weakest is Samian. Khan wonders why Vincent thinks that way, and the protagonist remembers the sense of unease that he felt before, and the power wanted by the leader, Valkia Samian, who was the weakest. Vincent uttered that of the power that the three leaders just manifested. Samian was the weakest, which shocked all of them. Raven wondered if that was the case because he didn't notice this, and Kagan furiously asked Vincent what he meant by this because no matter how he tried, this was not right. Valkia Samian agreed because Vincent was right, as they were level 9 while she was still level 8. But thanks to the protection of Keshak, the swordsman, she was more or less at their level. The protagonist is shocked to see Keshak's ability, which allows her to increase her power. Valika explained that is how the three of them balanced their strength. Raven wondered if they could reach level 9 and then reach level 10. Kagan concurred because his mother has reached level 9 so far, which would be a piece of cake for her. Khan clarified that humans die when they reach level 10, which shocked Kagan. Khan explained that upon reaching the fullest extent of level 9, they could understand a feeling that they couldn't advance any further, which might be the limit of the humans beyond the domain of the gods. Khan praised Vincent because he gave a great explanation, and Vincent thanked him. Valika was concerned because, being a normal cadet, it would normally be impossible for Vincent to measure mana above level 8. She thought Vincent was a child with good instincts, but she finally discovered that Adanka was raising a monster. Kagan was furious with Vincent because he messed it up again and tried to act cool. Raven raised his hand because he had another question, which annoyed Vincent and Kagan. Kagan covered Raven's mouth, uttering that they might be tired after such a long journey, so he suggested they should rest. The protagonist also wanted to take him away, telling the elder they would leave to let them chat at leisure. They pushed Raven and took him, which made Pontius laugh, and he wondered if they had become closer now. They reminded him of themselves when they were young. Khan agrees because Pontius's son resembles him a lot, and Valika agrees as it's along with his absent-mindedness, which shocked Pontius. Meanwhile, Versa met Lorang at a cave and was glad to know he was alive. Lorang also wanted to say that he was happy to see her again, but seeing this city as it is, he couldn't say it lightly and showed her a weapon. Versa looked at it, and she knew that this would be meant to overthrow her father, as that is the Eye of Athenia. At the same time, Vargan refused, so Master Helio wanted to know why he refused to join. Vargan inquired if the Magic Tower's new path was something like interfering with friendly exchange to manipulate it in favor of a specific family. Helio didn't reply, so Vargan answered that, unfortunately, the Magic Tower that he admired seemed to be no more. Besides, he was sure that if he were not there, the fort commander there would ruin this place in less than a day, and she got furious because this was not true. Helios has no excuse for this because it's all his fault, but he was there to see Prince Vincent and his magic-cutting sword. Since Vincent is the cadet of Red Fortress, Helios was hoping to meet him, and it was nice seeing Vorgan again. Vargan accosted his master, who wanted him to enjoy his festival, and they left first. Helios's comrade asked him if he would let him go like this. Helio asked what he could do if he said he wouldn't come, so he wanted to leave Vorgan for now. The other master wondered if he resisted them as Barnellin did and what they should do, and Helio instructed him to send him to join his sister in the same manner. It's too late, so he wants to meet the head of the Helium family. The next day, one of the girls was talking with her viewers. She was Maria, the chief reporter of Wind Sound. She was there in Dursona, Helium, where the Haid Assembly was held. This is being conducted on an unprecedented scale, because dazzling dignitaries who will go down in history have come. Meanwhile, the protagonist's friend was glad to see so many people, and the other one wondered if that idiot was going to stand on such a big stage. Meanwhile, he was startled because the arena and the city were splendid. The priest was sure that just like mail time, this wealth might be accumulated by squeezing the outskirts of Helium. Reporter Maria informed her viewer that besides the people, the rulers of the continent and the heads of 3 families also came with their princes. She further told her viewers that the assembly participants were entering right now. Pontianus was excited to see their kids and wanted them to see this magic crystal side. Meanwhile, the patriarch realizes that Versa is there, so he inquires why she was there, and Versa explains it was because she was also Helium. Versa thought her father would be lonely if no one were by his side. The patriarch asked her if she wanted to keep him under surveillance and tie him up. Versa was impressed because her father knew her well and wondered why she was blocking him. He asked why she was blocking him because if Helium had more power, it would be good for her and the Khan she was so obsessed with. She answered that helium, in its current state, is not what they all want, and it's not their desired path. The patriarch inquired if she was trying to act all righteous right now, and he reminded her that even if he was covered in blood. But her hands weren't clean either because of everything that she enjoyed up until now. He asked her if she didn't know what method this came from, including the place next to Khan she took after pushing away Vincent's mother. Versa became gloomy and told her father that she knew that, and she did not deny it. This is why it's her atonement. The patriarch thought she was uttering nonsense, but he told her to do as she wished. He felt that even if she blocked it, Vincent would die, and he spoke that Helium had flourished in its current splendors for 200 years. Meanwhile, Karia continuously reported that now, in the name of revolution, terrorists are rampant. While the patriarch raised the flower in the air and rambled, just like the suddenly blooming Hades flower, he hoped that Helium could bloom again through this assembly. The stadium was filled with crowd cheering, and the rave suggested they should get started now. The protagonist looks at his grandfather and assures him that Helium will be splendidly freed from evil. The patriarch wanted Vincent to smile now because next time they would meet with his corpse. He accosted the male sword squad for Helium and the princes of the 3 great families. He wondered who would be the last one standing among them, and he started the countdown, which thrilled all the 3 princes. As they got ready, he instructed them to begin the Hades assembly. They rushed toward each other as the competition started, and their opponent knew that those kids might be focused on the duel that carries their family's pride. The patriarch was glad because their Helium male sword squad would strike while they were fighting each other and finish off Vincent. The area was already full of warriors who had received the patriarch's order, so he would eliminate Vincent before they could do anything. Those warriors attacked the 3 princes, which thrilled them, so they killed all of them in a split second. Raven wanted them not to interfere, and Kagan thought they were pests,